Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Umineko, When They Cry. The answer arcs. I don't think we're gonna beat this today. But definitely tomorrow, for sure. Or maybe Monday. I don't know how long this is gonna take. We've only done like 5 hours of this, right? JP, you did it again. I'm sorry, Nara. My schedule, you know, it's fine. But thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest. What did you miss yesterday? We did a Halloween tea party. Guess I'll sleep. We did a Halloween tea party where we solved quizzes and riddles. I got half of them right. Boom. JP's live. Notification. I got half of the quizzes and puzzles right. But it's fine. We'll have to replay that section because there's an achievement for it. Wait, what's up? And I guess Angie's trying to figure out the truth of what happened on that day. There were quizzes and puzzles. There were. It was full-blown Professor Layton-esque puzzles. You missed the best stuff. There's always the VOD. Well, I am gonna have to replay them. But what? What? I'm gonna have to replay them. Because I gotta get all of them right. But I'm gonna cheat. Okay, I gotta watch the VOD. It should be like towards the end of it though. Like I want to say within the last 2 hours. Because it starts with the whole Angie going to Rockinjima. And she's just, it's all happy cheery. Everything's fine. Everything's wonderful. Kinzo's a nice guy. He's the best grandpa. I don't know. I don't know if it's like... I don't know if they're going for like a big fish type ending. Or... what are they doing? I'm curious. But it seems like things are getting serious now. The tea party's over. Angie went to sleep. So now the adults are going to talk, I guess. That's where we're at. Are people dying? No, no one's died yet. There's been some yelling. And then there was one part that almost made me cry. Almost. But I guess we'll see. See if there's more tears. Potential tears in the future. It's good. It's good. It's a good story, you know? I wonder, since because I think... Because it seems like some of those scenes only occurred because I got the answers right. So I wonder if there's extra stuff that gets unlocked. So I guess we'll see. Because that could be potentially more tears. Because it ties into the tea party. The Halloween party. But we'll see. Puzzles and tears, right? I guess it depends on the characters too. Because that combination was good. You missed all the good stuff. I'm sure there's more. There's more to come. It's not over yet. I think I'll finish this tomorrow. Or Monday. But we'll see about when I stream, I guess. That's fine. I'm trying to get back to like a morning schedule. Because classes are starting soon. So I gotta get on that. Let's load it. So I think this save is for the cake, and this save is for the puzzles. And this is where we left off. Okay. I got it. It's been fun. There was cake? There was. It was a... Sachar Torte? It was a chocolate cake. It looked good. Sachar Torte? Yeah, Sachar Torte. That's what it was. Let's see. Let me paste that in chat. Also, BTTV, FFC, for all the emotes that we got. Or, I mean, if you have BTV, then you can click on the smiling face, and then you can see all the emotes. I have way too many gifted channels. So many. Okay. Yeah, Sasha Toite. Go to prepared that. I want it. Oh, I didn't even check if my audio is okay. Shit. I'm sure it's fine. We didn't change the settings from yesterday, but paranoid. After putting Angie to sleep in the parlor, Kenji and the others return. Thanks. Was she sleeping well? Yes, she is sleeping peacefully. I gotta look the slusher towards it later. You get hungry. Looks good. I don't know if I've had it before. Probably not. But I want it, though. The noise from here won't reach the parlor, right? That's right. Door's closed, so I don't think it'll reach. Angie. Sweet dreams. I'm on my phone. If I type out, I'm gonna miss all the good stuff. Ah, gotcha. Well, don't let me keep you in here. Get that rest if you gotta get it. Well then. That's enough solemn for farewells. Let us begin the magnificent festivities we have planned for the after party. Oh? After party? Well then. Oh wait. When Beato clapped her hands loudly above her head, a white flash filled the hall. Its entire appearance changed in an instant. The hall had transformed into a golden party chamber, with gold butterflies flitting about and gold leaf dancing everywhere. Shit, I guess you are gonna miss the good stuff. It's fine. Yes, the true party shall now begin. You said it. Okay then. Okay, the anti-magic toxin is totally gone. Everyone, come on in. The party after the show is about to start. I'll lurk again, but I gotta make sure to turn off the stream at some point because last time my phone died. Oh no. Also, this party looks awesome. Oh yeah. They have a whole catering thing, buffet style thing going on. Oh? A burst of applause and cheering, a tornado of gold butterflies rose up in the center of the room. By the time it passed, the number of faces had grown significantly. Oh? Oh hey, Renov, Virgilia. Let the witch of the future find happiness, and let us of the past be rewarded for our efforts, yes? Indeed. Let us enjoy ourselves as well. Come on, haven't we been enjoying ourselves the whole time? Poo-coo-coo-coo. In this world, the one who enjoys the most is the true winner. Come, let's have the Seven Sisters over here too. Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here. I can't believe the game's finally over. Wow. What do you think you're doing crying at the after party? You little crybaby. Lord Battler, Beatrice-sama, thank you for the invitation. I want to see 6-year-old Angie-sama's sleeping face and have it all to myself. I want to see the food and have it all to myself. Oh. Then I want a hot guy to have all to myself. Why are you clinging to Battler when you say that? Stop, thief. Glad to see you, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Enjoy yourselves. Yes, things do get much noisier the moment they enter a room. What's so terrible about that? In fact, it still isn't nearly noisy enough. Oh? Another gold cyclone rose up. In its wake, 3 people with bunny ears came into view. Chester Sisters, Imperial Guards, right here! It's such an honor to be summoned to a gathering such as this. I haven't had nearly enough fun for it to end yet. Nyeh. There, I agree with you. But fear not, for our game shall continue much longer than this. For eternity, inside the cat box. Glad to have you here, Chester Sisters. Lord Battler, allow me to express our deep gratitude for your invitation. In the future, we will endeavor to show even more... Come on, don't be so stiff and formal. Tonight, we're all equal. Where's Gap? That's right, yeah. Battler gets it, yeah. Stop it, 410. 410? 410 or 410? You're getting carried away. We'll get in trouble. It's been so long since I've seen them, right? Forget how I dressed them. Hey there, Leash. Long time no see. Wow, how long has it been since we've had so many of us here? Not since Natsuki's trial, right? You could hardly call that a party. Episode 5. If you're talking about a party, you better not try and leave us out of it. Dang, just how many of them are there? If they keep coming like this, there'll be more of them than us humans. Clap. You can come out now, Sakataro. Who are you? So I did get spoiled on one thing. We're not gonna get an answer to what Angie saw in this episode. But apparently, if you go back, you can see what she saw. And what she saw was a Sakataro plushie. So that means it was mass-produced, and Rosa's a terrible mother. Oh hey, Lanner's here. Lord Battler, it was an honor to receive your invitation. Let it be known that it is an honor. How do you go back to that scene? I would have to reload episode 4. Like, did they show it at some point? So I guess in that image where she sees something, you can see it in that image. And it's supposedly on the middle left. I haven't looked at it, but that's what people were saying. So it's hidden, but yeah, that's what it was. Hey, glad you came. It's been a long time. How have you been? Very well, thank you. Fighting with you all is always extremely fun. I've had enough of stamping documents. Even Lanner's here? So wait, is Erica gonna show up? Commander Lanner, know that your to-do box is piling up as we speak. Please make haste with the approval of our vacation papers. They are exceedingly important. Wahahaha. Sounds like living in the Great Court is as boring as ever. Ew, Erica. Lord Battler, I fear I must bring you some sad news. What is it? Lanner held out an envelope. It was one of the invitation cards that Battler had handed out for this night's party. The name on the card was Furuto Erica! Oh my god! We did all we could. The invitation was filled with stamps bearing the unreadable words of various foreign countries. Even without reading them, it was easy to guess that it had been returned to sender. Destination unknown. Aww. I see. Thanks for trying so hard. The depths of oblivion are like an empty, endless desert. Or perhaps the bottom of the sea. No one besides Lady Mercastel herself could find her location. So she's just in the void. I did send invitations to those witches too. We'll have to hope they have the kindness to bring her along. Lady Mercastel is just like a cat. She'll show up whenever she feels like it, but when she isn't in the mood, she'll never come, no matter how often you call her. Oh, they even invited the witches? Wow. Ha 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 ha, yeah, that kid's totally like a cat. She'll come to get her food, but she won't let you pet her head. No pets. Lambda Delta. So, you came. Believe it or not, I'm a busy person, okay? Still, I am Beato's guardian. Wasn't I your guardian too? Well, anyway, I came because it's my responsibility. I happen to be in the neighborhood, so I stopped by. Hey, you, Goda. I brought some presents. Could you just put these wherever for me? For someone who just dropped by because she was in the neighborhood, she bought an awful lot of presents, which included colorfully wrapped bottles and food boxes. Mercastel isn't here yet. You really think she'd come? She's not the kind of kid who'd just drop by to say hi at a game she's lost. Probably. After all, she is very proud. I seem to remember her putting us through hell. But she's still one of the players in this game. Thought it'd be good to have her over to celebrate the final night of the final game. You're right. Without that kid, this game might not have reached its conclusion. Enemies and allies are the bare minimum you need for a game. True. Without a foe, there can be no game. At least I can enjoy defeat as just another part of the game. That kid can't. It's too bad, but she's been through a lot. So please, don't blame her too harshly. Actually, I was planning to thank her. A lot of crazy stuff happened, but thanks to her, we were able to make it to where we are today. Thanks. I don't know when I'll see her next. But if I'm lucky, I'll get my chance in a few hundred years. I'll let her know what you said. Ah, that's right. They don't have invitations, but I've brought 2 guests with me. Guests? Who? I'm pretty sure I sent invitations to all the usual suspects. Come on over, you two. I'll introduce you. Leon? Hey, okay. When Lambda snapped her fingers, the empty air exploded and 2 forms appeared. If it isn't Willard. Hey, see you're as short as ever. I'm so excited. Hey, Zyko. What are you excited about? Now here are some unfamiliar guests. Who are they? Oh, don't pinch my ass. Shouldn't we be introducing ourselves first? I'm fairly certain that Battler-kun and the others in this world don't know about us. This? The stream? It's the weekend, yay? I might have been drinking a little. What are you drinking? What do you have? What are you having? You have the mark of the one-winged eagle on your clothes. Are you in Ushirmiya? Oh, my name is Ushirmiya Leon. Oh, they're both combined? While carrying out a job as an Inquisitor of Heresy at Byrne's request, Willard met Leon. In the final stages of the tale, he rejected the tragedy presented by the Witch of Miracles. In search of a happy ending, they have wandered through the Sea of Fragments, putting their lives on the line. They are now under Lady Lambda-Delta's protection. Oh wow. Good job, Lambda-Delta. Little whiskey tonight? Nice. In my world, we're cousins. I'll introduce Leon. This is the successor to the Ushirmiya family headship, born only in a world of extremely low probability. In that world, Jessica isn't an only child. She's Leon's little sister. Now there's a surprise. So there's a world like that? Wait, you couldn't be. Pleased to meet you, Beatrice. I know quite a lot about you. Sorry, cute thoughts. Seeing you smiling happily is the greatest joy I can imagine. I'm as glad as anyone else that you've made it to this point. And I see. So it's you. I'm glad you're here. To realize who and what Leon was. The two of them stared at each other's faces, as though looking at their own face in the mirror. Willard's name? Just a passing stranger who got caught up in a game you know nothing about. He's an Inquisitor of Heresy from the Great Court, like myself. A truly skilled one, though he is now retired. I see. Fear Liner's friend. Can't be anyone bad. Please, make yourself at home. Just where did these two come from? Byrne brought them in and made them pieces. When she was done with them, about to crush them, I picked them up. Ah wow, said leaving them there would leave a bad aftertaste. Is that okay? If by chance Lady Mercastel does drop by here. On this game board, they're my pieces, okay? And I can't wait to see the look on that kid's face when she bumps into them in a place like this. Giggle, giggle, giggle. I don't really get it, but you obviously brought them here for some shady reason. That's all for my gifts. I'll just hang around for the rest. I'm leaving the rest to you, the host. Come, Lord Battler. If you don't announce it, you can't start. The start of tonight's party at the end of this long, long game. Ladies and gentlemen, your silence, please. Our territory lord, Lord Battler, has a message he wishes to convey to you all. Enough of that. It's embarrassing. Come on, it's a wife's responsibility. I'm not letting anyone else take it. Beata sulked and handed Battler a glass of champagne. Come to think of it, everyone had a glass in their hands now. I was gonna sleep, but JP went live the moment I thought of bed. I'm sorry. Oh man. You have tomorrow off? Nice. Maria, you're a kid, so drink some sparkling cider instead. Ooh, I want champagne too. Hey, Maria-chan, why don't we drink some sparkling cider together? Battler, the drinks are getting warm. Agreed. Begin, Battler. No objections, I see. This way, please, Lord Battler. Renova motioned towards the center of the room. When Battler stepped forward, everyone silently awaited his words. Usually work Saturdays, though. You can afford to stay up, it'll be fine. Glad you all can make it. This marks the end of my long game with Beata. I've invited everyone who's been a part of this game as a piece, a player, or a game master. Hope you'll enjoy this unending night to the fullest. Not sure if I slept yet today, actually. Now that I think about it, you haven't? Oh man. Cheers. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses to the heavens as they cheered, and afterward, the soft sound of glasses clinking together rang out across the room. So we're just having a party. It's fine. I don't know, actually. Don't remember. Only I was apart from all that fun noise. Oh, Angie's awake. Maybe that was what did it. Before I realized it, my cheeks were wet with tears. I was lying on the sofa, covered by a blanket. I can just barely remember getting sleepy and falling asleep in a chair. Someone probably carried me here. I can't actually hear them, but I get the feeling that everyone's still in the hall, having a good time. I want to go there too. No, I will go over there. It's what I wanted all along, but I never took the first step. I'll go to where everyone is. My head still feels hazy, but there aren't any complicated thoughts in my mind. But that's okay. It's okay if my head's empty. I'll be together with everyone. I'll go to where they are. That's all that matters. I got up from the sofa and put on my shoes. Let's go. To where everyone is. Maybe blow my nose or something. So 1 second. I don't know why it's stuffy. The parlor door was shut. I tried to open it, but maybe because of my clumsiness, I couldn't get it open. It was a bit creepy, as though the bad dream I just had was still going on. It won't open. Why? It isn't even locked. My mood grew darker and darker. The knob that locks or unlocks the door is on this side. If I twist it, I should be able to lock or unlock it. I turned it. Click. Door won't open. Did I accidentally lock it just now? I turned it. Click. The door won't open. It didn't open last time, so it should have opened this time. I don't have a clue how I'm supposed to turn it to unlock the door. Kept on alternating between turning the lock and roughly twisting the doorknob. Not invited Pepe hands? Oh no. Poor Angie. Began to get irritated, wondering why they'd locked me away behind such an inconvenient door. Eventually, I ran out of patience and pounded hard on the door, but that noise didn't bring anyone to me. Snow's melting again, exposing all the dead grass particles or whatever. No longer winter. Why am I locked up in a place like this, all alone? Everyone else is having a fun party right there in the hall. Let me out of here. At that moment, a cold wind blew past me. The wind rippled through my hair, wind inside. Spent all week with a tickle on my sinuses or something. Oh, same. I see. The stuffy nose. I forget how you describe Minnesota's seasons. But is it the end of one of the seasons? I turned around to find the window curtain waving about. We have like 12. There was a sound like scraping or crying. At some point, the double window had opened outwards toward the darkness. The icy wind that came through it told me that this window was the only exit from this room. Oh. Huh? I suddenly realized that the darkness beyond the open window was glaring at me, and my heart leapt. Jingle. A cute sound rang out. I finally understood. That sound was a cat's bell. The glaring emerald eyes in the darkness were those of a cat standing in the open window. Its pitch black, luxuriant fur left only the eyes visible, blending in with the darkness easily. Monka burn. Did the Ushimiya family own a cat? It has a bell on it, so it can't be a stray. It's a cat someone owns. At any rate, the cat was standing by the window and staring straight at me. Who are you? Of course, the cat didn't answer my question. I didn't think it was a cute cat, but I thought it might be trying to tell me something. So I approached it, slowly. As I did, the cat did an about face, turning its back to me. Then it turned its head to look at me, almost as though it was telling me to follow it, and leapt down to the darkness, leaving the jingle of its bell behind. When I peeked out the window, I saw the cat waiting for me under the pounding rain. I finally realized this window was the only exit out of this closed room parlor. The cat must have come to tell me that. Winter Part 1, Fake Spring 1, Winter Part 2, Fake Spring 2, Winter Part 3, Electric Misery, 3-second actual spring, Summer Part 1, Construction Season, Fake Fall 1, Summer Part 2, then actual fall, and repeat. So you're in Winter Part 2? Or Fake Spring 1? The longer I keep standing around here, the longer the cat will have to wait in the rain. That's no good. It'll catch a cold. I climbed up onto the windowsill and went out the window. The wind was strong and the rain was cold, but it didn't get wet as I thought it would. It might have been the mansion's shadow. When the cat saw that I was outside, it walked along the wall of the mansion as if guiding me. It quickly disappeared into the blackness, but every now and then, it would turn around and set the bell jingling to let me know it was there. Eventually, a window with light seeping out came into view. This is potentially Winter Part 3 or Fake Spring 2, somewhere around there. I see. So many more seasons left. You got normal seasons here? It was the window to the hall. When I peeked inside, I saw everyone having a good time. I couldn't hear their voices, but they were all right there. Must be nice. Open up! Open up! I pounded on the window, but no one heard. Maybe the window was really thick, maybe it was just noisy inside. Or it might have been so dark outside that I blended in with darkness. In the event, no matter how much I hit the window, it didn't look as though anyone noticed. By this point, my loneliness was giving way to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Suffering leads to the dark side. I don't know. Why don't you notice me? Why did you lock me up in that room all alone? I've had enough. I'll get inside somehow and yell at everyone. The cat realized that I had given up knocking on the window, led me onwards with another jingle. Just where is this cat going? I know it's following the wall of the mansion. That's not the way to the front door. The front door might be locked. I'm sure the cat knows the way into the mansion, and is leading me there, away from the light seeping from the hall, and towards the blackness lit only dimly by the lights in the garden. The cat and I continued to walk. What's Burton doing? And then I found it. An open window. cat stood below it and looked between me and the window, as though telling me to go inside. Thanks, kitty. I'd like to give you some milk to thank you. Won't you come with me? And I walked closer to pick the cat up. It slipped away from my hands and flew into the bushes in a nearby flower bed. Then, as though it really had melted away, into the darkness inside the bush, all traces of it vanished. No matter how much I strained my ears, I couldn't hear the sound of that bell. Suddenly, the wind changed directions, and the rain started to hit me fiercely. I can't stay in a place like this forever. I'll go inside. What room is this, I wonder? Is it the guest room, or... Rather, it was locked. I climbed up onto the windowsill and entered the room. Then the window silently shut and locked itself. Good. That saved me the trouble of doing it myself. The room was completely dark. However, as my eyes got used to the darkness, I was able to make out a few things. It was a large room. There was a long table and many chairs. It was the dining hall. Oh? Perhaps because I realized this and relaxed, it quickly became hard for me to make out details. I searched blindly along the wall for the light switch. Then finally, I felt a familiar shape. Wouldn't it be annoying if I pushed this and the light didn't come on? Click. In fact, it was nearly the opposite. An annoyingly bright light filled the dining hall and made my eyes hurt. I slowly opened my tightly shut eyes. And then, I saw the state the room was in. Oh! Okay. Yeah. The dining hall was covered with blood. Here and there were humans lying on the floor. And I realized that two of the people were my own parents. Monkas. They did. Can you do that noise again? Yeah. Monka W. So who's dead? Hey, are you having a great time, people? Love it's my favorite thing. If anyone's not having a good time, we're gonna eat you. Yell and sing the praises of tonight's banquet. Ha 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 ha. The hall was alive with a mingling of humans and the magical illusions who lived on this island. At first, everyone stayed with their own groups, too nervous to mingle. However, as time passed, people started to move around and both halves began to chat happily together. But they just never listen, do they? Leadership's important. You need to lead by example if you want anyone to follow you. Maybe some subordinates are like that, but I've never had any success with ordinary methods. Anyway, you're done for if your subordinates don't take you seriously. It's important to scold people loudly, even for small mistakes, every once in a while in front of everyone else. No, Rosa. You can't do that. We'll just make everyone scared. The leader has to be an example for everyone to follow. If you really want to be a leader... Everyone listened intently to the Vegetalian's theory on leadership. This was after several rounds of drinks had gone by and everyone was unnaturally focused on the conversation. Kirie, why do you get stronger the more jealous you are? Don't make it sound so bad. If I want something, I don't let it slip away. I always put that theory into practice. There's nothing more to it. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Even more food is on the way. Butting in on the family party like this. And yet, well, I hate to admit it, every movement of his is flawless. Just what sort of hotel did he train at? Oh, is he talking about Renault? Too bad, Renault-sama just happens to be totally perfect. But I still love Goda more. This one's been cooked just right. Seven sisters have blended into the party perfectly, and they're making things interesting. And yet, many great mysteries are called masterpieces despite being shut down by Van Dyne's 20 rules. It's not like I'm trying to shut down anything. Mystery novels exist for the sake of your own amusement. If you have fun, that's all that matters. Know that even the great wizard hunting right has gone quite soft. Whether it's literature or forms of amusement, generally accepted rules change with the times. Must be the same with mystery novels, yes? Everyone chimed in on Will's theory of mystery novels. There was no shortage of things to talk about. Yes, that is a fitting attitude for a beginner. However, at that rate, you'll never become a key player in your organization. But know that the regulations are always to be enforced. That's something for newbies to do. Don't forget that regulations and rules are pretty much guidelines for the new guys who don't know any better. JP, what's up, Psycho? You said it. Can't really call yourself an adult until you learn how to move outside the rules. You're still a kid if you let the rules hold you back. Did you listen to the MCR song? I did. I got a minute in and then I stopped. I don't know, it didn't... That one didn't catch me. I do want to really listen to some of their other works, though. Can't stand letting other people do the work. I'm Mammon of Greed. I'll do all the jobs myself. You love that song, though? Sorry, Psycho. I'll give it another shot. When I go back. That's some spirit you've got there. How much are they paying you for being a sister of purgatory? Come get a job at my husband's business instead. I'll recommend you personally. Listen, my opinion doesn't matter, Zyko. As long as you love it, that's all that matters. Calls a mansion not a house, but a tomb. So he's choking from the stench and the fumes. The humans and the illusions are now very much on casual terms. I see. So this is how it's done in the world of witches. Yeah, you've got it, yeah. Where we come from, you pour the tea onto the saucer, press your palms on the table and slurp it up like a diod. Yeah. What the hell are you teaching her? Who does that? Nutty, what do you think you're doing? Getting tricked like that, not your age. Get away from her, Satan. How can you be so rude to Natsuhi-san? Huh? Why are you crying, Satan? Was I too hard on you? Oh. Oh god. My angsty teen years. Chester 410-san, please stop giving my pure and trusting mother such crazy ideas. Don't worry, it won't leave a mark. 410 started yelling about animal abuse, jumping around in circles and holding her butt. Leon! I wonder if there's a prince out there for me. I want to have some hot, passionate love. If I fell in love, could I become a beautiful princess too? Of course! Love is a miracle, power, a mineral. A mineral? It grants you invincible strength. Giggle. Is that the person who once claimed that love equals lust, I hear? Indeed. It seems she's getting her fill every night. Shut up, you perverts. The circle surrounding Beto is always a lively one. Yeah, I know how you feel. It's only when we're given orders that we find meaning in our lives. I get nervous when I don't have any orders. Someone order me to do something or I'll die. You can't have that attitude. You gotta find your own meaning for your life. Cut your own path. That's right. Your resolve has to be certain and absolute, okay? Back when I was human, I lived like a daredevil all the time. But shakily, when Delta started talking about her theory of life. Apparently she'd also had her fair share of champagne. Well, if it's Satoko, then that tracks. What a bizarre scene. Giggle. Yeah, I guess so. Liner-sama, would you like some more to drink? Something non-alcoholic. After all, I am a kid. Shannon-chan will do. Do you have a second? Battler came back into the hall. He was searching for a servant, and the first one his eyes met was Shannon. Of course, Battler-sama. Do you need something? Sorry, but would you mind lending me the key to the parlor? The parlor? I can get you in with a master key, but why? Well, I was just wondering if Angie was asleep, so I went over there. The door was locked. Locked? After we carried Angie-sama to the sofa, we shut the door, but we didn't lock it. Don't tell me that Angie... She must have felt like she was being left out of the fun and locked the door from the inside in a huff. Silly kid. Giggle. Shall we unlock it then? Yeah, if you don't mind. Sorry about the trouble. Battler and Shannon left the hall together. In the hall, Lambda Delta started suggesting that they all have another quiz tournament together. Apparently, the Witch of Certainty would be handing out prizes. Everyone seemed enthusiastic about the idea. Smiling contently at the ensuing uproar, Battler headed towards the parlor. Oh boy. Really is locked. Shall I open it? She was sleeping, so I didn't knock on the door, but if she locked it, that proves she woke up. Let's try knocking once. Battler knocked on the door and called Angie's name. However, there was no response from the other side. He pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully, but there was no hint of Angie unhappily throwing a cushion at it. She might have fallen asleep again after having her little tantrum. Could you open it for me? As you wish. Shannon took out her master key and unlocked the door. Then she stepped back to let Battler go through. Angie, I'm coming in. Speaking in a quiet voice to avoid waking Angie if she was asleep. Battler opened the door. Then, just as the door was open, a chilly breeze drifted by. The breeze, which felt like outside air, immediately caught the attention of the pair, and they looked at each other. It could be seen at a glance that Angie wasn't in the parlor. The curtains on the wide open window fluttered about. Angie? Angie! The blanket lay crumpled up on the sofa. It sat there just as Angie had left it after waking up. The blanket was slightly warm. Clearly she had been here until a short while ago. Angie-sama? Are you there? She obviously wasn't playing hide-and-seek. Angie was nowhere to be seen in the parlor. Battler peered out the open window into the rainy blackness. So she slipped out the window in this rain and went, where? If I can remember Angie's List? What is Angie's List? It's a charity, right? Or no? What is it? Tackle any home project? Look at our reviews. I see. Home needs. What was that shit about? Did anyone actually use that? I've never been to that site. It's like a site where you leave reviews on businesses or something. Oh. Yeah, I never used it. I do remember the commercials. But yeah, I never used it. Do you think Angie-sama might have gone out the window? That'd make her one hell of a sleepwalker. She couldn't have left from the main entrance, so she probably doesn't have an umbrella. It was very hard to imagine a reason Angie might have for going outside in this weather. I have a bad feeling about this. This shouldn't be happening. I'm the game master of this game board. So why are we in a situation that the game master can't understand? A large bolt of lightning lit up the surrounding area for an instant, but I was unable to see any trace of Angie. Okay. Now it's my turn to think of a question. Okay. So you have a third of a cake, a quarter of a cake, and a fifth of a cake all on a plate. It takes 30 minutes to eat one whole cake. So how much is left on the plate when you're finished eating? Nothing. Right? At that moment, there was a roar of thunder and the lights flickered. The cheery voices vanished in an instant, like candles being blown out. I mean, there would be no cake left if you finished, right? Still, there'd be no math. None. That's a riddle you were tricked with once, isn't it? Amidst the silence, one voice rang out and answered Lambda's riddle. I got it right. Hey, Burn. The crowd parted. In the form of a girl, 1,000-year-old witch came into view. She had been invited. She was an official guest, holding an invitation to this party. Sorry I'm late. I was busy planning some festivities to lighten up the party. As Brimcastel spoke, she looked around at everyone. Oh? And I thought you two were rotting away in the fragment sea. They're my pieces now. Pretty cool, right? Humph. She stared at Leon and Will with an unnerving smile on her face, but she seemed to lose interest. Where's Battler and Beato? I'm a guest, aren't I? Isn't there anyone to welcome me in? I'm here. We did invite you, but I didn't expect you to actually come. I see. This must truly be a miracle. Now that's an interesting way to put it. Giggle. Why'd everyone get so quiet? This is a party, right? Go ahead and be noisy just for the hell of it. Or is you welcoming me with silence part of some kind of joke? Now it's your turn. My turn for what? You asked where Battler was, so I told you I was here. Now it's your turn. What are you talking about? Something happened? Angie's gone. Even I, the game master, don't know where she went. That's insane! Isn't this your game? That doesn't make sense. If Angie disappearing isn't a scenario created by Battler, that means there must be another game master. Is that even possible? Oh, yes. I was surprised myself. Just when I opened the game board to start a delightful game of my own, I found that Battler had started up this bizarre game at the same time. Never thought I'd be in a game with two game masters. In other words, you're admitting that you hid Angie away somewhere. It would seem so. After all, no one could introduce a scenario you didn't build, except another game master. So, is this one of those festivities to liven up the party that you mentioned? You all looked like you were having a blast with that quiz tournament, so I decided I want to join in. You chose to hold Angie hostage for that purpose. You've got it, Battler, Beato. I want to challenge you to a game. You cannot refuse. Not if you treasure Angie as a little sister, that is. What do you want? Lambda and I made a bet about the game between you and Beato. I must acknowledge that I've lost. At least, that I've lost to Lambda. Giggle, giggle. Byrne tries to act all dry, but she's way more persistent than she looks. So you're saying you lost to me, but not to Battler and Beato? It seemed as though Byrne might smile. However, she didn't. His cold eyes spoke without words. Battler understood. He had played so many games against Beato. Those games had been a wordless message from Beato. So he knew. He understood. She wants to fight us. Is that it? She'll be a fearsome opponent. We can't back out. I know that. We mustn't let Angie become Lady Mercastel's plaything. Beato understood as well. She understood why Mercastel was asking for one final battle. I never thought I'd see Byrne fighting openly like this. Do you find that funny? Why would I? Thanks. And Delta understood as well. Before the tale of Battler and Beato ended, before everything was locked away in the cat box, Mercastel would finally move from the audience to the stage. I fucking love this pipe organ. I wonder what the track is. I'm sure they've played this before. That witch, who had hidden off to the side of the stage, unwilling to come out into the light, would now show that she had the courage to step forward onto the stage itself. As a friend, Lambda Delta showed that she understood Mercastel's human emotions, which had given her this courage. Is there anything I can do? Please, act as an observer for my game. Sure. If you promise that you'll release Angie if we take part in your game, that is. Of course. Without such a promise, we aren't obligated to go along with this farce in any way. You may not owe me anything, but you'll never see Angie again. In that case, you can enjoy being branded as a loser for the next few centuries. Beato, don't provoke her. This isn't a fight we can back down from. Indeed. Now that a hostage had been taken, their ability to negotiate had disappeared. However, Lambda Delta was agreeing to become an observer if that would make Mercastel promise to release Angie. Unless she held Mercastel to a promise like that, the latter would have nothing to lose. To make this final fight, Mercastel wanted a proper one. Lambda Delta made her agree to this. Of course, Lambda. I promise. When the game ends, I'll release Angie. Don't make a fool of me, okay? When I get shamed, I never let go of the one who did it until they regret it. You know I'm a sucker for pipe organ music. So they gotcha. Lambda Delta spoke in a soft, threatening tone. However, Bernkastel laughed lightly, as though the look on Lambda Delta's face was merely cute. I swear it. I swear it on our friendship. Phew. Lambda Delta whistled and grinned. Apparently, this was the most reliable oath Bernkastel could utter. These two are the smuggest girls ever, like what the fuck? They'd be like... It's Lambda and Burn. Okay. Lambda Delta nodded, looked between Battler and Bernkastel and spoke. By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch of Certainty, I accept the role of observer for your fight. Battler, Beato, you have no objections, right? Am I wrong, though? You're not wrong. Battler and Beato nodded at each other, then nodded at Lambda Delta to show their determination. I'm so glad. We finally get to fight each other. I had a feeling I'd end up fighting you sooner or later. Since when? Are they like the villains or something? In a way? Kind of? It's all a game. They're just the opponent. I'm not sure. Might have been before I even learned your name. Battler vaguely remembered her speaking to him, somewhere in an unconscious world he couldn't recall. At the time, it sounded like she was giving him advice for his fight with Beato. Or is there a villain? Nobody answer that, in case spoilers. I don't think there's villains, it's more... I don't know. I mean, there's culprits for the other games, but... like an overall villain? Now, knowing what we know now, I don't think so. I think it's all just a game. But thinking back on it, there was a bit more to it than that. She might have been a cat fighting from the sidelines, too scared to go out into the bright sunlight. So I had a vague premonition that, eventually, we would stand opposed to each other on the game board in some way. I mean, the witches are definitely, like, they can be evil. They can be Monka-esque. She was also one of the players. Now at the very end, as the game board is being put away, she's finally found the courage to step up onto the stage. I'd like to accept your brave challenge. In the name of that courageous girl who was once your piece. I forced Erica to fight a duel. I wanted to win. Even more strongly, I didn't want to lose. The fear of possibly tasting defeat tormented me. And thinking back on it, I envied you two back then. Erica was a great piece of yours, and my rival. Won't forgive you for abandoning her in the end and burying her in the depths of oblivion. Just what do you want me to do? Apologize to Erica? Save Erica from the depths of oblivion, and invite her to this party. Save Erica? I feel the same as Battler. She was a piece who stood in opposition to us, but she was only faithfully fulfilling her role. There can be no game without a rival. She remains our enemy, but she's also an important friend to us. Even though she made you suffer so much. We fought a fair fight. The outcome may have changed our fates, but now that we've dueled each other, we'll always be friends. Yeah, everyone's friends. My lips are going numb. Shit is strong, I like it. The whiskey. You want to be their friend too, don't you, Burn? That's why you want a fair fight with them now, isn't it? Are you laughing at me? We aren't. On the contrary, we welcome it. Even though I've taken a hostage. If you didn't, you probably wouldn't have been able to come up onto the stage. There had been no need to take a hostage. Battler and Beato had been more than willing to accept this final duel, if Bernkastel wished it. It was hard to make out anything from Bernkastel's tone and expression. Fine. That's fine. I'll release Erica from the depths. I'm glad you decided to do this. For someone as proud as Bernkastel, forgiving the peace who had caused her defeat should have been nearly unbearable. Battler knew this, so he realized how much this bit of compassion had cost Bernkastel. Bernkastel snapped her fingers and a black cat slipped out of her shadow. I tossed her all the way into the deepest parts of Oblivion. Might take her a while to get here. It matters not. There's no danger of the food and drink running out. Go, kitty. Guide that kid here. When she gave this order, the cat melted into the darkness, its bell jingling. Erica's on the way! I can hardly believe that you forgive Erica. I don't plan on forgiving her. So, she's not my piece anymore. I wouldn't feel like picking her up. After all, you already picked up Leon and Will. Bernkastel, you have my thanks. Oh good, Erica. Oh, that's right, from Zero Escape, right? Okay, enough with the sentimentality. I've already had as much as I can bear. Fucking what? Or no? Different Erica? No, I mean Erica. The yandere? Oh, like from this game? Sure. Where we have the game. Or from something else. As far as I care, we could have it here. Didn't she force marry us? Oh yeah, she did. You're right. As far as I care, we could have it here, with all the noise. Or in the usual quiet spot. Lady Bernkastel has already shown that she has the courage to stand before a great many people. There is no point in making her suffer any longer. Good point. Let's go to the usual place. It's a little manga-esque. Yeah, she did do that. But she lost. She's fine. Any objections, Bern? None. Sorry, partygoers. We'll be heading out for a bit. Please continue to enjoy yourselves. Separ, Fur, liven this place up. When Erica gets here, let's have everyone give her a warm welcome. When you casually forget about the forced matrimony, it's in the past, it's fine. Yes, Lady Lambadelta, your wish is our command. Now then, let us take her to the usual room, a fitting place for a battle of wits. And Battler snapped his fingers, his face shattered. Listen, Erica may or may not be my best girl. May or may not be. They were now in the smoking room of the witches, the place where witches had once debated, schemed, and reasoned all they could. Bernkastel had been invited there once again, and the final game would now begin. Don't offend it. Erica did nothing wrong. Do you have a game prepared? Of course. Worked hard in this game, and I'm pretty proud of it. So, Bern will be the game master, and Battler and Beato will be the players. Will it be a normal game where Bern creates a murder tale and the two players have to reconstruct it with human tricks? I vote for Lambda Dudan. She's all the right kinds of smug. Delta's not bad. Not a bad choice, I mean. I'm interested to see what sort of scenario Lady Bernkastel develops. We'll explain things with the blue truth, and you'll knock those down with the red truth. We're okay with those rules. My game will be a simpler one. It's just a quiz of guessing the culprit. I don't feel like trading red and blue with you. Huh, okay. Oh, what kind of game would that be? Would you mind letting me have a look at it first? Bernkastel held her palm upwards and play it palely? Glowing fragment appealed there. Lambadelta brushed it with her hand and shut her eyes. The feel of the burn comes off too? Haughty, but in all the wrong ways to me. I don't know, I'm wary of her. Yeah, she's a schemer. She's got plans. See? It's a simple game, isn't it? You're right. It's much more straightforward than the mind games they used to play in the past. This isn't even a game about witches and humans anymore. That's right. This is a game about humans. What a surprise. The game Byrne created to combat Bayoneta's fantasy is a genuine mystery. Please explain. It's extremely simple. You'll watch the tale Byrne has prepared for you. There are several rules to it, but if you follow them as you read it through, it'll lead you to a single truth. In other words, an answer. So, it's an ordinary mystery novel? I see. In that case, there's no need for combat between Red and Blue Truth. In Bayoneta's games, the argument had been about whether the story was a mystery or not. However, Byrne game was a mystery. There was no need to argue over that from the start. It's not even that like the scheming, but I don't know. Maybe it's the lack of charismatic smugness. The song is bop too. It's all around good OST. She doesn't show off her smug face too much. She's too cool about it, too smooth. I've even cut out the motive and the tricks. There's only one question I'm asking you. Who done it? What a simple yet fitting game to conclude our fight. No cheap tricks. Just a stoically simple game. This is a genuine duel. As the observer, I'll say this. This game is made to be solvable. In other words, I guarantee that it's a suitable setting for your duel. Byrne, I know I keep on saying this, but are you really sure? Battler and Bayoneta's relationship started because they both love mystery. I agree it's a pretty tricky scenario, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to stop these two. If my best tell can't stop them, then what comes will come. The important thing is that Lady Murgistel put everything she had into this game. You're right. Will that be enough to stump us? That's all this simple game is about. Thanks, Lambda. Thanks to you, you know that this duel will be a fair fight. You're welcome. I'm happy too. It'll be an honor to witness Byrne fighting this precious fight. I'm also honored to have you as an opponent. Same here. I underestimated you. I did it without even stepping onto the battlefield with you. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. So let me fight. Indeed. Show us what you got. I swear if I win the lottery, the house I build will have a pipe organ built into it. I want some so bad. Pipe organs. If I win, I'll be to look down on you for the real this time. And if I lose, I'll surely be reminded of the emotion I know I've forgotten. Indeed. Byrne, whether you end up winning or losing, I promise you one thing. What's that? When this duel is over, we'll be friends. Huh. Enough of that, please. Sentimentality is killing me. I just want to learn how to play one. Lambda clapped her hands. Pleasant sound rang out. Will you be the reader, Byrne? Or shall I do that? I don't need a reader. Huh? A reader, Miko, can use their own voice to embellish or distort the tale. Even if there was no cheap trickery in my game, by having a reader, any amount of trickery could be added. Yes, that is true. That's another of the Game Master's privileges. I want to have a straightforward duel with you. So I don't need a reader. You can read this tale with your own eyes and ears. Are you sure? That means you've lost almost all of your advantages. Understood. You don't need a reader. We'll read the tale ourselves. If there is no reader, does that mean there will be absolutely no falsehoods contained in the narrated text? We're ready, Byrne. So I can compose gothic pieces. Would be fun. A showdown over a genuine mystery, without any cheap tricks. If you're gonna play fair and square, we'll challenge you head on too. Thank you. And I don't plan on losing either. No. That's no good, Lady Byrne. She's right. If you're a witch challenging us with a mystery, you can't have an attitude like that. Yeah, it's all useless. Mercastel, realizing what Battler and Beata were asking for, snorted. Then Medelta nodded at her, telling her to enjoy this final duel to the fullest. Hehehehe. What were you expecting, a happy mystery chat between humans and witches? Come on, don't make me laugh. Let's see if your cheery mysteries are any match for the one I've prepared. Let's see what you've got. That face is weird. Burns face. To be honest, I think it's also because Lambda Ding Dong's dress is cuter. She has a pumpkin. You can't beat pumpkins. It's true, it does. She does have a pumpkin. Not sure about that face. We wouldn't have it any other way. Yes, we'll accept your challenge. Lady Berkestal, Witch of Miracles. Alright, time to start. I, Game Master Ushumia Battler, and Beatrice, the Endless Witch, will be your opponents. Don't start crying when we wipe the floor with you. Take this. Here's my mystery. Berkestal took a fragment containing the game and smashed it against the table, shattering it with a brilliant light as the game scenario laid itself out. The curtain rose on the mystery Berkestal had created. Can't beat pumpkins. Very Halloween. It's a Halloween party. No sound but that of the falling rain filled the room. It covered the tragic scene in the bloody dining hall. At some point, Angie had fainted and fallen to the floor. Now her consciousness was slowly returning, forcing her to remember what had happened in this room. So she reflexively averted her gaze even before the memory overtook her. 6 bodies lay in the blood-stained dining hall. Strangely enough, as her consciousness returned bit by bit, the terrifying scene before her seemed somehow less intense. This time, Angie was able to look at the 6 corpses well enough to make out who they were. First, those of my own parents. They were a pitiful sight, colored bright red by bloody makeup. And lying next to them are Uncle Hideyoshi and Aunt Eva. Uncle Hideyoshi, the uncle who always says funny things and makes me laugh. And Aunt Eva, the aunt who seems to be so fond of me. Good job, Angie. Genji, the servant, is lying over there. And the one lying right here is Aunt Rosa. 6 people. Full 6 people had their lives taken from them, and they're lying in this room. Maybe I cried myself out before I fell unconscious. The scene before me was still terribly painful, but I was somehow able to look at it without losing my head. I already felt all the sadness I could at my parents' deaths. The next emotion that rose up inside me was a desire to check and see that everyone else was okay. Can't hear Hideyoshi without thinking of Bakuta Test. Oh, is there a Hideyoshi in that one? In that instant, I heard a scraping sound. Just as I was about to relax again, thinking I must have imagined it, I heard the same sound again. It was probably coming from the door. Someone was clawing at the door from the outside. Of course, I had no way of knowing who it was. You have much to learn, Mr. JP. I do want to start that up again at some point. However, for some reason, I was sure that it was that black cat scratching at the door. The black cat was telling me to leave this room. I understood and put my hand on the doorknob. I immediately noticed something odd. The door was locked. The same bad feeling I'd felt after being locked in the parlor crawled up on my spine. However, unlike the time in the parlor, this door unlocked itself easily when I turned the knob. I unlocked it and slowly opened the door. Beyond the door, I could see the dimly lit hallway, my cat dashing down it, away from me. Then it stopped, its emerald eyes glittering in the darkness, as though it was waiting for me to follow. The hallway was dark, and wrapped in an eerie silence, and the black cat saw that I was coming, walked forward as if guiding me. I could hear nothing except the creaking of the floor, the bell of the cat, and the sound of the storm outside. Parties being held in the hall. I should be able to hear at least a little of the noise from this hallway. Maybe it got really late and I was unconscious in the dining hall. It was a reasonable conclusion. Then we finally reached the main hall. The hall was frigid, and no trace of that party remained. Could all of that fun have been just an illusion? Black Cat's bell rang out, and I looked up. I saw that it had its feet on the stairway to the second floor, urging me to follow it. Are you going to the second floor? The Black Cat seemed to nod, and then silently went up the stairs. Guests were allowed to go wherever they wanted on the first floor. The second floor was Krause's family's house, and I remembered getting in trouble for trying to go up there. However, at that moment I couldn't think of any options other than following that cat. I walked along the dark hallway with the Black Cat. Eventually we reached one of the doors. Black Cat scratched the door, then turned to look at me. It must have been telling me to open it. Okay. I'll open it for you. Put my hand on the doorknob and felt the resistance of a lock again. This door is locked. Turned around to tell the cat this, but inexplicably, a single key lay right in front of the cat. Angie picked it up and stuck it in the keyhole. As she did, she finally noticed something strange with her fingertips. Blood. Somehow, Angie's fingertips had been stained with red with blood. She let out a short cry, and the key slipped out and fell to the ground. She finally realized, in the darkness, she hadn't noticed before. Black Cat's key was covered with blood. The emotions that had gone numb in Angie sprang back. A terrified scream rang out through the dark hallway. Even so, Angie would eventually open that door. That door led to Natsuki's room. Natsuki's room was a terrible mess. Blankets and sheets were torn. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones that I like. Cosmetics and books lay all over the place as though a typhoon had just ripped through it. And there are corpses. Krause and Natsuki's corpse. Corpses lay sprawled on the floor. Very shortly, Angie will step into this room. She will then scream in terror once more. Yeah, you like it? I forget when it first popped up. It's a good one. And it isn't limited to the dining hall in Natsu's room. It's got those cyber deradido sounds. The stormy rose garden. Sharon's tragic corpse lies exposed. Okay. Partway down the path to the rose garden, Cecil's corpse. When Angie finds that, she'll probably dash crying and screaming into the guest house. You like cyber sounds? And death awaits her inside the guest house as well. Just inside the front door is Nanjo's corpse. In the servant room nearby, even Goda and Kumisawa lie dead. Total number of corpses is 13. A full 13 corpses are waiting for Angie. So Nanjo, Goda, Kumisawa, Lursa Genji, Jessica, Shannon, so George Cannon, Battler, George Cannon Battler, Maria? What's those for? Not seeing Krause. George, Battler, Maria, Cannon. I think that's it. Full 13 corpses are waiting for Angie. They wait in the mansion, the guest house, in this desolate Rakajima. For Angie, exposed to the wind and rain, and tormented by thunder to find them. Wish they had just showing the blood. Been so trained by Dangan Rocky Taki to think another murder just happened. There was 13 murders, Psycho. 13 people are dead. Well, if all the people are dead, then... Huh? How does this work? The first Twilight. The tragedy of the first Twilight was discovered at 6 in the morning on the following day. Goda, who had woken up to get breakfast ready, went to check on the adult siblings who had remained in the dining hall since the previous night because of the family conference. Tell us about when you discovered the crime. The dining hall was locked up. Of course, there was a lock on the doors to the dining hall. They usually remain unlocked. I knocked, but there was no answer. Oh god, there's too many characters anyway. In this one. There's like at least 50, for sure. Too many. Song reminds me of Mario for some reason. I'm trying to think. You're gonna hear it. Like something in the Mushroom Kingdom. I knocked, but there was no answer. Sounds like a song from a Mario game, but I can't place what. Oh, like maybe an Mario RPG. Like a Boo's Castle or something. I'll never find this song now. It's okay, Zeko. I knocked, but there was no answer. That's when I arrived. I recommended that he try unlocking the door just in case. When I unlocked the door with the master key, a terrifying sight awaited me inside. Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, Rudolph-sama, Hide-sama, Rosa-sama, and Genji-sama. 6 people in all were lying there, covered in blood. Great tumult followed. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. I don't want to remember it. The sight of all the sobbing children crouched over the corpses of their own parents. There was a chance that they might have been alive still. Everyone was shaking them desperately. But it was no use. Each of the children confirmed the depths of their own parents. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed that Genji-sama was dead. Such a gruesome way to be killed. No one is going to mistakenly confirm a death, even though it was other than myself. Looks like all the victims died instantly. Okay. There's definitely a Mario song in one of the games that sounds like this. I see. I would imagine it's one of the RPGs, or the Paper Marios. Looks like all the victims died instantly. Hehehehe. After inspecting the interior of the dining hall, we determined that all the doors and windows had been locked, making it a closed room. Nothing suspicious was found inside the dining hall. Of course, there was no one hiding in the dining hall either. Naturally. All of us are here right now. It's clear that no one is hiding. But Dad, if that's true, it doesn't make sense. 6 people were killed and the dining hall is a closed room. How could someone have killed them and escaped? I'd rather not think of it. But perhaps the servants with their master keys are the most suspicious. They killed the 6, then left and locked the door with their master keys. It is a logical theory. Eek! That's absurd. Since there is no chance of the culprit hiding inside the dining hall, it made sense to assume that the culprit locked the door after committing the murder and exiting the room. It was only natural that the servants, with their master keys, would fall under suspicion. And you preface this by saying that twink isn't an oppressive term, it just means a svelte gay guy, but Kennen is a twink bishi, let's be honest. I just want to make sure, you know, I don't know Twitch and their words and their rules. But I said it. And sadly enough, the servants had an alibi. But I'll agree about Kennen. And again, it wasn't only the servants. Everyone else lacked an alibi as well. Is there any way to lock up from the outside without a master key? No, there isn't. I'm glad we agree. It's not enough. I'll say it with red truth. All doors can only be locked or unlocked with a master key. Of course, it is possible to lock or unlock the doors from inside the room even without a master key. There you have it. Any other questions? Shouldn't there be keys to each individual room in addition to the master keys? Normally those would exist. However, they make the game more complicated, so I've eliminated them. Red truth. We'll consider master keys to be the only keys that exist. In other words, all of the locks that appear in this game can only be locked or unlocked by master keys. That's what it means. It really is a simple game. In that case, we should now check the number of master keys and who holds them. There are 5 master keys total. One is held by each of the 5 servants. The keys will be managed, in a special way. Their servants keep master keys on their person at all times, so it is impossible for them to be stolen, handed over, or used by any human other than themselves. Wasn't that convenient? Someone check something. Okay. What the heck? Now they're saying less like keys and more like a fingerprinting system. It's the side eye, that's why. She does nothing but side eye, JP? That must be it. She doesn't face the camera. That's an interesting metaphor. In other words, in the world of this game, it isn't the master keys, but the 5 servants themselves that can lock or unlock doors. Sus. Tried to retrieve Genji-sama's master key, but had no luck. To guard against trouble later on, we destroyed Genji's master key. This was the crime of the first Twilight. The scene was the locked closed room of the dining hall. No, the servants holding master keys have alibis. Then again, no one else has an alibi either. Second Twilight? Well, we're just speedrunning this. Everyone returned to the parlor to discuss what should be done next. Phones were out, so they couldn't contact the police. Was a mysterious culprit hiding away somewhere, planning to attack their next victim at this very moment? Or was the culprit in here with them, mentally sticking out their tongue and tasting their next prey? None of them had alibis, and any one of them could have been a culprit. However, that tense feeling didn't last long. By midday, everyone got tired of arguing, and they decided to take a break. Kraus and Natsu announced that they wanted to talk with each other alone, and went up to the second floor. That was the beginning, and after that, everyone went their separate ways now and then, such as to head to the bathroom or gaze at the endless rain. However, no matter how much time passed, Kraus and Natsu were the only ones who didn't return. Calls were sent to both Kraus and Natsu's rooms using the extension phone line, but there was no answer. Something might have happened. Everyone headed to Kraus and Natsu's room together. And in Natsu's room, they found Kraus and Natsu lying sprawled on the floor. Madame's room is locked. It's just like the dining hall. After getting everyone's permission, I unlocked the door. Kraus-sama and Natsu-sama laid sprawled on the floor inside the room. Dr. Nanjo checked their pulse. Then he announced that the 2 of them had died instantly. Correct. I confirmed both of their deaths. There could be no doubt that they died instantly. I searched all over the room, looking for a clue. In the end, I found that the windows and doors had all been locked, making it a closed room. Another closed room? These servants all have master keys, so will be suspected again. But have no fear. After Madame began to suspect us, we started keeping an eye on each other. All of us servants were together the whole time. All of us servants can prove an alibi for all the other servants. Now that's interesting. So you're saying that this closed room is even more complete. In the case of the first closed room, no one had an alibi. So for this closed room, all of them have alibis. In this world, the servants themselves become living master keys. Since those servants have perfect alibis, it was impossible to lock Natsu's room. We decided to preserve the crime scene as it was. We put packing tape all over the outside of the doors and windows, sealing them. I'm sure the culprit left some sort of clue in this room. We made sure that no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. Then we did the same to the dining hall. We also sealed the dining hall in the same way. We reached the conclusion that the entire mansion itself should be preserved. We also sealed the mansion itself, and all of us took refuge in the guest house. We sealed the whole mansion? Packing tape on all the windows? We even used a ladder for the windows on the 3rd floor? The game would get complicated otherwise, so I've simplified it. All the windows had steel bars on them, so it's impossible to enter or leave by them. Therefore, we'll say that they conceal the whole mansion by sealing the 2 doors. The front one and the back one. Okay. Got it. That makes it easy. What do you think? Actually, killing the 2 people in Nazi's room would be easy. Someone would just knock and get them to open the door. However, they couldn't lock it afterwards. Only the servants can lock doors. But all the servants have alibis. Unless the servants are all in on it together. More importantly, the first Twilight has me suspicious. I think that one of the 6 who died in the dining hall was actually alive and committed the crime. It's because of Erica. Can't help but be suspicious when people are examining corpses. So you think that one of the first 6 victims was alive? Yeah, and afterwards they killed Kraus and Nazi. Then they locked the door from the inside, hid inside the room, and found a good chance to escape. That theory does make logical sense. Okay. I'll say it in red. The culprit of the first Twilight really did kill 6 people. Now I'll take a shot with the blue turret. Here's the true nature of this closed room. The culprit locked the door from the inside, then hid in Nazi's room. Kill 6 people? But everyone else is alive, right? Culprit locked the door from the inside, then hid in Nazi's room. Then after everyone left, they found an opportunity to escape. Sure, I'll deny that in red. The group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. Also, all the seals in Nazi's room. The dining hall and the mansion itself will not be broken. Hehehehe. In other words, you can't use that trick where they hide under the bed and slip out later. Interesting. Nice going, Bergstow. Thanks. So I'm gonna say that, I don't know, one of the culprits is hiding in the room. There's multiple culprits. Back from Quinn simping. Hello. Welcome back. How was the simping? This house is dope. I love all of it. I love that mansion. This was the crime of the second Twilight. The scene was Nazi's room, Locke's closed room. This time all the servants with master keys have alibis. The whole group, realizing the dangers of being inside the mansion, took shelter in the guest house. Fourth Twilight. All those who took refuge in the guest house decided to hole up in there until the typhoon passed. There, if everyone watched everyone else, they should be able to prevent further crimes both from inside and outside. However, they wouldn't be able to keep it up without any breaks until the typhoon passed. Once again, their actions left a weak point open, and they were faced with yet another tragedy. Shannon-chan and Kenny-kun went outside and on an errand and still haven't come back. George Nissan got upset, so we all went outside to look for them. We found Shan-chan lying there in the rose garden. Oh, poor Shan-chan. I prayed she was still alive. However, I was forced to acknowledge that she was dead. Of course, I also examined her and confirmed her death. When the two of them left, we were busy checking the locks around the guest house, so not one of us has an alibi. Me? Kill her? How could I have killed her? That's right. George and Nissan couldn't kill her. Ooh. Later on, we learned that George Nissan alone had an alibi. At the very least, George Nissan couldn't possibly have killed Shannon. To turn it around, anyone other than George Aniki could have killed her. To prevent the culprit from using it for any mischief, we destroyed the master key Shannon had on the spot. At the time Shannon is killed, Cannon goes missing forever. From now on, Cannon is treated as being killed. Also, Cannon's master key is treated as being destroyed. Well, that'd be rude, so I kept quiet about it. That's what happens when Shannon dies. In other words, we can interpret this as Shannon and Cannon being killed at the same time, even though we're missing a corpse? That's right. Looks like the crimes are moving along. This was the crime of the fourth Twilight. The scene was the Rose Garden. There were no locks or doors. It wasn't a closed room, so the master keys were no longer a factor. And the pace of the crimes began to accelerate. Fifth Twilight and the sixth Twilight. Gelda and Kumasawa? Everyone took shelter in the guest house. They carefully sealed all doors and windows, locking themselves in a closed room. However, several closed room murders had already occurred. Could locking themselves in a closed room do anything more than invite another tragedy? After arguing fiercely in the cousin room about finding the culprit, they decided that they should double-check Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Goda's testimony. And there, they learned that a tragedy had occurred once more. In both Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's cases, such wounds would have resulted in instant deaths, I believe. Such a gruesome way to die. Like hell they could survive with wounds like this. Goda-san and Kumasawa-san are both dead! Well, we have been busy, keeping a lookout and locking up and all that. Once again, none of us has an alibi. It's not true. Look, if they were killed in that way, the culprit would definitely have gotten blood splatter on themselves. But Dr. Nanjo and all of the cousins have no blood splatter on them. All of us, in other words, the four cousins and Dr. Nanjo, couldn't have killed Goda-san or Kumasawa-san. In that case, it's clear that the culprit is someone other than us. I guess that someone might have snuck in, so I checked around, but the guest house was still completely locked up. Perhaps the culprit has a master key after all. That's impossible. The master keys exist anymore except the two keys on the two people who lie dead here. Since the two master keys that exist here are here inside the guest house, that makes this guest house a perfect closed room. Well, since someone's dead, it obviously wasn't perfect. This was the crime of the fifth and sixth Twilights. The scene was the closed room known as the guest house. Goda's and Kumasawa's master keys were also destroyed, meaning that all master keys have now been lost. Now, no one can break into this closed room guest house. At least that should have been the case. Seventh Twilight. Jessica? This time, Dr. Nanjo was killed. He died in the entrance hall of the guest house. It was far too foolish of him to come here alone to check that everything was locked. He's dead. He's been killed. Even I can say for sure that this was an instant death. Everything is locked up perfectly. How did it happen if this is a closed room? That means the culprit is one of us. Impossible. Judging by the circumstances, Maria, Battler, George Nissan, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. In the first place, no one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. And look at this. Simply put, this is proof that Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. That means no one could kill Dr. Nanjo, right? So how was he killed? No one could answer that innocent question. This was the seventh Twilight. Once again, the crime scene was a closed room known as the guest house. Various bits of evidence made this crime seem even more impossible. Then the tragedy reached the eighth Twilight, the final one. The eighth Twilight. By now, it was clear that holding up wouldn't keep them safe. Jessica might have chosen anger as a way to number fear. She flew out of the guest house in rage, searching for the culprit that surely hid somewhere outside. George, Battler, and Maria hurriedly chased after her. Then, outside the building, they found Jessica lying on the ground. It was, as anyone could tell at a glance, a gruesome corpse. Poor Jessica-chan. She probably died instantly. There's no way anyone could live through this. Hehehehe. The three of us were together the whole time. George, Nikki, and Maria and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Yeah, the three of us couldn't have killed Jessica. I said Maria-chan could kill someone. Maria-chan couldn't kill anyone. Hehehe, thanks. George and Eton couldn't kill an adult. You could kill a kid, though. Hehehehe. I don't understand it at all. What the hell's going on here? Well, I've got it figured out. This was a Twilight. The crime scene was outside. However, the three who chased after Jessica have alibis. George, Butler, and Maria couldn't have killed Jessica. But I mean, the only way that it makes sense... I don't know about that first Twilight, that the culprit killed 6. That part trips me up. But looking at it, it has to be this one. However, the three who chased after Jessica have alibis. George, Butler, and Maria couldn't have killed Jessica. So, is there really someone hiding on this island apart from the Ushirimiya family? The curtain is lowered on this tale, for now. That's all for my tale. It's pretty well made. If you had a full-on reader, it'd stand up well against Beatsu's games. I agree there. You did a good job. Well, the real work comes from taking this, reading it, and making it worthy of proper theater going. Still, I'm stumped. On the face of it, the culprit has to be some mysterious person outside the Ushirimiya family. That would be the same as acknowledging the existence of a witch. We can also suspect the existence of some accomplices aiding the culprit. By the way, what was that purple text all about? New rule? I call them purple statements. It's a rule I made to make the story a bit easier to follow. Just think of the purple statements as important as spoken statements. In other words, you might be able to ignore the spoken statements that aren't purple. Oh, well, that's nice of you. Then, are the purple statements as reliable as red truth? Yes, you can think of the purple statements as having the same power as red truth. However, there's one exception. The culprit can tell lies with purple statements. I see. Turn it around, anyone who isn't a culprit can tell lies. Purple statements? These seem to be the key to Lady Mercastell's game. Yeah, that's right. I'll explain the rules. The definition of culprit is one who murders. It is possible for a culprit to lie. It is possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with the culprit. Okay. Culprit must carry out all murders directly, by their own hands. Culprit must not die. Culprit must be among the characters appearing in the story. Purple statements are as absolute as red truths. However, the culprit alone may lie with purple statements. That's all. The definition of a culprit is one who murders. Makes sense. It is possible for a culprit to lie. That seems reasonable enough, too. It is possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Well, no surprises there. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. How convenient. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with the culprit, right? So the culprit can't make accomplices tell lies to match their version of events? Damn. I guess it was that someone manufactured an alibi to cover it for the culprit, but... Aw, too bad. Culprit must carry out all murders directly, by their own hands. In other words, there are no remote or indirect methods of murder like traps. Culprit must not die. In other words, they can't commit murder from a former closed room, then commit suicide inside it. Doesn't that also mean that dead people can't be culprits? That's a simple yet vital piece of information. The culprit must be among the characters appearing in the story. So this isn't about some mysterious stranger who snuck onto the island. The appearing characters are the same old 17 people after Kinzo's removal. No one else appears in the story, so no one else matters. purple statements are as absolute as red truths. However, the culprit alone may lie with purple statements. Now here's the troublesome one. Might be the heart of this game. Does that cover all of this game's basic rules? Besides that, I guess there's only the reader will tell no lies. In other words, outside of spoken statements, there are no lies in the narration. I could have added that stuff if I wanted, but it'd be a pain and make things complicated. So you willingly abandoned a witch's privileges. You seem quite confident. She probably plans to win despite that. That's all from me. I don't intend to give you any more hints or answer any more questions. As the observer, replicating this once again, I guarantee that it's possible to pinpoint the culprit with this information. Okay, got it. Can't wait to get started. Can't believe the two of us are going to take on the same mystery together once more. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is a real game between you and me. I recommend finding some paper and something to write with. That is, if you really intend to fight me. If you do get completely stuck, maybe you should listen in on Battler and Beato's reasoning. We'll have those be hints for when you get absolutely stumped and can't move forward. Still, I'd rather fight you one-on-one. If you plan to enjoy our little duel, and try defeating me by your own power alone, without relying on hints. Okay, let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Enjoy this game that I've created, just for you. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Oh. Oh. Okay. How would you like to view the purple statements? Sure the culprit left some sort of clue in this room. Wow. We're just playing a game, you know? We're just trying to solve a murder. Burger Dirt gives me chills. Burger Cell. Four cousins. He's dead, he's been killed. There's no one hiding in the dining hall either. Guess that's still can be locked up. Should probably died instantly. Chan couldn't kill anyone. Nothing suspicious happens in the dining hall. Dr. Nanjo checked their pulse, then he announced that the two of them had died instantly. He also sealed the dining hall in the same way. Anyone other than George Nikki could have killed her. None of us has an alibi. No excuse exists anymore except the two keys and the two people who lie dead here. This is proof that Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. Nikki, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Victim side instantly. Three of us couldn't kill Jessica. Okay. Each of the children confirmed the deaths of their own parents. I locked the door. All of us servants were together the whole time. Okay. No. Short rules. Culprit is defined as one who murders. It is possible for a culprit to lie. It's possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with the culprit. The culprit must carry out all murders directly, by their own hands. The culprit must not die. The culprit must not must be among the characters appearing in the story. Purple statements are as absolute as red truths. However, a culprit, and only a culprit, may lie with purple statements. Outside of spoken statements, there are no lies in the narration. I want hints. No. These purple statements are quite a problem. We know that their statements important enough to be on par with red truth, but they also contain the culprit's lies. Even the dumbest idiot who wouldn't try swallowing a roll whole if there might be a needle inside. Indeed, if we accept the purple blindly, there's no chance the truth will come to light. Roll with a needle in it. I like that analogy. This precious, vital information might all be wasted thanks to one tiny lie. Just which lines in this vast collection of purple have lies in them? Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Then why don't we try spinning the chessboard around? Huh? What do you mean? So I know there's an achievement for doing this without using hints, but I want to see the hints. It's simple. Forget which ones are lies. Let's concentrate on finding out which ones must be true. Are there any purple statements that we know must be true? That's what we're looking for. We'll look for people who couldn't possibly be the culprit. If we can do that, then all of their purple statements are the same as red truth. I see. Instead of searching for the culprit, we'll start by searching for those who couldn't be the culprit. Yes, a simple and fundamental strategy. That's it. There's gotta be someone, so let's look through it carefully. In other words, you've gotta start from square one, huh? Let's see what they can do. More hints. How can we know for sure that someone isn't the culprit? One of the rules is that the culprit can't die. In other words, though it might sound cruel, you can trust anyone who's dead. It's that the culprit can't die. You can trust anyone who's dead. Oh, that makes it easy. Almost all of the characters were killed. So we can trust the purple of all those people. But it isn't quite that simple. There's the issue of people playing dead, which popped up so often even in our games. The bodies of all victims were examined, were they not? Nanjo even said with the purple that no one would make a mistake when examining bodies. If Dr. Nanjo is the culprit, then we can't even rely on that. At a glance, it may look as though all the victims were examined, but all confirmations of their deaths are in purple statements. Can't be 100% sure. Then, whose death can we be sure about? At any rate, let's check all the examinations over again. Let's look for someone who we can be absolutely certain is dead, in some way more reliable than these purple statements. That's short. Number 3. Yes, I've got it. Battler. It's the narrated parts. You've been told that there are no lies in the narrated sections. I just realized that too. Burgerso announced in red that there are no lies in the narration. Oh, looks like they figured it out. They wouldn't get anywhere if they didn't. Are there any deaths confirmed by the narration? That would mean we can say for sure that the person in question is dead. That automatically means they aren't the culprit. On top of that, it means we can trust their purple. Let's look for deaths that are mentioned in the narration. Ones that aren't vague about whether the person is alive or dead, like X was lying on the ground. Yes, let's read through it once more from the start. You know the hit? Battler, look! The narration clearly says that Nanjo was killed in the 7th Twilight. I found one too. On the 8th Twilight, the narration clearly mentions Jessica's gruesome corpse. So in other words, Dr. Nanjo and Jessica are definitely dead. And that means we've proven that Nanjo and Jessica aren't culprits. And that means all their purple statements are the same as red truth. Indeed, that's right. The pair gave each other a high five. Finally, they had found their first big clue. A safe slice on the roll with a needle in it. They discovered some purple statements they could trust. Let's try writing out Nanjo's and Jessica's purple statements. These are the same as Red Truth. We're finally getting somewhere. For sure that Dr. Nanjo isn't the culprit. That's purple statement for the first Twilight. No one is going to mistakenly confirm a death, even those other than myself. It becomes very important. In other words, no one will make any mistakes when confirming deaths. So anytime Dr. Nanjo or Jessica confirms a death, they can be absolutely sure that it's true. So anyone whose death was confirmed by Nanjo and Jessica cannot be the culprit. Uh-oh. Looks like they're moving along. It's strange. I find it annoying that they're making progress, but if they did get stuck, that would just be boring. Okay, let's check their examinations and find some more characters who can't be the culprit. Indeed. Give me another hint, please. Thanks. Battler! I finished checking Nanjo's and Jessica's purple statements. People whose deaths were confirmed by those two are definitely dead. That means they can't be culprits, which in turn increases the number of purple statements we can trust. Let's start with Dr. Nanjo. He confirmed the deaths of the victims in the second Twilight, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki. Then on the fourth Twilight, he also confirmed Shannon's death. On the fifth and sixth Twilights, he even confirmed Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's deaths. This some serious shit? It is. We're trying to solve a murder psycho. The number of innocent people has skyrocketed. In addition to Nanjo and Jessica, we now know that Kraus, Natsuki, Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa cannot be culprits. That's not all. On the fourth Twilight, Murkoso announced Kanin-kun's death with the Red Truth. The culprit can't die, so Kanin-kun isn't the culprit either. Haven't been paying attention, but it seems like some serious shit. It is. Nanjo, Jessica, Kraus, Natsuki, Shannon, Kanin, Goda, and Kumasawa. All 8 of them are not the culprit. Oh, all of a sudden they now have 8 suspects less. It's only natural that they'd make it this far. This is where it really begins. Now the number of purple statements we can trust has grown tremendously. We're really getting to the thick of it. Yeah, let's check through the purple statements of the characters who've just proven innocent. Serious shit music is playing. Lando, Sakta, and Burkasak are here, so it must be serious. Definitely is. Oh. Kraus, Natsuki, Shannon, Kanin, Goda, Kumasawa. Look through the purple statements for all the people who've just proven innocent. Yeah, and as a result, we've proven that Genji-san isn't the culprit. So they pushed away all the unnecessary characters. It's just these 4. After the first Twilight, Kanin announces in a purple statement that he confirmed Genji's death. That clears Genji of suspicion as well. So now a total of 9 people have been proven innocent. Things are going pretty well. Ah, right. Looks like Shannon's and Kumasawa's purple statements confirmed that the 6 people of the first Twilight all died. We shouldn't accept that so easily. Why not? We can trust Shannon's and Kumasawa's statements, can we not? Yeah, right? If you're sure that they aren't culprits, why can't you trust their purple statements? Kumasawa-san, for example, only said they were lying there, covered in blood. So it's not clear whether they were alive or dead. You can't call this a perfect examination of the 6 victims. Shannon speaks of those 6 in a different way. She says each of the children confirmed the deaths of their own parents. In the dining hall, that means George and Nikki, Maria, and I each examined our own parents. However, we haven't proven yet that any of those 3 are innocent. Oh, I get it. Shannon's words prove that the children confirmed each of the 6 deaths in the dining hall, but they don't prove that the examinations those kids performed were legitimate. That's it. Since we can't deny the possibility that the kids are lying, we still can't remove all 6 people in the dining hall from suspicion. Well, I mean, I guess that's why it's called their hints, but all troublesome. Those 3 are the survivors who live until the end. Since they are alive, that makes it impossible to prove that they aren't culprits. But that also explained the my confusion with the 6th part. But I thought it was the Red Truth to prove that they aren't culprits. Battler, George, and Maria. While these survivors are very likely to be culprits, it's probably also hardest to prove them innocent. Unless I was saying the culprits did kill 6 people. In which case, then maybe the whole game, I guess? But I thought it was before the second Twilight. At any rate, looks like those 9 are the only ones whose innocence we can be sure of thanks to their confirmed deaths. From here on out, it'll just be pure reasoning based off the purple statements of the 9 we can trust. Nanjo, Jessica Krause, Natsu, Shannon Cannon, Yoda, Kumasawa, and Genji. All we can do is read through their purple statements once more. Things are going to get hard starting now. Let's steel ourselves and take a shot at it. Indeed, it's finally starting to feel like a real mystery. Is that the last hint? Nope. Hey, Berto. I found something interesting. In this chain of crimes, master keys can never be used. Come to think of it, the group of 9 innocent people includes all 5 servants, doesn't it? Only the servants can use master keys. Can't hand them over to someone else. Since people aren't culprits themselves can't assist culprits, the master keys can't be used for crimes. Since it's been guaranteed that all 5 servants are innocent, we know that the master keys have nothing to do with the crimes. Yes, that's right. And that makes this even more troublesome, correct? All these closed room murders, every one of them must be constructed without any master keys. No. Spin the chessboard around. This just means that they can all be constructed with tricks that don't involve master keys. I see. So we have the first Twilight, the closed room of the dining hall, the second Twilight, Natsu's closed room, and starting with the fifth Twilight, the closed room of the guest house. Seems we must look closely through those again. Let's read it through once more carefully. All of the servants are innocent. Master keys can't be used. Let's think through it again with that in mind. Master keys can't be used. I think I have a theory about the closed room of the first Twilight. Let's hear it. The corpse examinations of victims in the first Twilight still aren't certain. In other words, what if one of them was really the culprit? They killed the other 5, locked the dining hall from the inside, and played dead. True, they could create a closed room without using master keys that way. That leaves us with a problem, though. What problem? Remember? When we were talking about the second Twilight, Brinkostel said this with the red truth. The culprit of the first Twilight really did kill 6 people. Yes, now that you mention it. Moo. Because of that red, it seems all 6 people in the dining hall were dead after all. So how did someone lock the dining hall from the outside without using a key? Hey, Battler, does that red truth really confirm the deaths of all 6 people in the dining hall? Well, doesn't it? In that case, the 6 in the dining hall were all innocent. Excluding Genji, whose innocence has already been confirmed, we can remove 5 more people from the list of suspects, yes? In other words, 9 plus 5 equals 14 people who have been proved innocent. There are only 3 left. Either Battler, George, or Maria is the culprit. Wait a second. There's something about this that's bugging me. That red truth did say that the culprits killed 6 people. However, she didn't say that right after the first Twilight. I believe she said it back when we were talking about the second Twilight, yes? Okay. So that's how that counts. I'd like to read through that bit again. Let's search. Feels like that was a strange time for her to say it. Not bad. Can't underestimate these 2. Even their instincts are sharp. That's how they did it. That's how they got away with that. I've been thinking about the second Twilight's closed room. No matter how many times I try, I keep ending up with the same theory. You mean someone killing the pair of them, then locking the door from the inside and hiding? Yes. Since the master keys can't be used, the door must have been locked from the inside. So it only makes sense if the culprit was hiding somewhere in Natsu's room. Right. That is weird. It says this in the narration. No matter how much time passed, Krause and Natsu were the only ones who didn't return. And it continues. Everyone headed to Krause's and Natsu's rooms together. Kraus and Nazi were the only ones who didn't return. That implies that everyone else did return to the parlor. That's right. If the criminal locked themselves in Nazi's room after committing the crime, they shouldn't have been able to return. And yet, everyone except the victims did return. That would make this crime impossible for all the survivors. So maybe we really should follow up on your theory of someone in the dining hall surviving and committing crimes later. Come to think of it, when I mentioned that theory, I was hit with the red truth. My theory was that someone in the dining hall was alive and killed Kraus and Nazi. That theory was countered by this red. The culprit of the first Twilight really did kill 6 people. Well, that red is hardly surprising. After all, the culprit went on to kill Kraus and Nazi, so they've killed a total of not just 6, but 8 people. Huh? Hold on. They went on to kill Kraus and Nazi, which means... No? No, go back. I've got it! We've been fooled! I know what she meant by saying the culprit killed 6 people. What do you mean you know what she meant? Explain yourself. The culprit of the first Twilight really did kill 6 people. If she'd said this right after the first Twilight, I probably wouldn't have found anything odd about it. However, since she said it after the second Twilight, a new possibility shows itself. You don't mean that the 6 people who were killed includes the murders of the second Twilight? That's it! The culprit really was hiding among the 6 in the dining hall. Later on, they snuck out of the dining hall, killed the 2 people in Nazi's room, locked the door from the inside, and hid somewhere in the room. The culprit could only have killed 5 people at most in that dining hall. However, if we add on the victims of the second Twilight, they would definitely have killed at least 6 times. I see. Now it all adds up. You can construct the closed rooms of both the first and second Twilights without using master keys. Well, you'd think so, but that reminds me of something else. Aunt Nazi's room was sealed immediately afterwards. Yes, come to think of it. Lenny Burkestell used the red truth to say this. The group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. And she also said this: all the seals will not be broken. In other words, the culprit is trapped in the closed room again. That theory might explain the first and second Twilights. However, the culprit would be sealed inside Aunt Nazi's room, unable to leave. That means they wouldn't be able to carry out the fourth Twilight onwards. Yeah, I thought it was such a nice theory, but I guess it's wrong. I don't think we're wrong about this theory, but maybe it just needs some more tweaking. Is this the last one? Oh. No, it does work. There's no problem if the culprit gets sealed up. Not as long as there's a second culprit. A multiple culprit theory? Yes, that does seem to be the only way. That way, even if one culprit is sealed up, the other can continue murdering. If you think about it, our theory needed an accomplice from the very beginning. The first Twilight, Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, that old bastard Kirei-san, and Aunt Rosa. In other words, everyone who hasn't been confirmed innocent had their deaths confirmed by people who also haven't been confirmed innocent. Unless those people were fellow culprits, no one would have been able to play dead. You're right. After all, the rules say that only culprits can cooperate with other culprits. Culprits are capable of lying even before they commit murder. So, we have ourselves a theory. The culprit who carried out the first Twilight murders also carried out the second Twilight, then locked themselves up in Aunt Nazi's room. Why is this so snappy? We had a party? We're solving mysteries, Zyko. Then, the other culprit who lied about the first culprit's death carried on with the murders starting at the fourth Twilight. Yes, it all matches up that way. So, which of them was it? Fortunately, so far, only one of them could be a culprit. However, we can say for sure that the crime wasn't committed by a single person. We know that the culprit locked up in Nazi's room was one of those 5 victims in the dining hall. And we also know that the person who continued with the crimes was one of those who inspected the 5 suspicious corpses on the first Twilight. One of those who inspected the 5 suspicious corpses in the dining hall. That would be Battler, George, or Maria. We know that one of those 3 committed the murders later on. Excellent. Let's focus on those 3 and find the truth about those later crimes. Here's another hint. The next crime is the fourth Twilight. Shannon Chen was the one killed. No one has an alibi, with one exception. George. Jessica, who has been confirmed innocent, used the purple text to say that it was impossible for George to kill Shannon. So doesn't that mean either Battler or Maria must have killed her? I'd like to think that, but it's too soon to be sure. Battler, Maria, and every other person except George lacks an alibi. I managed to prove that the crime wasn't committed by a single person, but I didn't prove that there were exactly two culprits. At this point in time, it's still too soon to be sure. Let me see. There might be a culprit for the first and second Twilights, a culprit who lied about the first culprit's death. And another completely separate culprit as well. Yes, it was a mistake to overlook that. The murder of Shannon Chen was possible for anyone, with only one single exception. Also, that fact alone isn't enough to prove that George Aniki is innocent. I thought this would be an easy one since there's no closed room. But on the contrary, we have no suspicious circumstances and no information to lead us to the culprit. The pace of the crimes picks up starting here. Instead of getting stuck on this one part, we should start taking a look at the fifth Twilight too. Oh. It seems we have a problem with the fifth and sixth Twilights. We can't trust Jessica's purple statements, and she said this. The four cousins and Dr. Nanja couldn't have killed Goto-san or Kumasawa-san. The four cousins and Nanja, in other words, all the survivors at this point in time. On the face of it, that makes this crime impossible. However, that's where we can spin the chessboard around, correct? You've got it. This actually gives us a simple answer. This Twilight proves that there's a culprit who isn't Dr. Nanja or one of the cousins. Other than these survivors, everyone is supposed to be dead. And yet, it was impossible for the survivors to commit the crime. It's absolute proof that one of the culprits faked their death. And since there exists a culprit who faked his or her death, that's absolute proof that there were multiple culprits. Only a culprit can fake an examination and lie. The fifth and sixth Twilights may seem to be perfect, impossible crimes, but this one incident alone tells us so much. Impossible crimes are a double-edged sword. They have the power to make your opponents surrender, but they also make it possible for theories to break deep into your lines of defense. Long ago, we would surely have surrendered. How far you've come. It's all because you've trained me so well. The pair grinned at each other. They had been to the brink of death and back in their many intellectual games before now. They wouldn't be discouraged by a riddle like this. Now let's move on to the crimes of the seventh and eighth Twilights. I think we're getting pretty close to the core of things. Yes, let's get ourselves ready and go. I think we're gonna finish this today. Well, we could finish this today, but I think we'll stop when we get to a point. Hints. The situation is exactly the same on the seventh Twilight. Since we can trust Jessica's purple statement, the four cousins, or in other words, all of the survivors, couldn't have committed the crime. And yet, there's something I don't quite get. The culprit of the first two Twilights was someone in that group of 5 victims from the first Twilight. The first culprit was sealed in Natsu's room. Their child was also a culprit, who lied when confirming their death. However, the only kids who can be a culprit are Battler, George, and Maria. That's right. We've proven that they couldn't have committed murder for the fifth, sixth, and seventh Twilights. In other words, this shows us that yet another culprit exists. Interesting. There also happens to be a theory that makes sense. It would mean that the third culprit was also one of those who played dead. It might even be possible to have 4 or 5 culprits this way. Cackle. I'm not sure about that. At any rate, Goto, Kumasawa, and Nanja couldn't have been killed if there were only 2 culprits. There can be no doubt of that. No doubt of that. This is getting complicated. Was it a group of 3 culprits? Or was it a pair working together and someone else on their own? Oh, right. Can't forget the possibility that there are more than 3 culprits. Of the 17 people who appear in the story, 9 have been confirmed innocent. Let's put Battler, George, and Maria to the side, since they survived. The group of people who were supposedly dead but not proved innocent. includes Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kirie, and Rosa, all victims in the first Twilight. Now the question is, which of those 5 victims in the dining hall were playing dead? We're close now. This is starting to get interesting. As for the 8 Twilight and the end, the layout's exactly the same. Indeed. The narration says that George, Battler, and Maria could not have killed Jessica. The 3 survivors couldn't have done it. The purple statements here sound like they should hold a lot of hints for us. George's and Maria's purple statements are particularly interesting. If only we could trust them, it would be quite a powerful clue. If George Aniki is innocent, then his purple statement about Maria being unable to kill anyone would be true, and Maria would be confirmed innocent. In the same way, if Maria is innocent, then her statement about George being unable to kill an adult would be true, and in the end, that proves George Aniki innocent. Would, but we cannot confirm that either of them is innocent. If either George Aniki or Maria could prove that the other was innocent, they would be innocent too. It's like a chicken and egg dilemma. It almost feels like a useful hint, but not quite. Pretty annoying. Proving innocence for either of them probably won't be easy. At least we've gotten the suspects down to a small number. From here on out, there's probably nothing left to do except check each one to see if they could have been a culprit. You're right. Feels like we're getting to the final stretch. Looks like they've almost made it, doesn't it? I feel like a fish on the chopping board. No. First, let's try checking theories with Maria as a culprit. If she's guilty, then Rosa could have been playing dead. She could have carried out the crimes in the first and second Twilight. Then she gets locked in Nazi's room and Maria does the rest of the murders. It was impossible for Maria to commit any of the murders in the guest house, so the most Maria could do was kill Shannon. Which means a third culprit would be needed for the guest house murders. The third one would have to be Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, or Kirie. That means we would need a fourth culprit too, correct? You're right. In order for one of those 4 adults to play dead, the child who checked them would have to be a culprit too. In other words, Maria is a culprit. We'll need to have at least 4 culprits total. If there are 4 culprits, then each one of them must kill at least one person. The definition of culprit is one who murders. In which case, things don't quite seem to add up. The 4 culprits would then be 2 adults and 2 children. One adult is in charge of the murders on the first and second Twilights. The other adult handles the murders from the guest house onwards. Yes, that creates a contradiction. The culprit is defined as one who murders. That means every culprit must commit murder at least once. Simply put, there are very few people that a child culprit could murder. The children could not have killed in the first and second Twilights. They also can't commit murder after the first deaths in the guest house take place. The only one they can possibly commit is Shannon's murder on the fourth Twilight. Child culprit can only kill Shannon. The second child culprit couldn't kill anyone, so they couldn't be a culprit at all. It means there can only be one child culprit. As soon as we pick Maria as a culprit, we need another adult culprit besides Rosa. However, it's impossible for there to be a second child culprit to lie about their parents' death. In other words, it's impossible for Maria to be a culprit. Maria's innocent. Next, let's try out theories with George as a culprit. Only one culprit can exist. So if George Niki is a culprit, that means Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi are the only adults who could have been playing dead. So, 3-person group, with 2 adults and 1 kid? I see. That sounds like explaining all the crimes so far, doesn't it? But hold it. That's actually impossible too. Indeed, it's clearly shown that George cannot be a culprit. Giggle. Pretty sharp. The kids can only kill Shannon on the 4th Twilight. The trustworthy purple statement has already proven that George couldn't have been the culprit in Shannon's murder. That's it. Just one tiny alibi that only works for Shannon's murder. That's what proves George Niki innocent for all of the crimes. So, we need not suspect George, which means all of his purple statements can be relied upon. Is that the last one? Oh. They didn't outright say it. If once we're sure that George is innocent, that automatically makes Maria innocent too. Yeah. Confirms George and Niki's purple statement saying Maria couldn't kill anyone. Since she couldn't kill anyone, she can't be a culprit. So Maria is also confirmed innocent. Since George and Maria are innocent, that also proves that their examinations of their parents' deaths were trustworthy. That's right. No one will mistakenly confirm death. People who aren't culprits can't lie, so the deaths of their parents have been confirmed, and those parents are also innocent. You've gotten rid of almost everyone. The answer is already clear, is it not? What's that last one? Oh, no. First off, there are multiple culprits. That's confirmed. These crimes would be impossible for a single person. To start, one of the adult culprits carried out the first Twilight, then played dead. Since we know that all the servants with master keys were innocent, there was no way for the culprit to lock the door to the dining hall from the outside. So we know the one who locked it did so from the inside of the room. Wait, what? Sush? Nope, fingers are off? Oh, why yes? That's what you're trying to type. In order for them to play dead, they need another culprit to lie when examining their death. Ganji-san is innocent, and the examinations of all 5 suspicious victims were performed by their own children. So the child of the first culprit is the second culprit. I do want cake right now. Some, what is it called? Sashira torte? The child culprit couldn't carry out the crimes once they start occurring in the guest house. However, the adult culprit was sealed up in Natsu's room, so a second adult culprit was needed. Fucking what? Sashira torte. Let's see. No, just regular ass white cake. I see. 2 adults, 1 kid. JP, I don't know what this is. It's chocolate cake. I want it after they talked about it in this episode. 2 adults, 1 kid. That's what our culprit group looks like. Oh, still more hints. Just say chocolate cake, but it's like specific. Why would he say that name? Should be obvious by now. The name of the child culprit in this culprit group is clear. Pretty much, all the kids have been proven innocent, with one exception. And the only corpse inspections that the child's culprit could lie about were the inspections of that child's own parents. So the culprit group is a family of 2 adults and 1 child. Murder as a family, huh? How sweet. So, who are the 3 culprits? There's hardly any point in stretching this out further, is there? This is a tiramisu or whatever? Still don't know what that shit is. I don't know either. But I want it. Aw, come on. What a messed up answer. Looks like I was the child culprit. Humph. Even in my games, battler culprit theories were some of the most popular, weren't they? It seems so. Sheesh, why does everyone think I did it? If you're a culprit, that only makes your parents culprits too. There's no need to worry anymore. You've already won. There's no need for any more discussions or hints. Let's move ahead with the answer. Is it over? Well done. It seems the mystery of this level wasn't enough to beat those 2 after all. Well, I know that in 2013 my friends ordered a shit ton of it with room service at our hotel, knowing full well that the card on the room was my credit card. Oh no. Jerks. Ah, that's all the hints. Well, now we know. Well, we've already done everything. I'm gonna do the BRB though, because I don't want to progress yet. But let's do the 5-minute BRB. So, I guess we'll try to we'll do the read again. First one. I guess we'll do the read again. I wonder if it goes all the way, or it just does the first Twilight. We'll see. Yeah, it's BRB. Okay, I'll stop pretending I'm not back. Because I am back. But you were debated, Psycho. No, I did this on purpose. I had it autoplay the first Twilight. So in case, I don't know, people wanted to look at something while as a BRB. But $214? Never get around in room service post-checkout? Wow. What? That's it, I'm over this? Bye. I was not a fool. I debated you. I'm sorry. But auto text works, so that's good. Oh hey, it's done. Tricking your drunk friend, how could you? No, I said I was gonna let it play out while I was BRBing, you know? So did I really lie? Check the VOD. But alright, let's choose a culprit. Who was it? It was Kumasawa. It was Maria. It was Rosa. It was Canon. I mean, why are we pretending? It's those three. I was listening. Rush the bathroom because of BRB. Whoops. My bad, Psycho. But it's those three. Take it. What happens if I guess wrong? Shit. I should have checked that. Whoops. Yeah, it's fine. Somebody... Is anyone there? Oni-chan? Angie flew out of the guest house, sobbing. Is anyone still alive on this island? When she checked the cousin room earlier, it had been completely empty. However, she remembered that she hadn't seen Battler, George, or Maria's bodies. What she didn't know was whether this meant they were safe, or whether she was about to be reunited with them as corpses. Where were they? Where are they? Where? Answer me. She dashed around through the rain. Where was she going? Nowhere in particular. The lost little sister dashed around in circles, searching for her brother. Drenched with rain and all alone. So I guess when we get to the 8th Twilight again, we'll save and then we'll check that. Eventually, I thought I heard my brother's voice from beyond a bush. No, it wasn't just his voice. I heard George Oni-chan's and Maria Oni-chan's voices too. I called out at the top of my lungs, but they didn't answer. But it's okay now. They're right there. Just on the other side of the fence. I could even faintly see them through the fence. When I ran around the fence, I found myself standing in front of a shed or something. Must be a shed to store tools for the rose garden. The three of them were standing in front of the shed. Oni-chan! I cried out, but my voice didn't reach them. Even though I yelled so loudly, something felt very wrong about all this. When people hear a voice, even when they pretend not to have heard it, their bodies tend to show some sign that they've noticed. However, there was no trace of that in the three of them. Even though I was screaming so loud, it truly wasn't reaching their ears. The instant I understood that, I dashed towards them, slowed, and came to a halt. Though we appeared to be in the same world, we were actually in different worlds entirely. It was like seeing someone on TV, or was it more like seeing a ghost? I could see them clearly, but as far as they were concerned, I didn't exist. After all, look. Even if I stand in front of them, their eyes can't see me. If I try and touch them, will I really be able to? What if my hand just went right through? I was so scared at the thought that I could do nothing but stand there in shock, even though I was so close to them. Damn it! I don't have a clue anymore. Someone must have snuck in from outside the island after all, and they're massacring the Ushimiya family. No matter how we lock ourselves in, someone always gets killed. Ooh, it's the work of a witch after all. Everyone, calm down. Let's calm down and think. No one exists on this island except those with direct relation to the Ushimiya family. That doesn't make sense. After all, we've just seen several murders that'd be impossible for any one of us. Well, that's true. But is it really? Maybe we've just missed something. Missed something? For example, whoops. I don't want to spill my drink. There we go. That goes there. Okay, we're all good. That's right. Maybe someone was playing dead. Since we're the only ones on this island, the culprit must be one of us. That means someone we thought was dead was actually faking. But Aniki, that's impossible. Every one of the corpses was checked by someone. There's no way any of them are faking. I don't want to think about it. What if those corpse inspections were also faked? Ooh. Could have gone like this. There were multiple culprits from the start. Then one plays dead, and the other lies and confirms that the first culprit died. Then the culprit who played dead keeps on committing crimes, creating the illusion that some stranger has snuck onto the island. Do you still suspect someone in the Ushirame family of being the culprit? Dr. Nanjo was killed, so it's probably safe to say that he isn't the culprit. We can consider the examinations performed by a doctor like him to be most reliable. If so, then it's fair to say that the people whose death Nanjo checked were almost certainly dead. Not this fuckface of a song. Who did Nanjo check? Genji's corpse, Kraus and Natsuhi's corpses, Shannon's corpse, Goda and Kumasawa's corpse. It's his. Think back to the beginning and the bodies in the dining hall. Of those 6 victims, Dr. Nanjo only inspected Genji-san. But didn't the rest of us check the others? Yes, but Dr. Nanjo didn't actually inspect them himself. What are you talking about? How the hell could our parents have survived after being killed like that? Anyway, what do you think you're saying, George Aniki? Wouldn't that mean one of our parents is the culprit? That's insane! They were killed right at the beginning, and so many of them! How can you accuse our parents of being killers after that? I won't let anyone, not even you, suspect and slander our parents after they've been killed like that. The song epitomizes how I feel right now. Woozy. Sorry. I know my mama was really dead. So does that mean George Oni-chan's parents or Battler's parents were the culprits? Let's stop this, Maria-chan. I must have lost it a bit back there. George Oni-chan wouldn't kill Shannon. That's enough. None of us would kill members of our family, right? So, I don't think George Oni-chan would lie and say his parents were dead. Not if they really were alive. There's no way George Oni-chan would help out in a crime if Shannon was going to be killed. Calmly, as though answering a quiz or a riddle, Maria spoke to George. Then with a blank look on her face, she turned to Battler and spoke. Battler, you saw your dad's and mom's corpses, right? Yeah, I saw them. We all saw them, right? Those pitiful bloodstain. I think you're lying. Huh? Where the hell did that come from? Because that way, it all makes sense. Back in the dining hall, Battler's parents weren't dead. One of them killed Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus, locked the door from the inside, and waited in that room. The other one took over the murders after that. To break open the closed room of the guest house, they needed to have an accomplice inside. That was Battler. That explains everything. Enough! Stop it, Battler-kun. You too, Maria-chan. Finally, all the pieces fit together in the wolves and sheep puzzle in my head. The culprits are Battler's family. Who? Am I right? And then, bang. No? What are you talking about? Correct. Oh my god. The voice came from behind Angie. She spun around, surprised. There, covered in blood, yet wearing cheery expressions, were Rudolph and Kirie. Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kirie, I'm so glad you're sick. After saying that much, George realized what his words meant. His face twisted into an expression of shock and horror. Maria wasn't surprised. However, she showed no joy at having her answer proved correct. And then as for Battler, Angie saw it. That terrible expression. One that she would never forget as long as she lived. It was a demon's smile. A hideous demon that she'd never see again twisted its face in a foul grin. And the truly horrible thing was that she saw it on her brother's face. Rudolph and Kirie lifted up the guns they had been holding behind them. The barrels pointed at the foreheads of George, who staggered backwards, and Maria, who grinned as though she was beyond caring what happened next. Good job, Maria. Come to realize that the song Coin-Operated Boy is about a vibrator? Coin-Operated Boy? Have I heard that? I don't know. There was a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder. Nothing more could be heard. Then, as George and Maria were snapped around by that roar, the strings holding them were snipped. The two dolls fell into puddles with a splash, and then stopped moving. Sure you have? Hold on. Dad, Mom. All of this occurred right before Angie's eyes. Heh. Ha 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 ha. Heh 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 heh. Ha 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 ha. Hee 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 hee. Ha 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 ha. Angie, who stood stunned beside them, wasn't visible to their eyes. Hold on. The Dresden Dolls? More homework. Looking forward to it. I wonder. Should I listen to like the first second of it? First 5 seconds. Yeah, that doesn't help. The intro does not sound familiar. In the comments say it's all about loneliness, but let's be honest. Didn't think it was about a vibrator. They guffawed, overcome with laughter. Then, right in front of Angie, they started joking and complimenting each other on their kills so far. The 3 hideous faces of her family, made Angie want to cry and vomit at the same time. She felt as though she would suffocate. Let's be honest, someone didn't watch the stupid Flies as a kid. It shows. Flies? Oh, Files. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Angie dashed away, covering her mouth. She wanted to escape the disgusting laughter coming from her beloved family as soon as possible. Then she slipped and fell face down in a puddle of mud. She didn't try to get up. In fact, she instead chose to cover her ears to block out the disgusting laughter that she could still hear. Yes, she did. From the shadows of the fences and bushes in this inky black rose garden, several dark things slipped into sight. It's the goat guys. Hey. Angie looked around in surprise to see eerie black shapes appearing from all over the garden and slowly surrounding her. It was a crowd of people with goat heads. Their outfits were all different. Some wore suits, while others were dressed casually. However, all of them were covered in darkness, and all of them had goat heads. When you're drunk but still hand out homework. Angie, bewildered, accidentally let her hands fall from her ears. By now, she couldn't hear that disgusting laughter. However, in their place, she could hear the words spoken by the goats. Kitty and Rudolph are the culprits. Battler is the culprit. Battler is the culprit. Battler culprit theory. Battler's family culprit theory. As the goats continued to mumble in eerie voices, they surrounded Angie and began to draw nearer. They all pressed around her, each of them naming Angie's family as the culprits. I wonder how they sound. I'll erase it. That's Monka. It almost makes me want to play the game with voice acting, but yeah, it's fine. They all pressed around her, each of them naming Angie's family as the culprits. All that matters is I got to hear her, Erica, say very good. At first, everyone joined in on the other culprit theory. The sole survivor from Nakajima got almost all the wealth to herself, so such a theory is only natural. How was Ushirimiya Eva the only one who escaped Kuwadorian? And why did she refuse to so stubbornly talk about what happened that day? It was decided that the Eva culprit theory fit all these facts. However, when Eva died of illness, the people learned that all the vast wealth she had created by unscrupulous means would go to Angie. Public opinion, or rather the forgers, created and spread a new culprit theory. This was the Rudolph's family culprit theory. It was normal for everyone to come to the family conferences. Why was Angie the only one who didn't come this time? Did Rudolph's family have some reason for not bringing the young Angie with them? They did take Battler, but he wasn't Kirie's son. Then, when it was revealed in some magazines that Kirie's family had close ties to a massive gangster organization, all eyes suddenly gathered on Kirie herself. The truth of how Rudolph had made a killing out of fraudulent business practices was also laid bare. And almost immediately, the couple became thought of as the most suspicious people on the island. Hideyoshi and Eva's company might have been heavy-handed at times, but at least they had operated within the law. However, the more Rudolph's company was investigated, the more dirt was dug up. Furthermore, testimony was dug up about various scandals involving party tickets from the time Rudolph and Kirie were students. And it was clear that they were far more suspicious than Eva's family. And so, in a flash, the Rudolph's family culprit theory expelled the other conspiracy theories, including the Eva culprit theory, and reigned as the greatest of them all. It wasn't really because it was more plausible than the Eva culprit theory. They had just gotten bored of the old theory and wanted a new sensation. Man. Poor Angie. The goat seemed to bend and undulate. The sky rapidly turned white, becoming a ceiling lit by fluorescent lamps. Oh? The goats had changed completely, becoming the shapes of girls wearing goat nests. All the girls were wearing the same clothes. It was a uniform. The uniform of St. Lucia Academy. Did you hear? The real culprits were Rudolph and Kirie. I heard. Yeah, I knew there was something suspicious about them leaving their kid behind. Didn't Ushirimiya Eva say herself that she was poisoned to death? Isn't it obvious who was behind that? Must be nice for her. She gets her whole family's riches all to herself, right? I always knew that Rudolph's family culprit theory was right. I always thought there was something wrong with Ushirimiya-san. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Giggle, 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 giggle. Rudolph and Kirie are culprits. Isn't Battler a culprit too? Rudolph's family culprit theory. Rudolph and Kirie are the killers. They tried to get the family wealth all to themselves, but Eva killed them back and they fell. But in the end, Ushirimiya Angie gets everything anyway, doesn't she? Rudolph and Kirie are the culprits, of course. Rudolph's family culprit theory. Rudolph and Kirie and Battler are the culprits. Rudolph and Kirie and Battler are the culprits. They're saying your family were the culprits, Ushirimiya-san. What do you think of that? Hey, what do you think? But in the end, you get all the family wealth to yourself, don't you? Even at the end, Ushirimiya Eva never told you anything, right? I always knew that girl was suspicious. This also explains why Eva hated you so much. Hey, say something. Tell us what you think. She really is a creepy kid, isn't she? Can't you at least tell us what you think of this theory, creep? A blade of air swept over me as I crouched down, holding my head. In a flash, the illusion of female students with goat heads that surrounded me shattered. Is it Will? I was curled up in a puddle in the rainy rose garden, surrounded by goats. But then those goats were also sliced in half, and the upper half slid to the side. It was like seeing a master swordsman slicing through a stick of bamboo. This way. The voice came from that black cat. Black cat with the bell that had guided me here. Incredible that it can talk. That doesn't matter now. I dashed after it. The goat shrank back. A hole opened up in the encirclement. The black cat dashed through it. As I hurried through it, the goats began to chase after me. Countless heavy footsteps thundered behind us. Where are we running to, Mr. Cat? The cat ignored my stupid question. Where are we running to? It's obvious. As far as we can make it. However, there was an unbelievable number of goats. It wasn't just the group chasing us. There were probably goats hiding throughout the rose garden. And everywhere we went, a group of them would appear and block our path. Each time we bumped into them, we ran down a different path in this maze of a rose garden. So I didn't even know which direction we were running anymore. It couldn't be. We aren't running around in circles inside a massive crowd of goats, are we? We ran to the arbor once more, and learned that my fears were justified. The 4 paths that led from the arbor were all blocked by a crowd of goats. Of course, the path we had come down was also blocked by our pursuers. There was nowhere to go, and nowhere to return to. We were finally trapped. Mr. Cat, what should we do? We're surrounded. The black cat glared at the goats that surrounded us, standing on guard. It's all over for us. At that moment, I found myself floating in the air. A massive arm, large enough to crush my entire head, had grabbed my collar from behind. Before I could even think to cry out, I saw, right in front of my face, a pair of strangely glowing red eyes and a massive mouth with jagged teeth and a foul breath. The mouth opened wide, and as though it was a separate creature, a bizarre tongue stuck itself out. Then it spat words at me. Rudolph, Kide, and Battler are the culprits. Rudolph and Kide played dead, and Battler lied when he inspected them. Then, one of the parents carried out the murders up until the second Twilight, hid under the bed in Nancy's room. Battler killed Shannon and then assisted in the murders in the guest house. The other parent carried out the guest house murders. This is the truth. Then, that gaping, smelly mouth slowly began to close over Angie's head. Counter. It's possible to form a logical theory other than the Rudolph's family culprit theory. A blue flash sliced off the top of the mouth that was trying to eat Angie's head, sending it flying. I fell into a puddle, along with the goat that was still grasping my collar, though there was nothing left of it above its chin. Without any hesitation, the goat stretched out their thick arms, as though they had been given a second chance to snatch this prey for themselves, and they rushed towards me. All of them spoke in unison. Anything besides the Rudolph's family culprit theory would be impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's possible to form a logical explanation other than the Rudolph's family culprit theory. For example, a theory with George's family as the culprits is possible. Red flash and blue line became blades of wind that passed over my head, doubly slicing the arms of the goat that tried to pick me up. I think the next goat stashed not towards me, but towards the black cat that was protecting me from behind. As I sat on my butt, staring up towards the rainy night sky, the massive goats were in the air right above me, fighting the black cat, or someone. George's family culprit theory is impossible. George can't kill Shannon, so he can't be a culprit, and you can't lie when checking corpses. No, it is possible. A culprit is defined as one who murders. No one ever said they have to murder a character who appears in the story. In other words, George committed murder outside the island. Sometime before this crime, he could be a culprit without killing anyone on the island. It would be possible for him to lie. Deep red curve split into the goat. Its massive body was knocked into the air, became about 7 logs of flesh, and was thrown into the rose bushes. Oh yeah, this track. I remember this part, yeah. This time, the terrible force of the attack shocked the goats. They faltered, shook, stepped back. Finally, I understood. That red slice. It had come from a weapon that could draw red slashes. No, it also drew blue slashes just a second ago. Is it lantern? No, it's gotta be. It was a massive sight that could speak both types of truth, red and blue, at will. Look up at the sky, felt my head hang down backwards. Merksta? Oh, Erica! Oh shit! There was no black cat there. There was a girl holding a large sight. How's that? This level reasoning is possible for Rudo Erica. See, this is why Erica's best girl. When a crowd of goats recognized the girl who called herself Erica, a stir passed through it. It was clear that this person had enough of a reputation to make them tremble. Erica lifted me up, flew into the air, and landed on top of the arbor. Then she let go of me, and still wielding her scythe, made an elegant curtsy to the crowd of goats surrounding us. This is probably the first time most of you have met me. Allow me to introduce myself. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I'm Furuto Erica, the detective. If you're one of those blockheads who can only think of the Rudolph's family culprit theory, stand down. If anyone thinks they can counter my argument, please feel free. Of course, I won't be holding back either. The goats all howled at once. It seemed to be a cry of shock, of fear, or possibly of awe. The goats surrounded the arbor, chattering, but not moving any closer. None of them had the courage to stand against this detective, this witch of truth called Furuto Erica. Good grief. All those thousands, and this is the best you can do. None of you has the courage to fight Furuto Erica in a battle of words. Too bad. Let's put an end to this. Then again, I, Furuto Erica, don't have enough spare time to counter all your blockheads one by one. I'll let her clean up the rest. You're up, Lanner. Oh no, that's not Lanner. When Erica cried out, red cracks opened in the dark night sky. Look at the spiderweb-shaped fissures that appear where a glass window has been struck hard. Or was it more like a blood-red spiderweb? Pickle. Ha. A laugh rang out through the spiderweb-covered world. The witch's laugh. I forget who does the spiderwebs. It sounded somehow familiar to Angie. There. No, it's Ava, isn't it? Standing on the spiderweb and gazing down the goats, who must have looked like trapped bugs, was the witch. Yeah, it is Ava. Nice. Some good art. You forget me and you call him the ruler of Rakunjima. You forget me and you think Rudolph is the culprit. It was the witch who had hidden inside of Ava. The witch of the future, who would have one day called herself the Endless Witch after the cat box closed over this world. Who forgets Ava Beatrice and calls himself the murderer of Rakunjima. How impertinent! On this island, who lives and who dies is totally up to me. All the wealth and gold is mine. Everything about October 4th and 5th and 1986 is mine to do with as I please. It all belongs to me, Ava Beatrice. Let's check. The witch who returned alive from the legend of the witch serial murders and inherited the name of Beatrice. She uses the Ava culprit theory to refute all other existing theories regarding the cat box. At the same time, she can use the Ava culprit theory to create endless tragedies with herself as the culprit. Perhaps she could also be called the lid, separating the inside and the outside of the cat box. Of course, she knows what's inside the cat box. The Witch of Truth, who has successfully arrived from the depths of oblivion. She is an enigma, a witch who is also a detective and a human. Once again, she will serve her master Bankerstel in her scheme. All the goats. I think that's the same. Yeah. Lord Battler and his wife. Battler, the territory lord of the game board, and his wife Beatrice. After the wedding in the 6th game, they became a happy married couple. In the past, Battler emerged victorious at the end of his long-lasting game with Beato. He reached all the truths behind everything. Now in this final game, they have invited Battler's little sister Angie to sort of tell will he leave with Beato by his side. I think that's the same. invited as a guest to the final game by the Territory Lord and his wife. At times in the past, she has interfered with the game board along with Mercastel, but she now remains neutral, acting as an impartial observer. She is known for having many famous friends from various fields, but the fact that Mercastel is one of these is something that should be noted with awe. Mercastel, she is the witch who controls miracles, but she's also known as the witch who knows that miracles do not occur. She's determined to destroy the illusion of the witch, and even now, when Beato's game board has fulfilled its function, her determination remains just as strong. She is known as the Miko of the Great Lady Aurora, and rumor has it that this backing has given her considerable influence in the Senate. Vega swung her one-winged staff at the crowd of foolish goats beneath her, proclaiming their deaths. The ceiling of spiderwebs that covered the heavens plummeted, and more spiderwebs seeped out of the ground at the goat's feet. Then, the webs from above and below met, and thousands upon thousands of goats were caught in their grasp. Then, as Ava swung her staff, it swirled, round and round like egg yolk being mixed in a bowl. Eventually, it was all packed into a massive blood-red goo. The moans of goats drifted out from inside. That entire crowd had been compressed into a meatball a few meters across. So, you morons doubt that I'm the culprit. Reaching the Ava culprit theory and giving up there is good enough. It's good enough for the likes of you. If only you just get crushed and disappear. So now what? Squelch. No other word could do that sound justice. After sucking in all those goats, the spiderweb ball vanished into thin air with a squelch. After that, there wasn't even a trace left. A dark rose garden lay there without any sound but that of the falling rain. Ava drifted down from the sky. Your aunt will always be on your side, Angie-chan. I'll never let anyone insult your family. Aunt Ava? I knew I should be grateful. And yet, it really wasn't easy for me to believe that Aunt Ava was my ally. Ava realized that too. Don't worry. I'm not doing this because I want to be thanked, but I'll always be on your side. See you later. She giggled, spun around, and vanished. Now that she had already left, I started to regret not saying even a thank you. So I figured I should at least thank the other person who had saved me. Thanks for saving me. Who are you? I already knew her name. What I was really asking was why she had saved me. I'm Furuta Erika, the detective, and I'm also a witch. A witch? A witch of truth. One who searches for the single truth. And so are you, right? Can't fucking believe the hokey pokey was a real thing as a kid. That whole dance. Those 2 days, October 4th and 5th, 1986. I've been so desperate to know what happened that I took a step off the roof of that skyscraper, drifted through several witch games and fragment worlds, and abandoned myself to this long journey with no rewards. All I want is to know what happened that day. All I want is the single truth of that day. Searching for something like that is what makes you a witch of truth. So you're just the same as me. That's why I came to save you. I want to know just what happened on that day. No one will tell me, no one knows. But I know something happened that day. I'd give up anything to learn what that was. That's the one thing I need to know, no matter what, even if it kills me. So tell me, you know, don't you? You know what happened on this island, right? As a witch of truth, expect to be given the truth. If I told you that so-and-so was the truth, would you really just accept whatever I said? No, I wouldn't. So stupid in hindsight. What did Battler-sans show you today? Today, Nichan showed me a bizarre Halloween party. It may have been heartwarming and a lot of fun, but it definitely wasn't the truth. Didn't Battler-san show you something and say it was the truth? It's not. That couldn't be the truth. Sometimes other people will try to mislead us by claiming that they know the truth. But a real witch of truth must continue to pursue the single truth without being led astray. That's why you can't accept the fake truth that Battler-san's trying to force on you. You care about finding the one real truth more than anything. Yeah. Oni-chan is trying to confuse me. I felt that this whole time. Even though he knows everything about what happened that day, he won't tell me anything at all. How is he any different from Eva, who mocked me and refused to tell me anything, even until the very moment of her death? Why won't Oni-chan tell me? Why? Why won't he tell me? The damn inside my heart burst. Why won't Oni-chan tell me what really happened? Why? Why? I'm the only one who doesn't know. No one's telling me the truth. Tell me. Tell me what happened that day, Oni-chan. Oni-chan. I cried out at the rainy night sky. Hot tears poured from my eyes, but they were covered by the cold rain that beat against me. So no one other than me would know that they were tears. No one would know my pain and sadness. I'm always the only one alone. All alone. Someone tell me. Tell me what happened that day. No one can tell you. After all, you can only find the truth if you look for yourself. Where is the truth? How can I find it? Everyone's hiding it. They won't tell me. I'll find it myself. So please, just tell me where the truth is hidden. Very well. I can tell you. Oh? As that voice rang out, the world bent and swirled. After blinking several times, I realized that the world had become a sea of stars. No, that's not quite right. There are stars up there in the sky, but those lights below me aren't stars. They're lights from building windows, street lights, car lights. I was floating in the dark sky over a city lined with skyscrapers. I can't tell you what the truth is. However, if it's a question of how the truth can be reached, I can show you the way. You. Various bad memories are jumping out at me from the back of my mind. That's right. I was chained in place in that strange theater, forced to watch a repulsive fragment where Mom and Dad committed murder. I never said that was the truth. But I heard what you said with the red. I'll say it just for you, that this is all truth. He yelled out and interrupted, stopping me from saying any more. I was about to say that this is all truth. Isn't necessarily so. Just how far are you willing to go to mock me? I apologize, but I did want to test you. Test me how? I want to see if you're ready to accept the truth, no matter what it may be. The truth can betray you sometimes. In fact, there are times when it shows itself as the thing you desire least. That fragment I showed you was probably the worst one you could possibly imagine. However, if you lack the strength and the courage to withstand even something like that, then you aren't fit to reach the truth. I have no comeback. Finding the truth is my goal. I just want to know what happened on that island on that day. I don't like to think that I only want to hear what I want to hear. Am I really prepared to face the bloody, unbearable truth that probably awaits me? If I find the truth, it'll mean having to look straight at my family's tragic final moments and accepting them as they are. If I do accept that, it means abandoning my faint hope for a convenient miracle. The idea that one of them might have survived somehow, might return even though 12 years have passed. I know a miracle like that would be completely ridiculous. But if I'm honest with myself, I have to admit that I've been comforted by that faint hope these past 12 years. I want to know the truth, but I want one of them to come back. Those two wishes contradict each other. By learning the truth, I'll be forced to accept that no one's coming home. The truth is always cruel. At times, it can even cut down your hopes. Most of the time, humans don't realize the costs of learning the truth. I simply wanted to see if you had the necessary resolve. Must choose between my two contradicting wishes. Will I find the truth and abandon my optimistic hopes for my family's return? Or will I give up on the truth? Keep waiting for the family that will never really return for all eternity? Will I freeze up and let myself be fooled by the childish illusion my brother made for me? Tell me, Angie, are you truly determined to learn the truth? I am. And the resolve will not falter. It won't. After hearing my immediate reply, Burgerstall stared at me. At those expressionless eyes of hers, measuring my resolve. Now that my brother is covering up the truth even after becoming Game Master, the only thing I can rely on in my search for the truth is the path that Burgerstall can show me. Deep in your eyes, I see the glint of one who seeks the truth. Will you tell me? Will you show me the way that leads to the truth? Yes, I'll guide you. Did you forget, Angie? I'm your guardian, right? How long has it been since I last heard Burgerstall use that word? Yes, I haven't heard it since the very beginning, when I met her in this future world and became a witch, with her as my guardian. That's when I became the Beatrice of 1998, the one who could defeat the Beatrice of 1986. You are the Beatrice of 1998, Angie Beatrice. I became your guardian and recognized you as a witch. However, you aren't an endless witch like Beato. A witch of truth. That's right. You're like Erica, a witch of truth, who will seek the single truth, undeceived by any illusions. I guess the witch of truth, Angie Beatrice, has the power to reach the single truth. Yes. However, up until now, you have been unable to use this power. Do you know why? I do now. Even though I searched for the truth, I unconsciously resisted learning the truth. Exactly. Finding the truth was your goal. But at the same time, you were unconsciously afraid that learning the truth would mean losing that miracle of your family coming back. So you didn't have what it took to stretch your hand out to the single truth. You're completely right. I have to admit that I was naive. I must admit it. My entire family is dead. Now that I've acknowledged it, I must expose why they died, and who was behind it. Thanks. The fragment you showed me in that dark theater was there to open my eyes. Many games have gone by, waiting for you to become a true witch of truth, but I think there was a purpose to it all. After all, now, in this final game, you really have become a witch of truth. Tell me, what happened on that island that day? I won't ask you to tell me directly, so guide me. What can I do to reach the truth? It's a bit too chilly here. Let's move. To where? To a place better for drinking tea. So where are we going? Oh? A massive applause filled the hall. It was an applause in honor of a good fight. Applause in honor of Burgerstall. Yes, Lady Burgerstall's game was another splendid one. We're gonna reveal her game board to everyone here, so have a go at it. It's pretty awesome. But you solved it in the end, all the same. A game that no one could solve isn't a game. The main point is whether it was fun or not. It's fun. I guarantee it's quality. Same here. At first I thought there was no way anyone could solve it, but the way you can use one confirmed purple statement after another to narrow down the suspects made for a great puzzle. Come, everyone, gather. Just what sort of game is Lady Burgerstall's mystery? That's for you to find out for yourselves. Objects resembling chessboards were set out on several tables. Crowds gathered around each, looking down with interest. Ho ho, it's like a logic puzzle. Quite an orthodox one, don't you think? So, this is what a witch's game is like. Looking at it like this, it's just a game. But for the pieces, it's a massive series of crimes. Poo-coo-coo. Indeed it is. It would not do to waste such a rare gift from Lady Burkestelle. Let's take this opportunity to enjoy ourselves. Still, this is a tough one. It almost makes you wonder if it was made to be solvable, doesn't it? If you don't start by believing that it's made to be solvable, you won't get anywhere. The battle of wits doesn't begin until you trust the questioner and believe that it can be solved. And we guarantee that it is. Come on, have a go at it. The battler's encouragement, discussions over Burkestelle's mystery game began at each table. The mix of humans and illusions in heated debate was truly a sight to behold. Beato and Burkestelle sat in a chair far off from the discussions. Would you like some tea? Any kind of calming black tea for me. With milk, if you don't mind. As you wish. Is there anything you need, Lady Burkestelle? Please, add some dried plums to some black tea. That's the trick to making terrible tea drinkable. Cackle. Come now, don't sulk. We're honestly complimenting your game for being such a fun one. Beato, who had emerged victorious in the game Burkestelle had put all her heart into, was in extremely high spirits. I'm not sulking. My face just looks this way. And I managed to spot Byrne's own kind of warmth in that expression. It felt like I'd climbed to the pitch-black top of a snowy mountain to find a beautiful star. Well, sorry for having an internally frosty face. How difficult is it to compliment Lady Burkestelle? No matter what you say, she always takes it in a bad way. That's okay. She's the type who will keep thinking about it for hours later on. Ho ho ho. The type who lies in bed, relishing it while hugging her pillow. Yep, that's Byrne for you. Beato and Lama Delta giggled together. Burkestelle shrugged and looked away. Seriously though, that really was a fun game with a twist. You think so? Thank you. You could have made it unsolvable, but you still made it to be solved. Couldn't have done that unless you planned on playing fair and enjoying the game. I like games where I win no matter what. Games that I might lose are just pain. Later, I'd like to switch sides and try another one. I'll make a puzzle, and we'll see if you can solve it. A game for you to win against me. Of course, I'll use all the know-how I've picked up in my fights with Beato to make it super hard. Not giving up my winning streak that easily. Both you and Beato have such an interesting way of thinking. How's that? Game is just a means to decide who wins and who loses, right? When you create one, your own victory should be your highest priority. So why would you go to all the trouble of making a game you might lose? What fun is there in a game you always win? That's not even a game. Victory and defeat. It's fun because you're taking part in a fair competition, balanced between those two outcomes. The game isn't a fight, it's communication. You have to enjoy the means. And if you manage to win in the end, well, that's just an added bonus. Finally, I clearly understand the difference between how all of you think and how I think. What do you mean? For you, this is communication. It isn't for me. The world you live in must be pretty savage. And what about you? Wasn't it the same for you until you understood Beato's game? An eternal game is eternal torture. Have you already completely forgotten about that pain you suffered? There were days I did think that, but now it's all been resolved. I won't complain about stuff that's in the past. I'm impartial, you might say. That is the critical difference between you and me, I think. Your eternal torture was something you could laugh off and forget. Mine wasn't nearly so trivial. That's all there is to it. I don't know your history. It sounds like you had it rough. Humph. To think I'm getting sympathy from a mere former piece must be getting old. Marcusel, sipping the black tea that Genji had brought her, gazed up at the ceiling with a faraway look. Battler may not have known her history, but even he was able to understand a bit of how she felt. Are you being tortured by someone right now? Are you kidding? I'm as free as can be, not bound by anyone's shackles. And that's a good thing, isn't it? These things are better for you now. True. It's much better now than it once was. Though I am on a long, endless journey to escape from boredom. And at the very least, us meeting here should have been a good thing for you. Indeed. Even the taste of defeat can keep my boredom at bay somewhat. No. Battler shook his head and laughed. We're friends who've enjoyed fighting in a fair game. So, your days are filled with nothing but running away from boredom. Feel free to drop by our place every now and then. We'd love to welcome a friend. And we'll be able to set up everything needed to help a friend escape from boredom. No. They did say it. I forget when, but it was like episode 1 or 2. It was very early. You think you can prepare a welcome interesting enough to help me, the great Burkestel, escape boredom for even a single night? I do. That's what it means to be a friend. You won tonight's game, so the next time you come, we'll switch sides. This time, we'll entertain you with one of our games. Of course, we don't intend to let you win easily. We'll challenge you to a devilishly twisted logic game. Won't be something you can solve in a night. It'll be good enough to make you stay for months, racking your brains over it. You would entertain me, the great Burkestel, as a friend. Yeah, we would. Humph. After talking with you, even this dried plum tea is starting to taste sickly sweet. But a pain. I heard from Beato. Sounds like this dried plum tea stuff is one of your favorites. Next time, we'll throw in some high-class dried plums covered in gold leaf. So make sure you come again. If you really plan to do that, try finding some better tea to start with. I'll never feel like coming again if you keep serving tea like this. Come on. I guess the tea you're used to drinking is pretty damn high class. Next time, why don't you invite us somewhere we can drink some of that? Me? Invite you over? Giggle. Ha 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 ha. It's only fair, right? We've treated you. Now it's your turn. Yes, would be only fair. So, let's have the game be fair too. Let's switch sides and start a new game. Looking forward to it. We won this time, but who knows about the next? That's some confidence you have there. And yet, I'm afraid you're mistaken on one point. What's that? My game isn't over yet. I wonder who will win in the end. After taking one more sip of her black tea, Burkestel set her cup on the table, wearing a thin smile. The tea here is far too sweet. It was a mistake to have any. Thank you, Genji. Take this away, please. As you wish. Burkestel asked for her tea to be taken away after taking only 2 sips. Battler smiled, realizing that this was just Burn's way of being shy. Battler. Why are you smiling with such a foolish, optimistic face? If you really think this final game will be nothing but a happy epilogue, then I'll have to invite you all to a proper game for bringing this tale to a close. Battler, you forget too easily. Don't you remember in whose hands lie the key to this final game? Angie. With the butterfly key. The inside of my nose itched. I've never gained consciousness to a smell before. Slowly, I opened my eyes. Wait, when did I lose consciousness in the first place? I don't remember going to sleep or falling unconscious. That's right. Burkestel invited me to come to a place better for drinking tea. That's when my memory gets hazy. And since the smell of black tea is what woke me up, I'll admit, I have no fucking clue who Angie is. Still, after all this time, she's the sister to Battler. But she's from the future. 12 years in the future. 1998. This is Angie. Where am I? Aurora's study. Hate to admit it, but her taste in tea really is excellent. I was sitting on what appeared to be a sofa in a dimly lit study. Marcastel sat across from me. Right before my eyes was a beautiful cup filled with hot, steaming tea. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Isn't this place... I remembered. I've been here before. Wasn't it? How pleasant it is to see you again, child of man. Oh my god. Yes, that voice. Just hearing it brings back memories. Long time no see, my master. I didn't think I would get the chance to welcome you into my study again. To think that the game of yours is still continuing. It won't be continuing much longer. This is the end. The true final game. This was the study of Federine Augustus Aurora. The majestic witch of theater going, drama and spectating. She is tired of life after 1,000 years and constantly repeats a cycle of life and death. In the past, she served as a master for several games as a legendary witch, but her legend, glory, and memory have already disappeared into the past and have been forgotten. Only the solemn medal she wears on her chest contains those memories. The horseshoe-shaped object floating around her head is a memory aid device, records her name, appearance, and other aspects of her personality. She is so old that she would not be able to preserve her own individuality without this. I think that was the same description. A majestic witch of theater going, drama, and spectating. Once in the past, I was summoned by her in order to be her reader, her Miko. Don't tell me you want me to read again. I wasn't the one who called you here. My Miko brought the two of us together. Why? Isn't it obvious? To show you the path that leads to the truth. You'll show me the way, Feathery? Well, I am the witch of theater going, though I dislike interfering with the actors on the stage. So, would you rather watch Battler's boring play, or my exciting one that manipulates the branching paths of fate? I know you can't stand even a minute of boredom. As Feathering rocked her rocking chair, she looked up at the ceiling and chuckled. She clearly holds some key to the truth I see. And yet, you are literally the one holding the key. I could do nothing but tell you where to find the keyhole, child of man. Don't remember saying anything out loud, but Featherine answered my question as though I had. Come to think of it, that's right. Featherine can read the thoughts of a mere child of man like me as easily as she can hear me speak. Well, guess that'll help us get to the point quicker. Oni-chan did give me this key, but then he just said something about how I'd know how to use it when the time was right. He didn't say a word about what it was used for. Do you two know? What is this key for? Oni-chan said it was something very precious. Explain, my Miko. No way. You explain. You demand that your master explain. You gotta go on stage every now and then, otherwise you'll just get senile all the faster. My. And yet, I just enjoyed some long overdue time on the stage when Angie was reader, which should last me several centuries at least. Tell me, what is this key? A physical manifestation of the decision you are to make. This tale, this game, will end when you are asked to make a certain decision. What you hold there is the act of your decision embodied in the form of a key. The physical manifestation of my decision? Exactly. Battler was probably planning to end it by putting you in front of two doors, both of which can be opened by the key. Then he would ask you to choose which door to open. He must have told you that much, right? He didn't tell me anything at all. He just kept saying things like, you'll know when the time comes. No one will tell me anything. Not Oni-chan, not anyone. Battler probably wants to respect your right to make a decision of your own free will. But Angie, you should have at least started to figure it out by now, right? Figure what out? There's an answer Battler wants you to choose, isn't there? Those words made my heart jump on my chest. It was what I had been thinking. Oni-chan is clearly trying to trick me with a vague tale, almost like a daydream. That'll take me even farther away from the truth. At the 1986 family conference, everyone had a wonderful time as they faded away. Everyone is smiling down on you from heaven, so you don't need to feel alone, even in 1998. So give it your all and live on by yourself. I've clearly sensed Oni-chan's desire to end it like that. Every time I ask him about it, he dodges the issue and says something about how the decision will be mine in the end. That's right. It may appear as though Battler is giving you a fair choice, but he's actually scheming to get you to choose a certain one of those two answers. You've already seen the farce of a tale that he's using to do that, right? That bizarre Halloween party. With everyone acting so strange and friendly that it was almost sickening. I've already seen more than enough of that tale, so sickly sweet it makes me want to vomit. Where Ushime Kinzo showered me with affection, where his children swore to support each other, where everyone was filled with happiness and hope. He's trying to trick me with those chummy scenes, so he can keep me away from the truth. He's such a coward. True, it might be easy to call him a coward from your perspective, but remember, if you are a player in this game, and if Battler is the game master, what does that imply? In the past, Battler was a player and Beato was the game master, and they each fought for their own respective truths. So what's happening this time? I'm a player, and Oni-chan's the game master. Could it be that I've misunderstood everything from the very beginning? Oni-chan said he'd tell me what happened on that day, so I assumed that following him meant I'd learn everything. Isn't that the same as, say, Oni-chan accepting everything Beato said about the crimes being the work of a witch? What a stupid mistake I've been making. So, this game has always been a fight between me and Oni-chan. I'm surprised you joined in without realizing that. Battler really is sly. He quickly started up the final game without letting you realize that simple fact. Well, it was the same back in Beato's games. Battler was drawn into her game before he knew what was happening. Before he even knew how to fight. That's why I taught him how. Now it's exactly the same. You were forced to start this game before you understood anything about it. I've come to tell you the truth. To tell you who you're fighting against, and for what. I was too shocked to speak. And finally, I realized what I needed to accomplish in this game. I've always been passive. I was sure that Oni-chan would tell me everything, so I naively thought that I just had to believe whatever he said. I was wrong. That's not what this is. This is a battle between me, the one who wants to reach the truth, and Oni-chan, who wants to trick me and chase me out into a 1998 where I'm all alone. All this time, I've kept on saying that Oni-chan was foolish and naive. Now I see that I was more naive than anyone else. And yet, Orchestel didn't sneer at me. On the contrary, she looked at me with that cold gaze as if to say, "So you've finally taken your first step. Now do you understand your own purpose? And the purpose of that key?" I gripped the key Oni-chan had hung around my neck, and for a while, I shook with an emotion that even I couldn't understand. Now that I know Oni-chan tricked me, it would be easy to hate him. But hating him would be missing the point. After all, this is a game between me and him. Oni-chan has done nothing but make the optimal moves for winning against me. If games aren't a playful way to communicate, they're the process that decides who wins and who loses. And there can be no fair games. The best strategy So always to trick your enemy into defeat without telling them the rules before they even know what's going on. In that sense, Nichan hasn't done anything wrong. He's using that sickly sweet illusion to trick me and force me out into a lonely future. They'll be the only ones having a good time in the cat box, and I'll be the only one to chase out. Thank you. I'm grateful. I think I've finally been able to truly open my eyes. Please, don't hate Battler. After all, one-sidedly tricking your opponent is what game masters do. I know. Nichan took the best option from his perspective. That's all there is to it. So, I need to make the best possible moves from my perspective. My goal is now clear. October 4th and 5th, 1986. What happened on Rakujima on those days? I need to tear off the veil covering the truth. Nothing more, nothing less. Nichan gave me this key. Probably because he wants me to put it into the keyhole of his choosing. That's why he keeps showing me this sentimental illusion. But I won't be fooled anymore. I'll open the door I want to open. Certainly, this kind of tale is more to my liking than one where Angie does whatever Battler says. Then this time, I'll let you run the show from here on out. Tell Angie. Tell her where the keyhole that leads to the truth is. Tell me, where is the keyhole? Very well. First off, have a seat. I'll go and get it for you. She didn't get the book. When Featherine rose from her rocking chair, my vision seemed to twist and bend. What is this? Some kind of interference? Why now, when Featherine's about to show me something important? Why is my head getting suddenly... I dug my fingernails into my knees, clenching my teeth to keep from losing consciousness. However, the world just kept twisting more and more. Except for the feel of the sofa beneath me, couldn't sense anything at all. Lady? Huh? Looks like they've arrived. The door opened, and Hachijo Toya appeared.
Oh, sweet satisfaction!
Good morning, JP.
Supa with the sub. How's it going, Supa? Morning. I think we're finishing this today. Well, maybe not. Not entirely. We still have achievements to hunt. But I think, maybe. What's going on? This isn't the world of witches, but the world of humans. Like finishing? I think it seems like we're gonna get a choice. So we'll do one path, and then tomorrow we'll finish the other path. I feel like that's where this is going. I was sitting on a sofa, and Amakusa was behind me. There's no need to feel confused. Featherine and Hachijo Toya are the same being. To her, the difference between two worlds is a trivial thing. To put it in the words of that theater lover, it's like having a slightly different background behind the stage. So, there was no reason for me to feel hesitant. This is crazy how long this is. Pretty awesome, right? Almost a month. Almost 4 weeks. But I've been enjoying it. It's been a good story. Should I call you Madame Hachijo this time? How complicated names are. Even though both of us are still here, just like before, you have to wonder what to call me. True. Calling you Featherine would be a bit rude to you now. For an actor, the name of the role they act is only temporary. Precisely, Chado man. Featherine? Amakusa's eyes went wide as he wondered what I was suddenly talking about. I ignored him and continued. So, what are you going to show me? As I spoke, my eyes were caught by that heavy-looking object she held under her arm. At a glance, it looked like an encyclopedia with a fancy binding. Do you know what this is? As Featherine spoke, she set the heavy object on the table. The first thing it reminded me of was a grimoire. The heavy book had a mysterious, mystical feel to it, like something Maria One-chan might carry around. And the most remarkable feature of it was the large, sturdy lock that held it shut. Why would someone go so far to keep people from reading a book? Why don't you take it and observe the back? The back? I flipped the heavy book over in my lap. As soon as I saw it, I gave a small gasp. Eva, Ushiromiya Eva. Without a doubt, those words were written there in Roman characters. What is this? On Eva's diary? Could this be that rumored... Do you know something about this? Just a rumor. They say that President Eva had a secret diary, and that she always kept it locked up. They say she took it with her everywhere she went. At least, that's what I heard from some of the other bodyguards. A secret diary? Why is that here? It was in the hospital room where Ushimiya Eva passed away. This diary was hidden behind her bed, so it remained in that room for some time after her death before it was found. Then, by coincidence, it was probably found by someone who worked for the hospital, or else a patient of it or their family. Okay, I'm starting work now, sadly. I'm gonna be lurking if it's not too crazy today. Try not pop into my do. Sounds good, Supa. Thank you again for the sub. Yeah, I hope work goes by quickly. It's been, yeah, we should be on for a while, maybe. A couple hours at least. I don't know how long the tea party's gonna be. If there is a tea party, there should be. Of course, by that time, there was a huge movement dedicated to the Rakushima mystery. The locked diary found in the hospital room, where Ushimiya Eva spent her last moments, would be absolutely priceless. The discoverer probably handed it over in secret to one of the witch hunters, who would be able to accurately determine its worth. Luckily, the witch hunters who got their hands on this book were all noble and upright people. Not content to boorishly destroy the lock and reveal the truth, they simply satisfied themselves with the fact that the truth of that day slumbered just on the other side of this mysterious lock. Thanks to that, Eva's diary has remained undamaged to this very day. It is already known that Natsuhi, wife of Kraus, the oldest son of Kenzo, sealed up all her complaints and repressed feelings by writing them down in a diary, which she treated like a sword of charm. So, Aunt Eva did the same thing? It's possible, at least. Opening up a diary like this would be a pain, even if you did have a key. It's sealed up tight like a corset. Amakusa was right. This wasn't a diary made to be casually opened and reminisced over. It's probably safe to assume that she used this diary to forget things by writing them down and sealing them away, just like Ushimiya and Natsuhi did. Then she brought it with her into her hospital room and hid it behind the bed without telling anyone about it. Don't tell me that diary is... Are you saying Aunt Eva wrote down what happened that day? By reading its contents, you'll probably learn everything. However, we don't know where the key that unlocks it is. I jumped. Then I looked down my chest. That's where my brother hung that key. Huh? It's gone. The key's gone. What's wrong, lady? What key? It's been hanging from your neck the whole time, hasn't it? I never noticed it. You had a key hanging from your neck? I understood almost immediately. In the world of humans, I haven't found the key. The me with the key is on the game board in the world of witches. Make me the me with the key. I'm going to unlock this diary. Featherine lifted a finger, spun it around, and the world twisted again. When I returned to Featherine's study, the key popped back into existence, hanging from her neck. At the same time, the diary in my lap popped out of existence. Where'd the diary go? It should exist somewhere on the game board. Since it is one of the keyholes you are to be given, it must exist. Did Oni-chan hide it somewhere? Since Battler wants this to be a game between you and him, it probably isn't hidden completely. What do you mean? Even if Battler thinks of the diary as a king he mustn't lose, there would be no game unless it exists somewhere on this board. In other words, somewhere in the Ushirimiya mansion? Or you may have already been given an opportunity to witness it. Like how a swindler has already hidden a trap in microscopic letters on the first page of a contract you sign. Battler follows the customs of the mystery genre as the game master. Clues must be shown, so the choice that leads to the Battler's defeat must have been shown. Angie, try and remember. You should have seen Ava's diary in Battler's world already. In that instant, from the back of my mind, drifted the very first scene of this final game. The chapel. In the chapel. The book was lying on the altar, the book with the lock on it. As soon as I showed interest in that book, my brother suddenly grew stern and told me not to touch it. That was on Ava's diary. That's right. Ushirimiya Ava's diary. The book of the single truth, with the truth of that day written inside it. The book of the single truth. Is the truth really inside it? After all, there's a chance that it shows that it's something on Ava. I'll say it in red. Ushirimiya Ava's diary, the book of the single truth, has the truth of Rakanjima during October 4th and 5th, 1986, recorded within it. Whoa. We're close to the 2-hour marker, so I feel like we should do the bear beat now, before we progress. Well, where are we going? We're going to the chapel? Oh, we're going back to the family. Okay. Yeah, let's do the BRB. So, un momento. And I'm back. I don't know if that was 5 minutes, but it should be more than 3. The discussion over Brunkestell's reasoning game were getting passionate at each of the tables. At some point, each table had started competing to see which could solve it first. Brunkestell? Haven't Angie and Erica arrived yet? They should have been here by now. Want to make a bet on who arrives first? I can understand Erica being late, but what about Angie? Just what kind of pit did you toss her into this time? How rude. She's sitting on a sofa, sipping tea. Hopefully the sort of tea you drink suits Angie's taste. Good point. How rude. That tea would suit anyone's taste. Erica would even lick the last drop of my tea from the bottom of a miso pot. Now, part of me is dying to ask how miso comes into this picture. Still, it's Erica. This will be a long-awaited reunion. That's right. Come to think of it, can't wait to see how long it will take her to solve Brunkestell's game. This sort of game is what that kid's best at. She'll probably read it from start to finish 3 times, then just say the answer right away. Probably. I'll look forward to seeing her give the correct answer immediately with that smug look on her face. Come now, this is Erica we're talking about. She'll probably pull out some twisted logic and say that it was possible for someone other than Battler's family. Good point. In fact, I'd like to hear a proud, twisted logic even more than the right answer. Apparently Battler and Beato were looking forward to their reunion with Erica. They had already dueled with Erica in 2 separate games, but now there was no distinction between foes and allies. They truly wanted to welcome her to this party, after the show, as a friend. Still, it's a bit unexpected. What is? You know. Surprising that you'd let Angie go this easily. Making sure that Battler and the others couldn't see her face, Delta, Sigurd. Is it really so surprising? Of course it is. Thought that, being you'd torture Battler with one tough puzzle after another before releasing her. Or that you'd at least try to give Angie some weird ideas and have her turn the game around in the end. And I thought I knew you better than anyone else in the world. So embarrassing that I was wrong. I'm sure it is. But don't worry. You obviously do know me better than anyone else in the world. Yeah, of course. After all, I love, adore, and understand you more than any other person in the universe. Delta was flustered by Brunkestell's apparently friendly words, which were very rare coming from her. Battler-sama, pardon me for interrupting your conversation. Angie-sama has returned. Oh, she's back? Great. So, is she okay? It seems that she was soaked by the rain, but Kumasawa is bringing her a towel now. When Battler heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to face Brunkestell, showing her a forced smile as though apologizing for still suspecting her just a little. Brunkestell showed no reaction and simply continued to wear a blank expression with a slight smile. Angie-sama has returned. I'm back. Battler, Angie's back. Angie, glad you're okay. I was worried. She stared at Battler as he dashed towards her with a relieved smile. Angie's expression seemed somehow indifferent. That Battler. Looks like he thought I had you hanging by chains in a cave or something. No. I didn't think you'd go that far. I was just having some tea at the house of one of Brunkestell's friends. It was delicious. Did it have dried plumes or miso in it? Of course not. Sanji spoke bluntly. She walked right past her brother and exchanged a few whispered words with Brunkestellel. What is it, Battler? Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. He said he was lonely because his little sister was being so cold. Beato would either laugh at him or scratch him. After all, Angie was a girl at that age. She might be in a bad mood for reasons a boy like him couldn't understand. Taking note of this, and having satisfied himself that Angie was okay, he made to walk away. Battler, Angie is calling for you. Huh? Oh, sorry. I've been trying to get your attention for a while. Don't ignore me. I wasn't really ignoring you. What's going on with you, anyway? You look like you were in a bad mood for a while now. I imagine Burgestel gave her something strange to drink and pretended it was just some rare sort of black tea. I have no business with you. Back off for a bit, would you? I want to talk to Oni-chan alone. Come. You may not look it, but I am the wife of the Territory Lord. I'm already far closer to Battler than... Sorry, Beato. Would you mind leaving for just a bit? By now, Battler realized that Angie's issue was more than just a slight bad mood. Beato puffed out her cheeks as though she wanted to say something more. However, she just let it out with a sigh and walked away. Is this okay? It is. After all, this game is between me and you, right? I'm the player, you're the game master. No matter how many pieces get between us, in the end, it's still a direct battle between you and me. Well, it's true that I'm the game master, but it's not like I'm fighting against you or anything. This final game was held so you could be invited to the Rokkenjima of 1986. Games are played to decide who wins and who loses. There can be no game unless you have foes and allies. Don't try to trick me. What are you talking about all of a sudden? You had me totally fooled. At first, I actually thought you'd take me to that day in 1986. But that wasn't true. This has all been a farce you created, hasn't it? You're using this sentimental tale to dodge the issue and leave me confused. You're trying to chase me out into a lonely future with nothing but this cheap happiness as a parting gift. There's this one thing I've been after since the beginning. What happened on Rokkenjima that day? And the only answer you gave me was this game. This sentimental party of illusions. It's obvious how you're going to try and answer my question now. I want the truth, and you aren't going to give it to me. Angie, listen, you've got it wrong. Don't try and trick me. This game is the final fight between me and you. I want the truth of that day, and you're trying to hide it behind an illusion. It's exactly the same. The setup is no different than those fights between you and Beato. I was about to be chased out of the game board with everything still vague and fuzzy because of you. Well, sorry, but I've already figured out that this game is a battle. Don't think you'll trick me so easily anymore. No? Angie's shout tore apart the peaceful atmosphere. Family members and illusions gulped and watched the scene, wondering what was going on. Beato tried to run up to Battler, but he motioned for her to stay back. What is it you want? There's only one thing I've ever wanted! The truth of Rokkenjima of 1986. That's all I'm looking for. The truth is sealed within the cat box. It can't be reached by someone outside the cat box like you. Is that why you're trying to trick me with this sentimental illusion? Yes, this is an illusion. However, I wanted you to remember this fun atmosphere, the harmony within your family. It's not about what happened on that island that day. I wanted you to remember the warmth of these family conferences, a warmth you forgot. That's just an illusion you're trying to impose on me. I'll reject it and deny it completely. There is no truth in 1986. The cat box is empty inside. You're looking for something that doesn't exist. Humph. I won't be tricked anymore. The truth of that day does exist. It was written down by the sole survivor and preserved to this very day. Battler's expression faltered for just an instant, and Angie didn't miss it. So he was hiding it after all. Oni-chan has been hiding the book of the single truth from me. On Ava, for the first time since your death, I'd like to express my gratitude. Because you wrote down what happened that day, you gave me one last chance at learning the truth. Angie-chan, you have to listen to me. Everything I wrote in that diary is nonsense, and it doesn't mean... There's no point trying to deceive me. It's already been proven and read that your diary has the truth of that day in it. Absurd. How could anyone but Battler, the Game Master, use the word truth? It's of Aurora, isn't it? That's right. The Book of the Single Truth exists in 1998, the world of the future. Who else could perform the crucial role of confirming its contents with the red truth? I heard everything from Burgestel. I've been fooled by you long enough. I don't want some sentimental illusion. I want the real truth. And no matter how hard you try to cover it up in 1986, I could expose it in 1998. After all, you are the Beatrice of 1986, Oni-chan, and I am the Beatrice of 1998. A cyclone rose up around Angie. It was a golden swirl with gold butterflies, just like the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Oh? Oh? Oh shit. I am Angie Beatrice of 1998, the final Golden Witch. No witch of the past can defeat a witch of the future. That's awesome. Angie Beatrice, the witch who rules over the future in the year 1998. She stands completely on the outside of the cat box, making her entirely different from all the other witches. Just what will she find in this final game? Nice. No witch of the past can defeat a witch of the future. The cyclone of gold broke apart, and its gold leaves scattered across the room. The final witch, who would inherit Beatrice's name in the future, appeared. Angie, Beatrice. You're the golden and endless witch, but I'm different. I'm the golden witch of truth. No illusion can stand in my way. Yes, this is the end of Oni-chan's boring party. Now it's time for my party to start. I've even ready the game to liven things up. You're up, Aunt Ava. Huh? What? Angie snapped her fingers. She vanished along with the swirl of gold butterflies. Placing her in the middle of that cyclone was a girl wearing a dress, bowing modestly. Oh. You. That's pretty rude, you know? Inviting everyone to the party except me. You're Ava, the sole survivor of Rakanjima, and the Witch of the Future, the Golden and Endless Witch from 1986 to 1998. In the world of the future, Batlacoon's sentimental illusion is more fragile than a flake of snow on a lake. Okay, let's have some fun. Come, try to remember, all of you. Remember your endless theory-making. And Ava held her hand to the heavens. Light gathered there and took the form of a bottle. Yes, a bottle. A glass bottle with no label. There was no alcohol inside. Sealed within it was a fragment that let off a pale, sinister light. But Battler, this is bad. She must not smash that bottle. Okay, it's showtime. The bottle. New track? The bottle was slammed against the floor and smashed to pieces. As soon as the fragment within it touched the outside air, it flashed white and burst. At first, it seemed that nothing had happened. However, Ava grinned at them before becoming a cloud of butterflies and vanishing. At some point, Mercastel must have vanished as well. What did she do? It was probably a fragment she brought back with her from the world of the future. Perhaps we could call it the contents of the cat box in the future. What does all this mean? What? At that moment, they heard a thundering roar. It was as though large chunks of hail had started falling everywhere. An earthquake accompanied that noise, and the whole mansion creaked. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. At the same time, it seemed as though the curtain-covered window glowed with a pale light. What on earth is going on? Hide, look outside. What the hell was that? Everyone watched the window in response to her voice. Of course, Battler and Beato went too. Oh? Then they drew the curtains, looked at the scene outside, and were stunned into silence. How beautiful. Kinzo's words echoed the first impression felt by all who looked up at the scene beyond the windows. Not all beauty is benign. They always say that beauty has thorns. Yeah. Everyone found the scene beautiful. They all sensed impending misfortune from it. Outside the window, countless small objects, pale, glowing fragments of crystals, lay strewn about everywhere like fallen hell. The word fantastical perfectly summed up the scene that lay before them in the glowing rose garden. I saw something move over there. Hey, is there someone over there? Wait, huh? A person just grew out of that glowing fragment. Seven Sisters of Purgatory, battle formation. With those words of Lucifer's, everyone finally realized that they were being surrounded by danger. Oh. Lots of goats. All of the goats. One by one, the countless fragments shook and burst, and large dark bodies rose up from inside each. They were giants with goat heads. One after another, they appeared from the insides of broken fragments. Those fragments lay all over the rose garden in vast numbers and made the ground glow, so that everyone inside was forced to shudder. 45. Wide area surveillance. My radar is filled with white. We're either being jammed or the vast number of readings is making a count of enemy numbers impossible. Even as she said this, the glowing rose garden outside the window was being filled with giant goats. The fragments carrying the goats weren't just in the rose garden. They were spread evenly across the entire island. Not just the rose garden, the entire area around the mansion was being covered with goats by now. Allow us to speak. Know that we are completely surrounded. Yeah, we noticed. Well, you do now, Battler. Only one thing to do with an uninvited guest. Let's chase them off. Who are these people? Guessing these aren't your minions, right, Beato? The goat forms they hold are probably just imitations of the pieces on this game board. They aren't Risha's or Leah's minions. This is something worse. I see. So they are manifestations of message bottles. Message bottles? The ones Beato made. Not quite. These are fragments of what people in the future have imagined. Endless possibilities are hidden within the cat box. Because of that, those outside the box can imagine the insides to be any one of an infinite number of things. It would seem those endless delusions are the true form of these creatures. What will those goats do to us, I wonder? Doesn't look like they're here to give us a handshake and a pat on the back. Those people, those lowlifes making up and passing around stories, imagining the tragedies that might have unfolded around us on this island. They found it so fascinating that I never talked about the truth, but they kept on creating tragedies one after another for their own enjoyment. I see. So they're fragments from the future, imagining the cat box of 1986 however they please. In the world of the future, any and all interpretations can and do exist. Unless we deny them, everyone will be able to claim that their own view is the truth, and they will remain on this island. What a fix we're in. Looks like we're surrounded and fighting for our lives. What are they doing? They're eating. They're eating something. They're eating the roses. The crowd of goats was squirming about and doing something. If you look closely, you could see them sticking their heads into rose bushes and munching away. And it wasn't just rose bushes. Light poles, the bricks of the flower beds, even the stone paving itself. They were biting all of it, almost as if they were trying to eat up the whole island. No, they aren't just eating. If they aren't eating, what are they doing? That is not eating. They are eroding it, shaving away at the edges of the game board itself. They're eating the game board? In the world of the future, everyone believes we were swallowed up by tragedy today. That's why they won't accept the truth where we enjoy ourselves in peace. Truths of the past are subordinate to truths of the future. The merciless future fangs and jaws of those goats refuse to accept our truth and are eroding it, replacing it with the kind of truth they expect. Damn it. This is our truth. It's not for those people in the future who have nothing to do with us anyway, to rewrite as they please. Monka eyes. The garden outside the window is now filled with too many goats to count, all chewing away. This repulsive scene stole the words from everyone's lips. They weren't stunned into silence. There was just no point in making a fuss and letting the goats know a certain fact. No point in letting them know that there was plenty of prey waiting in this bright, warm room. Prey that was softer and easier to chew than roses or bricks. That goat there, he's looking at us. Silence. Don't make a fuss. It's coming this way. Dear me, this does not look good. Oh boy. They saw one of the newly born goats head slowly towards their window. There was already a huge swarm of them in the garden, so it was no surprise when one of them looked around for new prey, it would see the light from this window. Its immense, eerie body slowly approached. As it grew closer, they could finally see it clearly. The eyes blazed, despite being cold, ruthless, and reptilian. Those cruel fangs and jaws could tear apart and crush anything. Any fangs that could chew through brick would hardly have a problem chewing through humans. Its massive body had to be taller than the windows themselves, and it was lumbering towards this window. If only this window was made out of special Umineko bulletproof glass. I doubt even bulletproof glass would stop that thing. Wow! It's coming! It's coming! It's running towards us! Oh? Also what? Allow me to speak. Know that this window shall not be breached. The power of Cornelius' seal formed a shield around the glass. The goat was blown back, unable to even touch the glass because of this power. Its weight made the earth tremble. They could feel that clearly, even inside. But that tremor had also drawn the attention of the nearby goats. A pack of goats started shuffling towards them, and a fight broke out as they charged forward. They each charged forward, trying to reach this new prey first. The window protected by Cornelius' seal would probably be safe. However, there were many windows in the Great Hall. For the first time, those windows became a source of terror instead of sunlight and a lovely view. Gertrude. Allow me to speak. Know that this window should not be breached. Gertrude sealed another window. The goats trying to break in through that one were thrown back. But at the same time, they heard the crash of yet another window being smashed. Scattering fragments of glass everywhere, the massive goats broke through the window frame and entered the building. Oh? Wow! Stay back. Everyone, stay back! On the first Twilight, the six chosen by the key. Those words really were coming from the goat's mouth, along with a steaming, foul breath. However, it didn't get a chance to say any more. Forehead, neck, shoulder, chest, side, gut, knee. The stakes of the seven sisters buried themselves in deep, one after another. What rough, unappetizing flesh for piercing. I hate to have to gobble up any more of these. Are they buffer? I mean, they are, right? The other windows shattered one after another, and several goats squeezed their way in through the window frames. Their mouths were still stuffed with the bricks they had just been snacking on. Each time they chewed, it made a ghastly sound like bones being crushed. We will repel them. Chester troops, prepare for close-range combat. Stop. You start firing away and we'll have all the other goats come to join the party. Let's fall back to the second floor. If we can seal the staircase, that'll buy some time. Everyone, upstairs. Hurry! After sniffing noisily as though scanning the smells around them, the goats started chewing on whatever chairs, tables, or curtains were close by. The goats would chew anything to bits, as long as it was near them. If the others were careful not to attract the goats' attention, they would be able to escape from this place. The humans ran on ahead, up to the second floor, while the illusions, who were used to fighting, guarded the rear. The goats were completely absorbed by their feast on everything in the hall. By now, they were even brutally chewing away at the portrait of Beatrice, which could fairly be called the symbol of the Ushimiya family itself. Battler, the humans have all taken refuge on the second floor. Good. Lantern, see all the staircases. Gertrude and Cornelia will handle it. However, they need more time. All over the mansion, there were loud beating sounds that might be called knocks, and the sound of shattering glass. Well now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for work. 7 Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Let's go, you lowlifes. Tonight, it's all you can eat. Chester troops, halt all external tasks. Cancel automatic updates. Accept no data. Take no prisoners. Eisner Jungfrau of the 7th District. By the Territory Lord's order, carry out your duty. I'll lend a hand. Leon, you're in the way. Go up to the second floor. But Will! Leave this to us and go. You have your own job to do. Protect your family. I understand. Everyone, stay safe. The mansion was filled with the sounds of knocking, crushing, smashing, and chewing. The goats in their wave of destruction was drawing subtly closer. Lord Battler, Gertrude and Cornelia have finished sealing the other staircases. The large staircase here is the only one that remains. The other staircases are tiny, so they went fast. On the other hand, this staircase is huge. Looks like you'll have your hands full buying time. And the Delta spoke as though it was someone else's problem. It only took a glance at her face to see that she had no intention of lending a hand. Even so, Beato didn't scold her. This was a game between Battler and Angie, and the Delta was only a theatergoer who had been invited. Don't think badly of me. Even I'd die if I was torn apart by nothingness. Sorry, I think I'll stick to being observer. That's what you've always been, though it is a shame that we can't ask for your help. Nah, she's being nice. Doesn't want to steal our show. Heh. Sure, let's call it that. As a Voyager witch, Lama Delta could retreat from this game board of battlers if she wanted to. In other words, she was the only one who wasn't in trouble now. See you later. I think I'll watch this game between you and Byrne till the end. I'll be reading for you. As you munch on popcorn? Of course. I think I'll have some soy sauce butter flavor today. Lama Delta vanished with a pop. As soon as she did, a black hole opened up in midair and Gap fell out of it. Battler, Riche, could you come here for a second? You should probably see this. Right now? Yes. Let's go. Everyone, we're counting on you to hold this position. When Gap snapped her fingers, a large hole opened up under Battler and Beato, swallowing them both. They were spat out into an inky blackness. Both of them were floating in the night sky. Rock and Gmail lay far beneath them. And as soon as they realized this, they shuddered. This is... It's not just a crowd, it's a sea. It was no longer a crowd of goats, but an entire sea of them. Just as Rankajima poked out from the ocean, the mansion was now poking out from a sea of goats. People in the future really are amazing. Just how many of them have imagined the tragedy on this island? It's nothing more than the worthless drivel of those outside the cat box. Let's clean this place up. Look over there. It's hard to tell, but look at the shoreline. The shoreline? It's easy to make out the harbor. Look closely. See it? Don't tell me. Yeah, you're probably right. They're eating it. Eating the whole island. Come, try and remember fragments from the future. If only you just chew up all the embellishment, all the illusions, all the fantasy. As I would yell out this to the heavens, hovering about the raging sea, hail fell down with a pale glow. Each was an unlabeled bottle with a fragment inside. They poured onto the island, or smashed to bits, and the fragments inside them scattered everywhere. Every now and then, the fragments would split in two, then split in two again. And every single one of them burst and gave birth to a massive goat. To say it was like bamboo shoots springing up after the rain would be a vast understatement. The goats writhed about like bubbling, boiling water in a pot. They ate away at everything they saw. They didn't just eat the harbor, but the trees and rocks, the entire coastline itself. Hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of goats continued to eat. They were chewing away at every bit of Rakujima, this final game that Battler had prepared. Ha 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 ha. Too bad, Battler-kun. The future wants a tragedy on this island. Even Angie wants the truth. Don't worry, we'll chew up all the embellishment, illusions, and fantasy for you. By now, Battler and the others had to admit it. The future wanted a tragedy. Even if the truth of this island had been a gentle, peaceful thing, the future didn't want that. The truth they wanted was painting over the past. The past is such a fragile thing. Even the cat box is being chewed apart. Just who are these people? Are they really so determined to plunge us into a tragedy? That's all I wanted to show you. Hope this helps a bit when you're making strategic decisions. Yeah, thanks. I feel like crap. Let's go to the study next, if you don't mind. Goldsmith wants to talk to you. Gap snapped her fingers, and another black hole swallowed them up and spat them out in the study. Ow. Gap, if you're gonna drop me, at least do it on the bed. Grandfather, we're in trouble. There's absolutely nowhere left to go. I know. Even waiting out the storm from here is not an option. Renova and the others should be able to buy some time, but that's all. If they just hold up in the mansion, it would only be a matter of time before the swarm of goats got them. Trying to repel a few of the goats barging into the mansion would be like using a cup to bail water from a boat with a hole in it. We can fight defensively for a while, but it's only a matter of time. We need to think of something while we fight. Can we escape? Where to? Is there any way for us to leave the game board? Outside the game board is beyond the range of our territory. Only a Voyager witch could leave. Only Burkestel and Lambda Delta could do it. However, there is no way Burkestel would help. Even Lambda Delta had already announced that she would be an observer instead of lending a hand. So, there's nowhere left to run. No, there is just one place. Where? The Golden Land! I see. Is that our only option now? Indeed. The Golden Land is the most impenetrable place on this game board. If we wish to escape, it's that or nothing. These things are eating the cat box itself. For all we know, they might start chewing away at the Golden Land itself at any moment. What should we do, Battler? No point thinking about it. We're retreating. If we take too long to make a decision, even that road will be closed to us. Evacuate everyone. How can we open the door to the Golden Land? I just have to open it. However, an immense wave of the anti-magic toxin is emanating from that crowd of goats. It will take some time to open the door. So, we've only got to protect the study with our lives until the door's open. Just have to keep doing what we've been doing. There's one more problem. The door to the Golden Land cannot be shut unless 2 people close it from the outside. 2 from the outside? What do you mean? As soon as he said this, Battler realized. This must be the result of some agreement made between the 3 witches who are one. Normally, there's no need to go to the trouble of shutting the door. But it won't be so easy this time. Only you and Beta can fulfill the role of shutting the door. Me, as the Territory Lord, and Beta? Yeah, it sounds like the safest choice. Indeed. It's just the 2 of us. We might even be able to protect ourselves. Okay, open the door. Beta waved her pipe, leaving a golden trail behind as she sliced the air vertically. Then, the gap of the door to the Golden Line appeared. It looked like nothing more than a thin golden string hanging from the ceiling. If you look closely, you could see that the string was getting thicker very slowly. The door to the Golden Line certainly was opening, but so slowly that you couldn't even tell if you weren't careful. At this rate, it would probably take quite some time before it grew big enough to let a person through. Grandfather, Gap, we'll need you to be our inner line of defense. Yes, there may be goats climbing up the outer walls. Very well. My rifle hungers for some prey. Understood. It'll be fun dropping those things into the abyss. The giant was sliced at an angle, split into 2 parts, and fell to the floor, sharing with filthy dark blood and guts. Splendidly done! I'll let you take the next one. I forget, is this the executioner? Or no? Countless massive goats, which had forced their way in from rooms and windows all across the mansion, wandered about in search of something to chew. I don't think it is. Several of the goats noticed the group of people huddled around the staircase and leapt closer. They were pulverized by merciless attacks. And those shields easily halted the charging goats, and Gielli's magic spears were pitting the giants against the walls. Lanner's and Will's blades were also slicing easily through goats. The pinpoint strikes of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory could pierce the vitals of and finish off any opponent, no matter how large. The Chester Sisters were holding their own too. They had blasted enough goats to bits with one shot from their high-caliber firearms that you couldn't count the kills with both hands. Given a limited number of opponents, they were more than a match for these goats. However, they weren't just up against a crowd, but an entire ocean. It was like a pebble trying to face the approaching waves of a stormy sea. Hurry on, that gun barrel replacement. Requesting cover from the Purgatory troops. So, you run out of ammo, and you're nothing but rabbits. Lame. I don't want to hear that from a bunch of 7 paperweights who can only kill 1 person at a time. Yeah, keep them coming. Don't let us get bored. The hall was filled with massive goat corpses. As if in fear of the sight, the goats that came in one after another formed a wall, keeping their distance. Perhaps they think they're no match for us. I wish that were true, but it seems to be a little more than wishful thinking. What are those guys doing? They're looking at us and whispering to each other. Apparently, they have the intelligence to talk together and cooperate. The goats surrounded them at a distance, whispering. Then they nodded at each other as though I was deciding something, and the whole group stirred. What are they doing? It almost looks like they're lining up in a different order. The enemy is changing its formation. It appears that the individuals with greater destructive power are being gathered in the front lines. So what? Let's go. Yes, One-sama. Wait, something's wrong. Oops, hit the mic. but also... You need to take a sip. Lucifer took aim at one of them, going for its forehead. Took aim. The other 6 sisters followed her lead, trying to pierce the vital organs of the creature's body. However, there was no sound of pierced flesh. The 7 sisters of Purgatory were knocked back, unable to cause even the smallest movement. What? What just happened? These guys are talking about something. The goats kept whispering the same thing over and over as they slowly approached the 7 sisters. All of them whispered unanimously. All fantasy is fictional. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory are illusions, personifying stakes for ceremonial sacrifices. They're actually paperweights. They're actually paperweights. As they whispered curses that denied the 7 Sisters' existence, the goats lumbered closer. Get back, Purgatory troops. We'll cover you. It's time you learned a lesson, goats. Jesus. Okay. The golden bows of the Chist troops mowed down the wall of goats with a shower of bright golden bullets. Some of the goats were torn to pieces, but some of them seemed completely unaffected. Then the goats who were uninjured all whispered as one. The Chester Sisters' Imperial Guards have Maria's rabbit dolls as their vessels. They're actually rabbit dolls. Maria's imagination, fantasy, fictional beings. All of the crimes can be explained by mystery. All fantasy is irrelevant. Looks like we've got lots of people who won't accept the existence of magic. And that means no magical attacks will have any effect on them. Does that mean all of our attacks will be completely useless? Endless 9? Yeah. If they don't accept that we exist, our attacks can't hurt them. Yeah. Is that possible? We'll have to test it. No step forward, stamp on the floor twice, and a red barrier rose up in front of him. A crowd of goats dashed into it with terrifying force. While some goats were blown away by it, several of them slipped right through the magical barrier. Renove is a creature of magic, creature of fiction. Genji is Renove's vessel. He's an imaginary version of Genji. I see. So even my attacks will not affect some of them. There is no longer any point in Virgilia trying out her magic spear. Now that some of the goats had decided that her existence is fictional, she could no longer hurt them. Even these great demons and great witches, as well as high-level furniture and weapons, were overcome with fear of the crowd that surrounded them, a crowd that would not be affected by any of their attacks. What are we going to do? We'll keep fighting until the end. We don't have permission to die in battle. Fantasy is all fiction. Fantasy is all fiction. Fantasy is all fiction. A shriek from one of the goats became a signal for the wall of them to break. They pushed forward with gaping mouths and foul breath, each trying to reach their prey first, trying to return these fictional creatures to nothingness. Look out! Julia leapt in front of and held several of the 7 sisters, who had fallen on their butts, overpowered by the ferocity of the approaching goats. However, even Virgilia was a fictional creature to these goats. They could chew through her like cotton candy. Madame, quickly! Renove threw himself at the oncoming goats. Even he would be chewed apart easily. Knowing this, Renove leapt forward. Even if magic no longer functions, I'm still the fiercely passionate and loyal man I always was. And furthermore, did you expect that I would simply sit by and watch a lady die? Renove is fantasy. Renove is fantasy. Renove Renove slammed his right fist into the side of the goat's face. As soon as he pulled it back, he swung his left leg into the goat's gut, then spun around into a reverse roundhouse that caught the goat again. Humph. Renove knew. He could do less damage than a mosquito bite against those who didn't accept his existence. This was the height of anti-magic defensive power, Endless 9. Renove's fantasy, a fiction, an illusion. The goat swung its log-like fists with a sound like a storm. Renove dodged by a hair. Had he been an instant slower, that massive arm would have crushed his head like glass. Renove! Stop this! Run! I, Renove, cannot help but rise to the challenge when I see a lady in a pinch. A bad habit of mine. Renove grinned and tried to act tough. He had already sacrificed all he had. There was nothing he could do here and now, except become a shield to buy time. He had already chosen to abandon his life for this. Renove's fantasy. He couldn't exist. Couldn't possibly exist. Illusions do not exist. They do not exist. Fantasy is all ridiculous. Ridiculous. The goats kept coming, trying to feast on Renove. None had any pretensions of making this a one-on-one fight. Nothing mattered except chewing apart fantasy. Even just a nibble. As they gnashed those ruthless jaws and fangs, they closed in around Renove. Ugh. Renove's foot hit something, he stumbled. At the same instant, several massive arms reached out and lifted him up. Renove-sama! What are you doing, Chester? Shoot them! If that do anything, we would have done it already. Yeah. Everyone, please stand back. I should be able to buy you some time as they savor my flesh. However, I think they'll find that Renove has quite a few little bones in him. Quite a few little bones in him. An elbow rammed itself into the massive, hideous jaws that were trying to chew Renove's head. Of course, the goat did moan, but that did nothing but deprive just one goat of his right to the first bite of Renove's head. Many jaws opened wide, trying to crush him and throw him down into those heartless stomachs, which would permit no cheerful illusions to exist. I won't accept fantasy. I won't accept. It's possible to explain everything with mystery. Possible. Fantasy is fake. Everything is mystery. All the many arms that lifted Renove up sliced off. Seven sisters used this chance to fly forward and grab Renove, dragging him back. Which of you mentioned mystery? Does Lanner's blade work on them? I see. If our foes are calling it a mystery. Blood-red longsword in hand, Lanner slowly walked forward. Behind her walked Will, tapping his back with his black blade. If you don't think this is a fantasy, then let's have your theories. Cannot wait to hear your explanations. The crowd of goats stepped back. Though they had been so vicious against the illusions, they stepped back when faced with this pair wielding swords of mystery. There have been a great many closed-room murders on this game board. Choose whichever you please, and we'll parry all of your attacks. No, we don't have to defend anything. Indeed, the purpose of a mystery is to offer a challenge. There's no need for us to play defense. Do you get it yet? You're the ones in the hot seat now. Blue truth cut the goats apart. That blue truth dwelt within each and every one of the riddles from Banto's games so far. What about the closed room with the chain, first game, second Twilight? What about the closed room with the chapel, second game, first Twilight? What about the trick to killing Nanjo, third game, ninth Twilight? There was no end to the blades. do they counter this? The countless riddles Beatrice had left behind became blades, challenges that tore the goats apart. If they wanted to deny fantasy, they would have to make a counter-argument. They would have to deal with every single trick as a mystery. However, while most of the goats called themselves anti-fantasy, they hadn't thought of any answer for the mystery. Though every now and then, goats with answers did appear. The beefcake goats are back, I see? They are. And they're huge! Someone outside the Ushimiya family was hiding on the island, and Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. There were multiple culprits all working separately, and it just happened to look like a single culprit. Van Dyne's 12th. There must be but one true culprit. You mean everything but that is forbidden? Boring, right? To have a genre like that. Personally, I think mystery should be more flexible. The 10 Nox commandments and the 20 Van Dyne rules that are behind the times. The definition of the mystery genre should change with the era. Now they get uppity. Perhaps we are behind the times. In that case, let's see if you have any theories that can satisfy us. Come. So many goats. The whole crowd of goats charged them. In their fangs, each of them carried theories to crush Beato's closed rooms. The body of these goats differed from those who had become corpses so easily. They had mystery-style answers to several closed rooms, so it would take several blade hits to give them a fatal wound. However, Beato had left many blades behind. All of them were exceedingly sharp, so the pair of Inquisitors didn't think this would be a desperate battle. This is mystery. The goal is to use all your imagination and knowledge to challenge each of the riddles head-on. Doing so is the greatest pleasure of the mystery genre. So they laughed. Both Will and Lanner laughed, with smiles of admiration at the theories the goats had put everything they had into. They countered with blades from all the closed rooms. The crowd of goats was no longer an encirclement, but a great wave threatening to swallow the pair up. And yet the pair repelled the enemy without giving an inch. They resisted firmly, cutting through the wave of wailing goats. It was like an ice-breaking ship knocking a path through a frozen sea. They entered the closed room through a hidden passage that no one else could use, and Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. After the hidden passage was used, it was welded shut and became unusable, so no hidden passages existed at the time of the inspection. Nox's 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Yeah, it's good art. These are all fake murders, so no one is actually dead. So all closed rooms were constructed by the so-called victims. Oh? Leonard hesitated for just an instant. After all, this cliched and simple theory managed to get around both Beato's closed rooms and the Nox commandments. Leonard saw nothingness inside the goat's massive jaws. Van Dyne's 7th. It is forbidden to have a crime without a corpse. The goat's jaws seemed to close around Liner's head. However, the upper and lower jaws were no longer connected, so the upper half merely slid off to the side. Ah, that's an image. Guess even Great Nox forgot to forbid fake murders. There are many splendid mysteries besides murder. The goats weren't about to back off and let the pair have a nice long chat about the mystery drama. The next massive figure immediately enveloped them. Will's blade drew a diagonal slash across its chest, but only cut through its clothes, leaving no wound. 20 wedges don't work on this one. Liner also hit it with her longsword, but still, it just cut its clothes without leaving a mark on its body. Could this goat? I have a theory that doesn't violate Nox or Van Dyne. Nox and Van Dyne are meaningless. All closed rooms can be explained by a single solution. After all, in an attempt to stop the goat from saying any more, Will and Liner hit it with the blades from every closed room, as well as sticks from the 10 Commandments and the 20 Rules. But none of them had any effect. Shit, was that beat goat about to pimp slap you? Maybe. Slowly, the goat clenched its massive fists together and raised them up high. After all. Oh. Will. With a roar, Will slammed into the goat giant with his body. Though its massive bulk bent back slightly, Will was still leaping into a death trap. However, if he hadn't done so, he wouldn't have been able to protect Liner. The goat grabbed Will, lifted him up and held him high in the air. It was like a little kid showing off his favorite toy and waving it around. Let's hear a theory. If I'm to hear a great theory before I die, it will be a fitting end for a right. Van Dyne and Nox are useless for making theories. Yeah. The goat's massive hands closed on Will like a vice. All the bones in Will's body were creaking. Let's hear your theory. There is no need for a theory. What? After all, making theories for any of Beatrice's games is a waste of time. What do you mean? You don't like these goats? They're not nice. Not in this one. Not in this episode. This isn't an orthodox mystery, so thinking about it is just a waste of time. I won't accept Beatrice's game as a mystery. There are no answers to the tricks. It's all just an illusion. Thinking, it's just a waste of time. Will's head was lowered, so his face couldn't be seen. However, the arm of the goat holding him was shaking. The embrace of those log-sized arms with superhuman strength was being slowly pushed away by Will's shaking arms. Thinking, it's just a waste of time. You say that, and you call yourself a mystery novel reader. What? The mystery genre is like chivalry. You fight with the noble rules you've created, with pride in the stance you've taken. Is it worth being a coward if it'll help you win? Does losing make the whole fight meaningless if you fought with everything you had? This isn't about winning and losing. It's about applauding the will to fight, even in the most dire circumstances. The goat's arms were now spread wide. It looked as though Will was now the one pushing it back. Will's face was covered in shadow and couldn't be seen. People like you call themselves mystery readers, even though they've never even tried to solve mysteries. You're the ones I really can't stand. Will slammed his forehead into the goat's now unprotected head. If you call yourself a mystery reader, be proud to join in on a battle of wits. If you call yourself a mystery reader, it's about time you realized. Giving up is nothing to brag about. Will hit it with his head over and over again. His forehead had been torn apart by the goat's fangs, but he kept on hitting it. Van Dyne and Nox may be behind the times. The mystery genre does progress with time, just like the world around it. However, there's one thing that never changes. That is pride. What is a knight proud of? Not victory. He's proud of his courage, which lets him stand up to anyone without fear. Will couldn't forgive the kind of coward who could turn tail from a fight and then brag about it. People who call themselves mystery readers but who have no pride are the only people Will just can't stand. The goat, unable to put up with this anymore, threw Will down to the floor. Then, he lifted his fists again, determined to crush Will to pieces this time. Come. You probably will beat me to a pulp. That'll be no victory for you. You'll destroy your own pride with your own hands. Pointless. This is no mystery, so why make theories? Thinking it's just a waste of time. Useless. Die! A fist, like a cannonball, swinging down towards him, was the very last thing Will saw before he shut his eyes. In this game, if you stop thinking... Oh? In this game, if you give up, that means you lose, right? Battler smashed his fist with the goat's mouth, and smashed teeth bounced off the ceiling. Battler-sama! If you stop thinking, it means you've given up on the story being a mystery. Which means, as far as you're concerned, this game is a fantasy. Battler lifted up his arm. Realizing this was a signal, Lucifer and Chister's OO jumped. If you've stopped thinking, you don't deserve to be an actor on the stage. Stop trying to sound smart and go eat some popcorn from the stands or something. The goat lifted his fist again, then swung it down at Battler like a hammer. If you've surrendered to fantasy, that just makes you another target. Yeah. It's the same as acknowledging that we exist. Begin recognition of hostile elements. Mark all targets vulnerable to magical attacks in our HMDs. Kids who surrender fantasy get to deal with us. If you have a theory, we'll hear it out. We'll welcome those people with open arms, out of respect for them. We won't hold anything back. Oh, but it would seem that this is Battler-sama's time to shine. Well, I'd like to listen to all of your favorite theories, both mystery and fantasy. This isn't your game right now. No matter how much your future fragments try to deny us, this is no time for me to be defeated. Golden glint gathered in Battler's hand. It was so bright that the whole hall was bathed in gold. Golden butterflies flitted about as though the whole room was being swallowed up by the golden light. Battler lifted his golden longsword high. Feel free to challenge Beato's game as a mystery or a fantasy. I welcome it. I'm not going to let you deny this final game of mine. Feel the shame of your indiscretion, of puncturing? Puning? I gotta look it up. Impugning? Impugning. Okay, gotcha. So let's go there. Of impugning the honor of those who have passed away. A slice of the golden longsword flooded the hall with a sea of golden light. Then, the whole group of goats clamoring about the hall turned into clouds of gold butterflies and scattered. Even so, only about 100 of them had been wiped out. Before long, the massive crowds of goats outside would probably come pouring in. The seal Gertrude and the others are working on will be finished in a bit. Sorry, but I'll have to ask you to hold out here a little longer. Of course, Lord Battler. Otherwise, we wouldn't get to show off. You know, you two could try fighting just a little. But we're just the MCs. Their excessively blunt refusal drew a few strained smiles. However, it lessened the tension in the room just a bit. Battler-sama, leave this to us. We won't allow the erosion to proceed any further. Not one of us will be left behind. Of course, we are all precious pieces on Lord Battler's game board. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, the Sister Court. Everyone else nodded forcefully. Yeah, I'm counting on all of you. We'll definitely protect this final game I made for Angie. They're managing to hold their ground down below. The door to the Golden Land continues to open slowly. It will still take some time, though. That's right. We'd better start buying some time for ourselves. The sea of goats that covered the ground below them was jostling about more and more. By now, even the sea surrounding the island had disappeared. The horizon was gone, and the chewed-up island was now floating on an eerie emptiness like space. The goats that flooded the edges of Rakanjima seemed to be spilling off the sides. Looks like that's it for this game board. As long as there's a game master in pieces, the game board can always be laid out again. As long as you have two people together, you can create any sort of game. True. Where on earth is Angie? Where did you hide that? That's right, the chapel. What's happened to the chapel? It's still there. The chapel looked like a white building floating in the pitch-black sea of goats. Yes, this was strange. There was no way those goats, who consumed everything, would go out of their way to avoid just the chapel. That's where Angie is. Outside the chapel was a sea of goats. Very soon, the earth around the chapel would be eaten away, and it would probably end up floating on nothingness. The rampage of the goats, as they devoured everything and recited the tragedies they had imagined, was truly making a lot of noise. However, none of that reached inside the chapel. Angie finally broke the magic seal on the entrance and stepped inside. The seal was supposed to be unbreakable by anyone. However, in the face of Angie Beatrice, Witch of Truth, the one who sought the truth and could sweep aside all forces that prevented her from finding it, no barrier was absolute. There it is. A single book, tightly locked, rested on the altar. It was the hidden diary that Ushirmiya Eva had continued to write in, even in her later years. The Book of the Single Truth. It was the one Featherine had shown her in the world of 1998. This time, I have the key. I gripped the gold key that sat in my pocket, the key Oni-chan gave me. As I approached the altar, I saw that the Book of the Single Truth was wrapped in the strange bending of the light. So, this is that seal of the Game Master that Burkestell talked about. The Book of the Single Truth was sealed in something like a crystal. It was a seal made by the Game Master's authority. This was on a different level than the breakable magic seal on the chapel door. No matter how Angie used her power as the Witch of Truth, this couldn't be broken by anyone except the Game Master. However, this time, Battler wasn't the only Game Master. Humph. So sorry, Oni-chan. Burkestell is a Game Master too. I just need to take this to her and have her break the seal. Angie slowly approached the altar. I'm gonna save, just in case. So put that there. Will Angie really do as you say? This is my little sister we're talking about. So yeah, probably not. Then what will we do? Looks like we've got nothing to go on but brute force. At that moment, a fierce impact hit the pair of them. Beato was flung away and Battler was sealed inside a massive crystal that extended up to the heavens. Damn, what the hell is this? Battler, what is this? It was a barrier, a massive cage of crystal. Battler was shut inside a crystal cage like a tower, so large that you had to look up to see the top. Beato, I need you to take care of Angie. What will you do? Can you break free from this all by yourself from the inside? Is this a closed room barrier? Who could have... There's only one person who challenged me with a closed room. Looks like our final guest has finally arrived. You don't mean... Go and take care of Angie. Beato left Battler to handle this on his own, and was headed for the chapel. Battler took a deep breath and smiled daringly. I've been waiting for you. Was it boring in that depths of oblivion place? The answer was a laugh. Yeah, that's right. That laugh is enough. Looks like you're doing well. It wasn't boring. After all, I believed. I'll bet you did. I believe too. No. Battler flung off the cape of the Territory Lord. It would only... I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I sneezed. It would only get in the way. And it would be a rude way to welcome his final guest. Those dark depths were the perfect place to think up mysteries I could fight you with when we met again. So this crystal cage is the ring for our duel. A chain deathmatch with nowhere to run. Now that you mention it, we're always fighting over closed rooms with chains. And let's use that. Make it a real chain deathmatch. I'm prepared, but what about you? I am. I told you, didn't I? I believe too. At the same time, they both brandished their mysteries, sealing the other in a chain-closed room. Come, Fruto Erica! Entertain me, Battler Schwan. Battler Schwan. Ah, shit, I should have checked to see how she said it. It's fine. At the same time, they were both sealed inside a closed room, locked with the chain. Of course, it was easy to set and unset the chain from the inside. However, stepping into their opponent's chained room would be difficult. They were fighting to the death with two chained closed rooms at once. There could be no better closed room duel for these two, who had battled with theories concerning chained rooms so often. Fruto Erica committed suicide, died in an accident, died of an illness, died by some reason other than homicide. It wasn't a suicide, it wasn't an accidental death, it wasn't a death by illness, I was really killed by you, Battler-san. It was a murder committed by slipping poison gas through the crack of the door, by filling the room with water and drowning you, by sucking the oxygen out of the room and making you suffocate. There was no poison gas, there was no drowning, there was no death by suffocation. Ha 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 ha. A closed room murder with poison gas, death by drowning, suffocation. Giggle. Ha 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 ha. Crazy, right? It's funny, isn't it? Good. Ushirmiya Battler committed suicide. He died in an accident. He was killed by an illness. Time for me to test your closed room. Red Truth. Ushirmiya Battler was stabbed to death. Let's say the weapon was a knife, stuck right into his back. Good. Nothing beats a classic closed room. And why don't you try it too? I'll take that challenge with the Red Truth. Fruta Erica was stabbed to death. The weapon was a knife, stuck right in her back. Interesting. I'll tear your closed room to bits. What's this supposed to be? Battler is busy at the moment. For now, I shall be your opponent. Beato had sealed the chapel with a closed room barrier. Unless that riddle was smashed with Blue Truth, Angie wouldn't be able to leave. After shrugging impatiently, Angie finally faced Beato. This might be the first time I've fought you directly. Oh, is it now? Very well, let's see what you've got. However, Battler isn't here at the moment. When he's not around, I sometimes forget to hold back. What a coincidence. I feel the same. I killed you inside a perfect closed room with windows, doors, and all other methods of entry or exit blocked. Okay, I'll play along with your game. Repeat it. So they're just gonna fight. But we just skip that? This battle? This is back to Featherine. And then, you see, we'll set it up so that among the works entered in Company X's mystery novel contest, yet another one of the great Hachijo's works will appear under a false name. Of course, we'll then move on with a movie version and a TV drama bundled in. We here at Company X would be honored to accept your manuscript. And am I getting prize money out of this? But of course. The 10 million prize for Company X's first mystery novel contest will all go to you. And much more besides. Splendid. You've caught my interest. That's why I've decided not to write up a manuscript for you. What? Madame Hachijo, why? Everything had seemed to be going so smoothly up until then, so the sudden refusal made the people from the publishing company fall over in their sofa. This little scheme of yours is far more interesting than the manuscript I wrote. In that case, it wouldn't be fitting to hand it over to you. It was always a worthless story. I wanted to lure my ignorant readers into lauding it, making them feel as though they'd performed some magnificent reasoning. I was hoping that you children of men would recognize the irony and laugh at your own mistake. But it looks like you've taken it seriously. Yes, I can say I'm ashamed at my own failure as a writer. Of course not. Please, forgive us. Please, let us use your... I have no need for money, but some pet food would be nice. Pet food? Oh, for your cat. There was a rumor that you had a cat who liked dried plums. Yes, as you wish. Quickly, let's have a high-quality assortment of dried plums brought in here. She only eats the ones that are packaged separately at 200 yen apiece. At this rate, she'll die of high blood pressure. She snacks on kimchi and spicy miso all the time, too. Really, there must be something wrong with that cat's tongue. Meep. Cat meowed in objection from where it lay on top of the bookshelf. I cannot give you this manuscript, but why don't I write up a new one for your company's contest? However, I won't write it under my name. It's estimated that thousands of manuscripts will be sent in for your contest. If you manage to pick mine out from the pack, and if you also find it deserving of the prize, then I would be happy to continue our discussion just now. How does that sound? Haha. Just the honor of receiving your manuscript is more than enough. You people truly are amusing, fawning and cringing all the time. But I've grown weary of this for today. Leave now. Meeting with children and men can be so tiring. We are deeply grateful for your kindness in allowing us this meeting. The servant guided the people from the publishing company to the door. In the study that was now finally quiet, Hachijo Toya let out a sigh, slumped down on the sofa, and gazed at the ceiling. It is tiring, but the stimulation of talking with a child of man isn't such a bad thing in small doses. It's good for you to talk to people every now and then. You'll go see now if you stay shut in all the time. The black cat leapt from the bookshelf and landed softly on the carpet. Then its form silently twisted and became that of Bernkestyle. Indeed, they certainly can be entertaining. Inviting them over now and then may go a long way towards alleviating my boredom. At any rate, I think I will write that manuscript when I feel like it. It sounds like they'll even bring a gift for you. What's all this about pet food? How rude. Well, that's what it is. Here. Hachijo picked up a jar from a shelf and took a dried plum out and threw it into the air. In an instant, Bernkestyle turned back into a black cat, caught it in midair, and started munching away. Madame Hachijo, your guests have departed. The servant knocked on the door before making this announcement. Thank you. Let me know if that one wakes up. As you wish. Would you like some tea? No. I'm going to write for a bit. Please do not disturb me. Yes, ma'am. After waiting for the servant's footsteps to disappear into the distance, Hachijo moved to her desk. The desk certainly looked as though it belonged to a great writer with pages of manuscript scattered across it. Even though the century is almost over, you still write with a pen. The black cat spoke as it tore the dried plum apart with its mouth. Tales are to be written with ink. To me, that is an unbreakable rule. So you write it once with ink, then type the whole thing over again with the keyboard. Pretty stupid doing the same thing twice. In that case, why does a child of man drop a tale in their mind, then spit the whole thing out again on the keyboard? How foolish of them to do the same thing twice. Look at it that way, when you're doing the same thing 3 times. Cackle. That was a good one. Even as Hachijo laughed, her fountain pen was already sliding across the page. Beautiful letters appeared almost as fast and proficiently as a typewriter. Only humans called her creations manuscripts. With her fountain pen and writing paper, she was creating a world. As she did, the hands of the clock would spin around like a top. The light and shadows that came in through the window changed their angles so fast, they might have been the hands of the clock themselves. Slowly, she drew a large X across the tightly packed words on the paper. Having trouble? I can't draw it out well. Writing a manuscript to please people is truly a pain. After all, I don't usually write for other people to read. You should try writing down whatever it is you're saying on that manuscript paper. Burkestal curled up on the sofa, a mocking smile on her face. Normally, whenever Hachijo was writing, Burkestal would never let herself be noticed, much less talk to her. However, Burkestal realized that the other was apparently getting bored with her manuscript, so she yawned and started talking. What is it you're writing, anyway? A tale to give to a child of man. Which child of man? It's a tale I promised to write for Umineko, who once read for me. Ah, you're still writing that? I can't think of anything to write that would give her satisfaction. Looks like Ao's given up yet again. You always promise to write a story, then get stuck before you're finished and give up. If I'd given up, I wouldn't be worrying over it like this. There's only one tale that Angie's wanted from the beginning. The tale of the single truth. Angie said she wanted to know what happened that day. No matter how many tales you write distorting the truth, she'll never be satisfied. And yet, I do think my tales are far more interesting than the single truth. Angie doesn't want to read an interesting tale. I promised that child of man that I would write a tale for her sake. So I'm writing a tale to please her. No matter how interesting or uninteresting it is, everything you write is an illusion. Angie doesn't want any of that. Haven't you figured that out yet? The Book of the Single Truth was written by Ushimiya Eva. Hidden amongst the pile of writing paper is Ava's diary. Furthermore, the one who wrote this passed away without revealing it to anyone. Being the humble writer that I am, I would like to respect that. Don't make me laugh. This is coming from the person who entertains herself by taking a tale and tearing out its guts. The truth is uninteresting. Is that your opinion after tearing apart the guts of so many tales? You might as well say that. With a self-mocking laugh, Hachijo set down her fountain pen. I certainly have aged. The first thing age taught me was that not knowing is more precious than knowing. It definitely sounds like something an old person would say, but I'll bite. What do you mean? Knowing and not knowing. These two things have a one-way relationship. True. It's possible to switch from not knowing to knowing, but you can't do it the other way around. When I realized that, I saw the noble purity resembling virginity that exists in not knowing. In my attempts to escape boredom, I've torn apart and eaten the guts of many of as many games and tales as there are stars in the sky. But always, my relief from boredom is short-lived. It's all so fleeting that I've started to ignore each tale as an individual story. That's right. If you eat a cat, then you only get to enjoy it for one night. But if you let it live, it might start calling you names and getting sarcastic. Indeed, even the annoying way they break into your sweets cupboard or sneak into your bed can be part of their charm. Hachijo looked around at the books covering every square inch of the room, then softly petted the cat's back. I might have been able to enjoy a single tale much longer and much more deeply. As I've eaten my way through countless tales to escape boredom, I haven't really been eating them. I've just been killing them. In the end, they'll kill me back. Hachijo laughs with self-derision. In Beato's game, he tried to tear the guts out. I just wanted to check my answers. I did try to do it in a way that respected Beatrice, the weaver of this tale. Yeah, I think it was pretty well read. All done so that people who didn't understand wouldn't figure it out. Will it make for a better tale if Angie learns the truth, or if she doesn't? To be honest, I don't know anymore. So, fully aware that you'll scorn me for it, I've decided to stop writing the rest of this tale. What do you mean? I won't write it. I will merely record it. The tale that Ushima Angie weaves herself. So, you're gonna do that sort of thing again? After growing tired of 1,000 years of life, I've decided that choosing not to know the truth is the more noble path. However, I now see that it isn't fair to force my opinion on Angie, who hasn't lived even 100 years. So, you're gonna leave it in Angie's care? Yes. I will silently record it as it plays out. If you're leaving it to Angie, then the rest of this tale is pretty much set in stone, right? So it would seem. Let it be so. After all, in the end, a tale that a child man weaves for herself will be more fun than any story I could create. In that case, why don't you lend a hand in Angie's tale? You've already given yourself a role in it, haven't you? So, is it my role to bring this tale to its conclusion? Come on, that's no way for someone in Beato's game to talk. It's your job to tear the guts out of the cat box. Feathering's gonna come save the day. Hachijo chuckled, pushed aside the pile of writing paper, and picked up the book of the single truth. Then she opened a locked drawer. That is what Angie desires. Perhaps this book's seal is fated to be broken. Angie will reach the single truth. The single truth will break the seal on the cat box, and everything will then be exposed to the light of day. And so, all those countless message bottles and fragments made up of delightful imaginings, which have been scattered across the ocean of the internet, will fade away like foam on the sea. After all, even that person is surely tired of such fragments. It's about time for that kid's journey to end too. Yes, let us accept this task. As our role demands, let's give this journey an end of the line. At that moment, there were sounds of someone in the hallway. The instant someone knocked on the door, Bargastel turned back into a black cat. Madam Hachijo, please forgive me for interrupting. It was the voice of Hachijo's servant. What is it? If it's a phone call, tell them I'm busy. If it isn't that, Toya-sama has woken up. I'm gonna save. We'll save over this one. Toya? Thank you. Prepare a light meal. Enough for the two of us. As you wish. Hachijo stood up. Then she shut the open drawer and locked it again. Inside that drawer... What's with this noise? What's with this track? Inside that drawer lay a glittering golden key. Repeat it. definition of a closed room prevents all varieties of entering and exiting. I refuse. By definition, it's impossible for closed room murder to take place inside a perfect closed room. The chain might have been repaired after it was destroyed. The door might have been repaired after it was destroyed. The wall might have been repaired after it was destroyed. A closed room doesn't involve anything being repaired. Good. This really is getting fun, Battler-san. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you right now. I'm sorry too, but as a fellow Witch of Truth, I can't let you get in Angie-san's way. Come to think of it, you're a Witch of Truth too, aren't you? Guess that makes you a sort of mentor to Angie. The single truth. It is the supreme, the ultimate. Only a Witch of Truth can break down all barriers that stand between her and that truth. Is this single truth of yours really so important? There are lots of things in this world that aren't worth knowing. How important is 1986 Angie, really? It isn't important at all. Giggle, giggle. You're probably right. No matter what happened or didn't happen in 1986, it won't change anything for the Angie living in 1998. There's no point in learning that truth. However, there is just one thing that will change. What's that? How she lives. Erika transformed her reasoning into a scythe's blade and lashed out at Battler over and over. Battler also created a blade from his reasoning and attacked Erika over and over. In the middle of all this, he questioned Erika, the girl who, like Angie, called herself a Witch of Truth. Just what is the point of exposing the truth? Right. Knowing often changes how a person lives their life. In that case, I have one hope as her blood relative. Hope that, at the end of my game, Angie finds a better way to live her life. Knowing may change how people live, but not always in a good direction. There are plenty of things in this world that you'd be more comfortable not knowing. The number of ticks living in the seats on the train. Those urban legends about nasty stuff in the tap water. The world's full of things you'd be better off not knowing. The Book of the Single Truth probably can teach Angie what happened on this island. But what's the point of her knowing that? It'll just increase the sadness she's felt for 12 years. How many more years will it take for her to find happiness as an ordinary girl? How many years will it take for her wounds to be healed? Angie's desire to find the truth is hurting her, regardless of what the truth actually is. Though her deep wounds were slow to heal, they did begin to do so during those 12 years. However, Angie kept picking at the scabs. In her search for the truth, she tore at those wounds herself, opening them up once more. It's time for Angie to be free of the sadness of 1986. That's what all of us Ushirimias pray for. Who cares about that? The truth is everything. The truth is justice. It's a disease everyone gets at least once, usually in middle school. They just love to find out all those things adults are hiding. Don't you think it's fun to expose things like that? Yeah, totally. Reading dirty books wouldn't be nearly so fun if you didn't have to do it in secret. Wahahahaha. I deny all of your blue wedges with the red truth. None of the methods you suggest could defeat my closed room. Angie was breathing heavily. The Book of the Single Truth was right before her eyes. If she could just defeat Beato, she'd be able to take the book to Bernkstell. Then she could read what was inside. Even though the truth of the final family conference on October 4th and 5th of 1986 was right there, the Golden Witch stood in her way. Her anger and hatred spun around inside her head, wiping out the composure necessary to theory-making. Angie shook her head several times, clearing away everything that got in the way of her calming her mind. However, no matter how many times she thought it through, the closed room sealing her in the chapel was perfect. Angie wasn't particularly familiar with the mystery game genre. However, she knew about all of the fragments containing Beato's games so far. Her knowledge was shallow, but it should still have been enough to give her a good foothold. However, No matter how many blue truths she shot at Beata, none of them even made the witch flinch. Beata just blew them apart with the red truth in an elegant wave of her pipe. It's about time you gave up. I don't even view this as a game between the two of us. Are you implying that I could never solve this puzzle? I'm just buying time until Battler finishes dealing with Erica. He's the only one who can bring you to your senses. Bring me to my senses? You're the ones making me do this by hiding a single truth. That's why I'm fighting you! This is my right. As the final member of the Umineko family, I have a right to know the truth. Indeed. And that is the purpose of this final game. That's right. Without this final game, I wouldn't have been given the chance to reach the truth. At least for that one thing, I'm grateful. But as for what happened in 1986, as for who took your relatives and your family away from you, as a human, your desire to know the truth is quite natural. However, even knowing this, Battler decided that it would be best if he didn't return to 1986. I know what Oni-chan's trying to say. He's telling me to look to the future and live instead of being stuck in the past, right? Correct. Battler wanted to use this final game to show you that. In that case, there's no need to keep waiting for my answer. The answer is no, Golden Witch. I died back in 1986. I wandered about like a ghost for 12 years since then. And when Aunt Ava died, I lost my only reason to stick around on this earth as a ghost. That's why I decided to do one last thing before ending my life. And that thing is learning the truth of 1986. Yeah, got a problem with that? Of course I do, you foolish girl. So if you do reach the truth, you'll die. In that case, I can't let you have it. I must trick you and blind you as much as I can to keep you alive. Battler wants you to live. Living without truth is no better than dying. I'm trying to find the truth so I can live. You just admitted that you were searching for the truth so you could die. Yeah, that's right. Then let me rephrase that. I'm trying to find the truth so I can die. I offered up my life when I made my contract with Bernkastel. Also, I could learn what happened that day. That single truth will be the souvenir I take with me to hell. It's useless. You cannot break this closed room. This closed room is perfect, and yet I will kill you in this closed room. She had tried every theory, idea, and every bit of nonsense she could think of. However, none of it had any effect on Beato. Powerless and frustrated, with the book of the single truth right before her eyes, and she bit her lower lip. At first, this was supposed to be a game in which you were given a key that would let you decide your future. Liar, you wanted to hide the truth in this chapel, then make me choose a door that leads to some optimistic future. That's not a choice. You're trying to decide for me. Parents have the right to prevent their children from making unsuitable choices. I'm not a kid. I'm an 18-year-old woman who can think and act for herself. Fool, you're just a 6-year-old girl who can't think of anything except the past. And whose fault is that? Because of you, I've been stuck as a 6-year-old all this time. Now it's time for me to tear apart your illusion of covering the truth. Yes, now that I think about it, it's not this chapel that you've locked me inside. Since that day in 1986, for all these years, you've had me locked away in a closed room where I'm all alone, and where no one will tell me the truth. And now, I'll tear your closed room apart with my own hands. Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. I know the trick to your perfect closed room. Repeat it. You murdered me immediately after shutting me into this closed room. I refuse. Of course. You've been killing me for 18 years. Thanks, Beatrice. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have figured out the trick. Angie, you are young and you have a long future ahead of you. In fact, you are the Golden Witch who lives in the future, are you not? Then live on in the future. Just how much are Pat's truths really worth? Don't they pale in comparison to the truth of the future? The truth you will create yourself. My life is trash. My whole family died, leaving just me behind. That's why I'm going back to them once I've gotten my single truth. If you learn the truth, you'll just have to accept your family's deaths. Haven't you ever thought about living on, hoping that by some miracle, one of them might have survived? That someday you might get a chance to see them again. I'm not worried about that. Even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find a fragment like that. In the Great Rakajima explosion, almost none of the family's remains were recovered. Some days, I hoped that this might be a sign that they had escaped the explosion and survived. That hope gave me the strength to live on. However, that hope wasn't strong enough to support me for 12 long years. So, even though I wanted to know the truth, I unconsciously averted my eyes. I felt that learning of my family's deaths for certain would force me to deny any possibility of someone miraculously surviving. But I'm tired of living on and on with nothing but that impossible hope of a miracle to keep me going. That's why I decided to accept my family's deaths. I decided to accept the truth, no matter what it is. That's why I became a Witch of Truth. How foolish, to be blinded by the truth of the past and unable to see one's own future. Forgive me, Battler. I was not strong enough to guide your sister properly. A blazing blue wedge appeared in Angie's hand. It was long, thick, and shaped like a spear. This is the end, Witch of 1986. This closed room is perfect. Therefore, I can't get out, and you can't lay a finger on me from the outside. However, you locked me into this room, so we can say you killed me with this simple trick. You shut me in this perfect closed room and made me starve to death. Since you intentionally did this, it's totally fair to say this is a closed room murder with you as the killer. Looks like being overly vague with the cause of death backfired on you. So long, Witch of Illusions. See you in hell. Got him. The stained glass window behind her. Beata spread her arms and let the spear of the blue truth pierce her. The blue spear seemed to crucify Beata against the window. Game set. So, this is on Ava's diary, the book of the single truth. And she picked the book up from where it lay on the altar, sealed in crystal. Just in case. If you read that, then by your contract with Bunkerstel, you will die. Learning the truth just to die? Ridiculous. That's right. I'm looking for the truth so I can die. At least let me choose how I go. I'm not an idiot. No, the real me is still floating in that starry sky. Bunkerstel acknowledged me as the final Beatrice and invited me on a journey to learn the truth of 1986. I won't be able to return here again. When Mercastel told me that and walked off the roof into the black sky, I followed her into the empty air. That was the contract. I wanted two things from Mercastel. One was for someone from my family to come back. The other was revenge. I wanted to destroy the illusion of the witch that hid the events of that day. I wanted to reach the truth. However, the first of my wishes couldn't come true. After all, even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find a fragment where my family came home. So, she wordlessly questioned me. She told me that I couldn't reach the truth unless I had the courage to end this worthless life, where I lived like a ghost, hoping someone might come back. So, she walked out into the open air, and I followed her. Yes, now I can understand. When I offered to trade away my life, I made one wish and gave up on another. I wished for revenge against the illusion hiding the truth. And now, I've succeeded in that revenge, defeating the master of that illusion, and obtaining the book of the single truth. What I gave up was my naivety, my continuing belief that someone from my family might come back. Now, I can accept that my entire family is dead. Can you make someone alive just because no one knows any different? These cat boxes you talk about are just naive delusions. The idea that a corpse can live as long as you keep it hidden. But even if you hide a corpse, it's still dead. Do you really think you can heal my wounds by saying they'll always be watching over me from the clouds, like some kind of fairy tale? I'm Angie Beatrice, a witch of truth. I'll free myself from that life as a ghost, waiting for a miracle that'll never happen. I'll end my life as a noble martyr who's reached the truth. Didn't you once come to understand the power of magic through Maria's grimoire? Yeah, I understood it. and then I despaired when I realized how powerless it was. And that's what Oni-chan is trying to force me to use now, isn't it? If I believe, if I use magic, then my family will always be by my side. Don't take me for a fool! You think that kind of magic, an illusion, a daydream, can heal those 12 years? And how am I supposed to go on for decades and decades into the future? Someone, come back to me. Someone. But no one's coming back. So at least tell me what happened that day. Berkestel said she'd tell me. My master, I have the Book of the Single Truth. I'll take it back to you, so give me the truth. For so long I've been prepared to throw away my naive hopes for a miracle. Now tell me the truth of that day! Blinding light poured out of the chapel. It seeped from the windows and the cracks of the door, even reaching as far as Battler's and Erika's eyes. What? It seems Comrade Angie has completed her task. Looks like you've set up some pathetic seal, but to my master, it'll be easier than thawing frozen soury fish. Damn. Master said I could play with you until Angie finished her task. I've had enough fun from this reunion, so I think it's time for me to leave. Erika gave an elegant curtsy. Why did you talk Angie into looking for the single truth? Your master must know. That truth doesn't mean anything to Angie. Yes. All truths in this world are meaningless. In the end, meaning comes from the mind of each individual human. Even when there is a single truth, it can mean different things to different people. The truth has no meaning in itself. There's just one reason why I'm still stuck on the truth despite it all. Because you're the detective. Good. But Angie-san isn't a detective. To her, the truth itself is the finish line. A way to mark the end of her unhappy life. Now she's finally finished the final purification ceremony. She's a one-night witch of truth, focused on learning a certain single truth before she dies. A temporary witch for the short time until she slams against the ground. I won't let Angie die. No matter how tough it gets, she has to live. That's the only thing all of us want. If she lives, all sorts of magic and miracles will be possible. If only you had put your arm around her shoulder and told her that directly, you might not have lost. What do you think? Just by hearing you howl, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Herika. Live, Angie! He yelled towards the chapel, but Angie probably wasn't even there anymore. Battler's yell was swallowed by the empty, pitch-black sky and the sea of rampaging goats. Comrade Ava, our mission is complete. Let's withdraw. Oh, are we done already? Now I was just about to tear the island apart with my own Ava culprit theory. Ava appeared in midair and cackled. Sorry, Battler-kun, that I wasn't strong enough. For 12 years I protected that kid in my own way. I'm grateful. However, she has decided this for herself. She's 18 years old now. Don't you think people should decide how they live their own lives? Sorry for being a doting big brother. Later, I'm leading Berkestel's piece at the moment. It's time for me to go. I'll see you later, Comrade Ava. Ava held her palm open, and a small, pointy blue fragment appeared there. The fragment burst, and with a blinding flash of light, Ava vanished. It was the same light that had seeped out of the chapel earlier. Pieces cannot leave the game board. However, the Voyager witches alone could come and go. This was probably some sort of magic that Berkestel had given them. Erika opened her palm as well, and the same sort of fragment appeared there. That's enough for now, I think. Who knows? This might be the last time we meet. Wait, we haven't settled our fight yet. If we could steal the fragment in Erika's hand, he would be able to go to where Berkestel was. The seal surrounding the Book of Single Truth would probably be melted easily with Berkestel's power. However, even so, it would take her some time. If he could steal that fragment, he would have a chance at bringing Angie back. What is there to settle? Time's up. However, if you feel like taking one last hit, I'd be happy to oblige. Battler had known that Erica wouldn't be able to resist the challenge. After all, he already knew what her trick was. He'd figured it out just a second ago. Even while he spoke with Erica, he had been thinking about it inside his mind. He could finish her with this last strike and take the fragment. Let's go, Erica. This'll decide it. This clash will be the last before I go. So go ahead and give me the craziest of your hilarious theories. Your closed room definition stated that the walls, windows, floor, ceiling, and chain were all unbeatable. However, there was one possibility that I didn't check because it was too ridiculous. And that was whether or not the chain could be set from the outside. Blue Truth. This is the answer to your closed room. The length of the chain. The chain for your closed room was extra long, so it was possible to set and unset it from outside the room. What a ridiculous answer. However, if you blindly assume that a lock made by an unbreakable chain makes a closed room unbeatable, then this truly would be a perfect closed room. The blue edge flung from Battler's hand punched straight into Erica's chest. As she winced in pain, her hand shook, and the fragment she held flew into the air. Your closed room definition stated that the walls, windows, floor, door, and chain were all unbeatable. However, wasn't there one really ridiculous thing missing? Blue Truth. Your closed room had no ceiling, so it was possible to enter in by climbing over the wall. Erica's blue sight swung out from behind her back, catching Battler on the side as he stretched his hand out toward the fragment. Battler's hand didn't reach it. The fragment returned to Erica's hands once more. Looks like our tricks were equally ridiculous. The mystery nuts would have been furious, don't you think? But I disagree. To me, the process of exposing that ridiculousness is ecstasy. That's why I'm Furuto Erica, the detective. Damn it. Figured out the answer a while back, didn't you? Not true. I thought it up between the time you let loose your blue truth and the time you stretched your hand out to grab the fragment. I've just been buying time since the beginning. I only started reasoning a second ago. Erica broke the crystal barrier that surrounded them. Then she flew up high into the sky, looking down on Battler and laughing at him as she gave a final bow. So long, Battler-san, even if this has been my only time to shine. Even if I've outlived my usefulness and am about to be thrown back into the depths of oblivion. Even so, I have no regrets. Wait! Like she'd actually wait just because I told her to. With the blinding flash, Erica vanished. Angie had retrieved the Book of the Single Truth and returned to Mercantile. Battler and the others had no way to leave the game board. Everything had come to an end. Hello, JP. Hey, Nara. How's it going? Did you have a good rest? So, lots happened. My coworker woke me up? Oh no. Why? Gold butterfly flitted by, and Beato appeared. My apologies, Battler. I let Angie get away. I'm sorry too. We've let them escape. It's all over. I missed everything. I mean, so we had a battle with Mercantile. Angie wants the truth. It's been a lot. There's been some fights with goats. Lots happened. Who died? In the game with Mercantile, it was everyone except for Maria, George, and Battler. But in that one, the culprit was Battler, Kyrie, and Rudolph. And that was just a game, just for funsies. It didn't really reveal anything. It wasn't like a truth or anything. Battler had created this game for Angie. Now that Angie was gone, the game board no longer had any purpose. If that hadn't been the case, the game board itself had been chewed to bits by the goats. It was now like a single leaf floating on a sea of nothingness. Senji's dead? No. But she might die? If she learns the truth. Because she might want to commit seppuku. Thanks to Gertrude and Cornelia's seals, the mansion was protected from the second floor up. Oh, Valerie created this game for Angie. Oh, she did disappear. Okay. The door to the Golden Line was now open wide enough for a child to slip through. Smaller people, like Maria and Sakataro, went through it. My friend, I believe the door is opening at a quicker pace. Indeed, to my eyes as well, it seems to be so. Father, is the door open yet? Looks like they're about to break in through the windows. Kraus-sama, there's no need for you to fear. An Eisner Jungfrau barrier is not so easily broken. Very soon, it'll be big enough for adults to go through too. Don't worry, we'll make it in time. But there's knocking and banging everywhere, and... Stay calm and wait. After all, there is nothing else we can do. Even the outer walls of the mansion were covered with goats. They were plunging their fangs and fists into the walls and windows, trying to crush them. So anyone watching the goats stuck to all the windows in the hallway, smashing their thick arms against the windows, couldn't help but be terrified, even if they knew about the barrier. What's happening now? So all the adults, or all the humans, are trying to go to the Golden Land because that's like the safest place from these goats, and the goats represent people and all their theories on what happened in 1986. So they're trying to tear apart the game board that they're on right now, which is Battler's game board for Angie. They're massive goats. However, anyone watching the group of goats gathered at the top of the big staircase on the other side of the barrier would probably feel a different emotion. Rather than terror, it was a sad, empty sort of emotion. The barrier was drawn across the landing at the top of the hall's great staircase. Beyond that barrier, everything had already been eaten away. Was it even possible for those who stood in the hallway of the upper floors to believe that this was the Rakanjima mansion? By now, no one looking at this scene would be able to imagine such a thing. Forget the hall or even the whole first floor. Even the ground itself was almost gone. The sea of goats had eaten everything apart long before this. They had eaten apart the hall, the pillars of the mansion, the floor, the ground, the sea, the very concept of the island. Every part of the game board Battler had created. And now, the only leftover was the upper part of the mansion, which floated along in empty space. How pitiful. To what do you refer? The goats, in their eagerness to chew this island apart, have eaten up even the ground they stood on, dropping themselves into nothingness. This had once been a huge entrance hall. Beyond it had been a vast rose garden. There had been so many places to stand upon. However, now, holes had been dug everywhere, and nearly everything outside the mansion was completely gone. Some goats were clutching to the few remaining footholds and pillars, still eating away at them. Let it be known that exposing the truth is murder. Why can't humans live without killing, I wonder? Throughout their long history, so many have prayed for miracles, but in the end, they doubt their own chances at receiving them, eating up the very ground they stand on and falling into the abyss. They saw a goat chewing the same pillar that was holding it up, which, unsurprisingly, fell into empty blackness along with the goat. Humans are sad creatures, fated to live in order to learn. learning means eating away at the same hopes and dreams that keep you alive. That would mean humans are born just so they can die. We're taught that we have to live. However, almost everything that we accomplish in life ends up killing us. Don't think about it. You'll just get a headache. As a single human, I want to ask, is learning a sin? Is living in ignorance the only way we can have hopes and dreams? Both living with knowledge and living in ignorance have their benefits, as well as their shortcomings. You're even free to choose which path you take. That's what makes humans powerless. While people can learn, they cannot unlearn. And so, the all-knowing God has stepped in for the sake of humans who cannot unlearn, marking out things that should be learned and things that should not be learned. Too much curiosity can kill your hopes and dreams. Humans are pitiable beings who are unable to simply avoid those things which should not be learned. Lord Battler can hardly be blamed for failing to teach Angie this. You trying to tell me not to look at spoilers? And now Angie's gone. This game is over. Struck dumb by Will's words, everyone fell silent. Only the sound of the goats eating everything away rang out hollowly. Even if they escaped to the Golden Land, the goats of emptiness would probably chew into that room as well. Even if they got away for the time being, nothing would be resolved. It was all set in stone now. They had no way to resist the future's violent attempts to tear the catbox of the past open. In that case, you must stay alive. The humans' foolishness makes them throw away their own hopes and dreams in the end. Then I want to believe in those things until the last second. Your resolve is impressive. I'm the one hope held by Beatrices of a million worlds. So, even at times like this, I have to be everyone's hope. Not giving up on this game yet. By which you mean, I'll keep waiting, believing in a miracle until the last second. So, you'll keep struggling on and on until it's all over? That's right. After all, last time when we were surrounded by that pack of terrifying cats, we were prepared for death, weren't we? The Lamadelta-san saved us. If we had given up, if we hadn't had the strength to believe in a miracle, then I'm sure we would have been erased before help could come. Well, it's not like I really saved you. More like Byrne just failed to kill you properly. Or it might have been some whim of hers. A miraculous whim from the Witch of Miracles. Giggle, giggle. How long had she been there? Lamadelta was leaning on the handrail of the staircase, eating popcorn. She held the cup of popcorn out, but Leon declined the offer. Battler-kun told us. He said Angie-chan made a contract by which she would learn the truth in exchange for her own life. Going by your conversation just now, that was no contract. After all, living and seeking the truth so they can die is what humans do anyway, right? In other words, Angie has spent all of her life trying to learn the truth. All Byrne did was shorten that time to a single instant. When Angie-chan lost her hopes and dreams, she stopped valuing her own life. How could she be given hopes and dreams again? What can be done to help her find a reason for living? Are you asking me? I'm paper, right? Double-twisted, curly, super paper. I don't understand complicated stuff. After tossing the last bits of popcorn into her mouth, Lamadelta threw the empty cup into the abyss of nothingness. Byrne wasn't really pushing that kid to do something she didn't want. She was giving Angie a chance. Or should I call it a choice? Then, Angie made the choice she wanted, appeared on the game board, and now, in her game against Battler, she's making her own choices again. From start to finish, Angie's game has always belonged to Angie. Right now, I'm just a casual observer. So, not a particularly enthusiastic observer. Maybe. It's a play with an obvious ending. So I've decided I might as well take my leave. You mean you'll stop watching a play just because you think you know how it will end? Even though it might reach a climax you didn't expect? Lambda Delta licked her salty fingers. Then she stared at Leon challengingly and grinned. I know that Angie's game won't end this way. No Battler-kun's feelings will reach her. She'll understand that he wants her to live in a better future, and she'll choose that future of her own accord. I'm certain that's how this tale will end. Huh? Are you talking to me, the Witch of Certainty, and saying that the outcome is certain? That's right. I guarantee it. Angie Shen's game won't end like this, so please, don't leave your seat. We won't leave either. There must be something we can do. That will surely lead her to a better future. This tale will definitely have a happy ending, so keep watching until the end. I beg you. Even though I've already announced as the Witch of Certainty that this tale won't have a happy ending? Was that Lambda? I thought it was Burn. The definition of a happy ending is something everyone watching gets to decide for themselves, right? For a while, there was a tense silence. The confident gaze that seemed to be saying, "Are you serious?" Lambda Delta stared at Leon. However, Leon's eyes didn't even twitch. For some time, they both stared into the other's eyes without flinching. Ha! Suddenly, Lambda Delta let out a large sigh and stretched. Well, I have nowhere better to be. Sure, I'll stick around a bit longer. If you get me some more popcorn, that is. I'm feeling like caramel flavor this time. If you come to the Golden Land, we'll serve you as much as you like. Lambda Delta waved at them with a thin smile. No one was quite sure what this meant, but it apparently signified her surrender in her own way. Okay, if you'll guarantee your own flavor of happy ending with certainty, then I, the great Lambda Delta, will stick around for a while longer. See how big my heart is? As wide as Lake Biwa. That's pretty thin, actually. And as gentle as the Sea of Japan. That is a very rough sea. Please, allow us to speak. Though it seemed she meant it the other way around. There was some muffled laughter. Lambda Delta is the witch who gives strength to those who possess unshakable willpower. Leon believed in a happy ending, and that certain enthusiasm might have been enough to earn a small miracle from Lambda. You better not let me get bored, okay? If you do, I'll leave right away. Of course. I'm sure Battler-kun will be glad to welcome you as well. Leon understood. In order to fight back against Mercastel, who had taken Angie outside the board, they would need the power of another who was capable of leaving the board. The last hope was to make sure Lambda Delta didn't abandon this game. However, judging by Lambda Delta's expression as she hummed to herself cheerily, actually asking her for help was probably going to be a problem. Look, Separ. Everything from the first floor down is gone. What a spectacle. Not a sight you see every day. How have matters progressed upstairs? Ah, right. I came here to tell you that. Hey everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. They say the door to the Golden Land is open. Finally. Let us go. This place will not be safe for long. Everyone who had been sitting on the staircase got up. Guess this is goodbye, Rakanshima the Beautiful. True. Maybe a shadow of its former self, but this is the last time we'll see it, isn't it? Hehehe, what's with that gloomy attitude? Come on, show me, okay? Let's see a happy ending. Happy ending! Let's go! Let's do the 5-minute BRB though. Before we continue. I'm very curious. I'm curious about Featherine, because she's supposed to show up, but I don't know. Also, let's save, just in case. Oh yeah. This is Angie's new outfit. her witch outfit. It's pretty cool. Yeah, let's do the BRB. Un momento. None of the ads were good. Sorry, Nero. We gotta do the ads during the BRB. But I'm back. Was it the Winter Soldier one and then the Taco Cabana Poggers? Welcome back. Thank you. The Book of the Single Truth was sealed in crystal by Battler. Until the seal is undone, can't even stick the key in the keyhole. That was all stuff I didn't know. Ah, I see. You can remove this, right? Of course. Oh, it's a big library. They were in a vast, dimly lit space. To sum it up in a phrase, it was like a trench in the ocean floor. Except the McDonald's one. Oh, there's a McDonald's one? No, that's not quite right. It was a library. However, the number of books and the height of the shelves vastly surpassed all of those that existed in the world of humans. Height is the measure of greatness, and the gods must surely be giants taller than mountains. This place appeared to be a library big enough and grand enough for such gods. It's a lot of books. Each individual book was no larger than those from the human world. However, the shelves holding them stood like the walls of a valley, or rather a deep-sea ocean trench. So Angie and the others looked like little more than a few small butterflies who had wandered into this vast library. Like minuscule deep-sea fish swimming about all alone in an ocean pit. Is this the Golden Land? I don't think so. This is just, I'm not sure where we are, actually. Because Angie was going to meet Burgestell, so Burgestell could lift up the seal on the Book of Truth. So... yeah, I'm not sure where they are. Ocean pit. This is more like ice than a seal. If you just steal it away from Battler and put it under the rays of the sun, it will fade away by itself as time passes. Isn't there some way to just smash it open? Do you thaw your frozen fish by smashing it with a hammer? Sorry, I was always terrible in cooking class. Kitties, thaw this seal. Is this her library? When Burgestell whispered from the dark ocean pit deep below them, several emerald green glints appeared and gathered like a school of fish. Burgestell threw the Book of the Single Truth down to them. And only after several seconds passed, the school of fish seemed to gather around it and carry it away. Those few seconds made it clear just how deep this bookshelf trench went. Angie was once again dumbfounded by this unimaginably vast and godly library. We can just let them handle the rest. And you really will let me see what's inside. If that is your wish, I'll grant it. And of course, I won't be able to read it myself without that key of yours. Angie silently gripped the golden key in her pocket. This journey has been so long and so strange. In search of the truth from 12 years ago, I left my home, met President Okanogi, met Amakusa. And at some point, that adventure became wrapped in the illusion of the witch. However, here I am. Ushimea Ava's diary is here. The truth inside it is sitting right before me. Rest for a while. Even I don't have enough free time to spend it all with you. Well, not really tired. Erica, serve Angie some tea or something. Yes, my master. Erica popped into existence out of nowhere and bowed to her master. Burgestell, if you're planning to use me to steal both the key and the book, you won't get off easy. How dare you say such a thing to my master? Sorry. After my long experience with witches, I've decided not to trust normal words. Very well. I'll promise it with the red truth. When the seal on the Book of the Single Truth is dissolved, you, Angie, will be the first to read it. Is that good enough for you? For some time, Angie considered the witch's words, searching for some sort of trap hidden within them. There's no guarantee greater than a witch's red truth. Angie understood this well enough. If she started to doubt even this red truth, there would be nothing left to trust in this entire world. If she began to suspect even this, then even the truth would no longer be truth. Is there something more you want? No, I'm fine. If she wanted to read the Book of the Single Truth, she would need Bernkastel's assistance. Angie finally realized that she had nothing to gain by complaining more and annoying this witch further. Once you've dissolved the barrier, call me right away. Of course. I also want to read it as soon as possible. I'll call for you at once. Bern spun away from them, then vanished into the dark bookshelf trench. Angie saw a school of emerald green fish appear and follow behind Bernkastel. Could those be her familiars? As she stared at the emerald lights that resembled some sort of deep-sea fish, Angie was poked from behind. Let's go, Comrade Angie. You're creeping me out, so please, just call me Angie. Then you can call me Erika-sama. Let's get going, Comrade Erika. The pair began to swim in the direction of Erika indicated. Swim seemed a better word for it than fly. Just what is this place? It's way too big to be called a library. It's not like you'll be able to remember its name, so why not just call it the library? I'll decide what I can or can't remember. Tell me. It's the great witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books. Oh, featherines. Yeah, the library works fine. Knew you'd say that. The City of Books. Yeah, the name fits. The bookshelves on either side of this canyon are skyscrapers. But think of those emerald green lights flowing beneath us as headlights on a highway. And this really does seem like a city of books. These aren't normal books, are they? That's right. Each volume is packed with an ensemble play. They look like books from here, but if you open one up, you'll find a whole world inside. So, even our long tale is only one of these. Great witches who live on a far higher plane than we do are hardly any different from a creator or god. From their perspective, our little tale is worth little more than a single book, if it's even worth that. From a theatergoer's perspective, our individual lives are hardly worth anything at all. If they're recording an entire world in a single volume, then my life probably isn't even worth a single line. But we're the main characters. I am, and so are you. That's right. Even if the tale of the gods doesn't mention us, we're always the main characters in the stories we write for ourselves. Becoming aware of that fact is the first thing that separates witches from humans. Cool statues. They were on a balcony, which was really a room-sized section that had been dug out of the bookshelf, with no guardrail along the cliff. It didn't go in very deep, so it looked like a room that had been cut in half. It was full of the tools of everyday life, as though this was Erika's hidden house. My master has ordered me to serve you some tea, so if you don't feel like drinking, I'll have to pour it into you with a funnel. If you try, I'll have to serve you some matcha. Matcha? Nothing, just talking to myself. Ignoring Erika as she made tea, Angie looked down upon the bizarre, otherworldly scene below. Until Erika finished getting the tea ready, the scene had held Angie's gaze like it was sucking out her soul. This might sound strange coming from me. What? You actually made a deal to throw away your life to learn the truth, huh? That's impressive. I had nothing to gain from life. It was easy for me to trade away the time I had left. My master really does take to idle whims. To think she would make a contract for the meaningless life of a powerless girl. Heh. Angie chuckled, not bothering to argue. That was exactly right. How incredible that Mercastel would lend her power to a worthless life that was trying to throw itself away. Well, my master is the witch who controls miracles, so it makes sense that she'd appear even for a worthless girl like you. Good point. Even if Mercastel hadn't appeared, I still would have taken that step off the edge that day. You really are a cheap and easy woman, aren't you? Well then, just how much are you worth? Me? Ha 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 ha. The way Erica cackled was disturbing. Still, Angie realized that this was her way of answering the question. People don't become witches of their own choosing. They're capable of living. All people want to live their lives as humans. When something comes along to trip up that life, that's when the road to living as a witch opens. Even Furuto Erica, who calls herself the Witch of Truth, must be like this. The two witches of truth, sitting here drinking tea without even looking at each other, are exactly the same. I like exposing the truth. I know that. I like exposing secrets, then watching those people turn pale as they wonder how I figured it out. That's when I know I've reached the truth, and it's a moment of ecstasy. There's something seriously wrong with you. Well then, what does the truth mean to you? Angie was about to give an immediate answer, but she bit back her words. Then she gulped, not knowing how to respond. After all, to Angie, truth itself was the goal. At first, it was out of hatred. Could Ushirome Eva, the sole survivor of Rakujima, be the culprit behind everything? She hated Eva, but she had no proof that her aunt was the culprit. And of course, Eva never talked about what happened on the island. So at first, the truth meant proof that Eva was the culprit in Angie's eyes. However, that feeling withered away with Ava's death. Now that Ava was dead, even if Angie did find some kind of proof, it wouldn't mean anything. So eventually, the truth Angie wanted to find became nothing more than the simple desire to know what happened on that island that day. However, one thing was obvious. Even if she did find out the truth, that wouldn't bring any of her family back to her. It might not mean anything at all. You're going to expose the truth your beloved Oni-chan is hiding. Even though it's meaningless, you're the one who's not making sense. Erica laughed, mockingly. Angie laughed too, as though she agreed. And so, my own truth became my goal. Maybe you could even call it my reason for living. So once you do reach the truth, there won't be any point or purpose to you living anymore, right? That's right. So I'll die. Hasn't it been long enough? I've already lived 12 years too long. Don't I at least deserve to have a witch appear and grant my wish in my final moments? Or, to put it simply, you're just tired of life. Does that sum it up? Yeah. So both my reason for living and my very existence are completely meaningless. That's why this goal of finding the book of the single truth has put a little sparkle back into my life, now that it's nearly over. At least on that score, I'm grateful to Mercastel. I see. Battler wants you to live, so you hit the goal line that would lead you to death. I think I pity Battler-san for the first time. After all, you can't choose your little sister. Sorry, Oni-chan. I'm tired of life. For 12 whole years, I've been living off nothing but the illusion that someone might come home someday. Just let me find peace already. Finding the truth of that day is how I've chosen to mark the end of my life. For 12 years, I believed in a miracle, but there was no miracle. I won't believe in miracles anymore. The Book of the Single Truth, huh? Of course, I'm also dying to find out what's in it. But from what I hear, it doesn't sound like the truth inside is something spectacular enough to mark the end of your life with. Yeah. At first, I hoped there would be something earth-shattering in it. But now, I've calmed down, I guess you could say. Any truth searched for by a worthless person is bound to be worthless. But it'll probably make for a fitting end to your worthless life. Yeah, I'm sure it will. Angie was already starting to realize something, regardless of Ava's reason for staying silent. The real events of that day probably weren't anything earth-shattering. Some sort of malfunction made the bomb in that secret underground base explode. Yes, it was just an accident. But the public already believed that some sort of conspiracy surrounded the events of that day, so that's what they expected. Ava was a suspect herself, so of course, no one would believe her claim that nothing strange had happened. Naturally, Angie didn't believe her either. In that case, shutting up like a clam would be better than the alternative. It was hardly surprising that Ava chose to say nothing. Right now, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. I just feel sort of worn out and listless. Being able to withstand the truth is what makes someone a witch of truth. Comrade Angie, it looks like you don't possess that strength after all. If you did, you wouldn't be thinking about dying. You're right. I've dreamed that someone might come back for 12 years. I've just used Beatrice's cat box to shut away the truth, denying it for all that time. When they read the Book of the Single Truth, I wonder what will happen to you. Who knows? Won't Burgerstell carry out the contract by slicing my head off with a scythe or something? Or will I be turned into chunks of meat again? Maybe I'll get some salt and pepper this time. I see. So that's where the chunks of meat thing came from. Did you say something? Nope, nothing at all. Anyway, would you like some more tea? No, thank you. Angie listlessly gazed down from the balcony with no handrail, down to the darkness of the abyss at the bottom of the bookshelf ravine. No, the gap between the bookshelf skyscrapers. From the beginning until the end of my journey, I haven't taken a single step away from this spot. This journey of mine, not even a single step long, will end soon. What are those lines of lights floating around at the bottom? Oh, those? Probably a group of guests coming to the Great Lady Aurora's party. Guests? Great witches from the Senate. Voyager witches who are trying to escape boredom in their endless travels. Powerful witches who have woken from century-long sleeps, as well as witches who control the future, world, and noble witch hunters. It seems she's planning to hold a grand party tonight. What, is it a birthday party or something? From what I've heard, while the Great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch, is an outsider among witches, she's also the genius who created Beatrice's cat box out of her formidable magical compendium, an endless factory capable of producing endless tales. From my point of view, she's a stupid and a weak finisher. But in the world of great witches, she's apparently pretty famous. So this is Beatrice's birthday party? My master says she'll be holding a dinner party with Beatrice's guts. After all, it's only natural, right? The cat box was only able to generate infinite tales because there was no single truth. However, tonight, the single truth will be revealed thanks to your key. And that means the cat box will be open. Really, it's no different from slicing open her chest as she still lives and tearing out what's inside. Everyone in that huge crowd that looks like a packed freeway is going to one dinner party? I'm not sure what's stronger, my shock at how famous Beatrice is, or my revulsion at those sleazebags. For you, the Book of the Single Truth is nothing more than an end. However, for all those enjoying the mystery of Rockinjima, this is an event that can't be missed. I see. So that's a crowd of those goats who were chewing Oni-chan's game board apart. Angie's analogy was an accurate one. The crowd far below them was made up of nobles wearing beautiful outfits and goat masks. They were all so intent on tearing the guts out of Beatrice's catbox that they couldn't even hide the drool trickling from their mouths. Those gluttonous goat nobles who derived pleasure from the violence of exposing the truth were in a line of cars heading towards the meeting place. Looks like this is the end for Beatrice and the catbox. Beato and the others have holed up in the Golden Land, the last remnants of the game board. Battler and Beato have strengthened their defenses and have destroyed the first wave, but they won't be able to stop the second. The Master has given me an armada capable of destroying the very concept of defensive measures. The Golden Land's ramparts are as good as gone. There's goats who appeared all over the island. They're the personification of random opinions in the future, and all of them want this island's tale to be a tragedy. That's right. Those goats keep getting born from the sea of the internet. That first wave was just the riffraff. The second wave will be entirely different. It's made up of the best, elite goats selected from the crowd that are capable of denying all the cowering pieces one by one. In total, they number in the hundreds of thousands. 100,000 people to deny the existence of a few dozen hiding on an island. Looks like this is it for Oni-chan too. Are you sure you're ready? You understand that Urshimiya Battler died in 1986. That this man is an illusion created by the catbox. Yeah, I understand. Regardless of whether he's my real brother or an illusion. Regardless of whether he's who I'd like him to be or not. The Battler who created this game board for my sake will die. No, I'm just gonna accept the fact that he already was dead. So it's not like he's actually going to die. Angie thought to herself. Shouldn't performing her brother's last rites be her responsibility? This was her final trial, which she had assigned to herself. All those people down on the game board were the personification of Angie's naivety. By denying the existence of all of them, wouldn't she finally be able to accept the truth? No, that's not right. I'm not being honest, even with myself. That bizarre Halloween party may have been an illusion, but that didn't make it any less heartwarming. Oni-chan said it himself. True, that Halloween party may have been an illusion. However, he was trying to use that party to tell me something. About that second wave. My master has appointed me to be their commander. Leave it to me, Angie-san. My master isn't so malicious that she'd make you dirty your own hands. Yes, that might be kind of her. These are my lingering attachments we're talking about. I should be grateful to Burgessel. If she really were cruel, she would probably have ordered me to take charge of the second wave and execute my own family. Comrade Angie, you're a witch of truth, aren't you? That's right. Probably. And accept the truth, okay? Finally, after 12 years, the single truth lies before you. I'll just sit around here until Burgessel breaks the seal. You'll probably be summoned as a guest for the party. We've got a mirror, so maybe you should wipe the sleep from your eyes. And maybe you should have shaved before heading out to battle. It floated there in the empty air, the doors to the Golden Land. At its base, there was nothing except some floor or tiling about as thick as a rug, so it was fairly hard to imagine that this was Kinzo's study. By this point, all the game board except the Golden Land had been eaten away, leaving only this door floating in a sea of nothingness. There were two shapes in front of that door. They were Battler and Beato. They may not have been literally covered with wounds, but they definitely seemed to be dead tired. Battler, leaning against the door, seemed to have finally caught his breath. Beato was also sitting against the door, letting her legs dangle graciously. Could the battle against that force really be called a battle? It was more like a mere pushing contest on the increasingly small bit of ground that remained. They had wanted to protect at least Kenzo's study no matter what, and the only fruit of their desperate struggle was the thin bit of flooring that they were sitting on now. Those goats fell into the abyss whenever they had nowhere to stand, so now with so much of the floor gone, there was no way for them to attack anymore. Battler thought this. His naive hopes were quickly crushed. Looks like we're surrounded. They probably plan to gather their forces and crush us in a single stroke. Oh? It's this boat. Stretching across the ocean horizon that surrounded the door to their backs was an encirclement of countless large sailing ships. As they could clearly see, the decks of those ships were packed with goats, with some of the more foolish and overeager ones spilling over the edges into the emptiness below. Dang. I've gone through a lot of crazy stuff in your games, but being surrounded by pirate ships is definitely a first for me. They probably do possess the strength to break through the Golden Land's perimeter. Those cannons are no bluff. Doubtless, they'll be able to use those to smash through this door and pour in. Along the sides of each ship were several open gun ports, each with a cannon pointing at the door. This many ships all around them fired all of those at once. There was no point trying to imagine what would happen next. Battler and Beato grimaced and hung their heads. How long will the Golden Land perimeter hold out against those cannons? I do not know. However, since they are still awaiting reinforcements after amassing that many soldiers, I doubt the barrier will break that easily. True. Can't think of any other reason to delay your attack without even sending terms for surrender. I hope we can take advantage of this time that they give us. Time is always the ally of the weaker side. After all, we can always hope for a miracle. Though it might just lead us further into despair. At that moment, something small and hard hit Battler in the forehead. Ow! The heck is this? Competo? It's me. I know where Byrne and the others are. The candy was Lambdelta's transformed body. She was the only one of your allies capable of crossing the sea of fragments. Spectacular! That's the great Lady Lambdelta for you. They can see us here. Let's talk inside. This is starting to get messy. Got it. Is anyone there? When Battler knocked on the door, it opened and Shannon and Cannon came into view. You called for us? My apologies, but we need you two to keep a lookout. Leave it to us. When they begin their attack, don't worry about fighting them. Escape to the Golden Land as soon as they start. Don't worry about closing the door. But that means we're planning to ignore the door and smash the Golden Land directly. Making a last stand here won't do anyone any good. I understand. We'll take care of things here. So go inside and work on a counterattack. We shall. We're counting on you. Battler and Beato traded place with Shannon and Cannon and returned to the Golden Land. Gentle rain poured down over the Golden Land's rose garden. The weather here reflected the hearts of those inside it. The quietly falling raindrops spoke for the pain felt by those who could do nothing but hide here, waiting for the enemy's final assault. When they returned to the arbor, that piece of compito flew out of Battler's pocket, jumped onto the table, and returned to its original form. I haven't had a thrill like this for years. Hard to believe I'd found myself in such a tense situation, even after becoming a witch. Let's get down to business. Where the heck are Angie and Burkestel? They're in the City of Books. I've heard of it. They say it's a place for great witches. As always, the music's good. Travelers of the sea store countless fragments in the form of books. I mean the great witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. Spectating's noble city of carefully selected books, yes? The great Lady Aurora is the ruler of the city of books. Indeed, that would be a fitting place for those two to go. Nice going, Lady Lambda Delta. Hard to believe you could pick out that spot so quickly from all the other possible hiding places. Actually, it was pretty easy. I didn't even have to search, since they're advertising it as loud as they can. They're planning a huge party to celebrate the announcement of the great secret. The secret to the cat box of the great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch. Huh. I see. They haven't been delaying their attack because they await reinforcements, but because the party has not yet begun. So in this party, they plan to use Angie's key and reveal the contents of the Book of the Single Truth. You got it. Aurora hasn't held an event like this for ages, and she's gathering VIP guests from all over the place. The Book of the Single Truth will probably be the party's final showpiece. That means we still have a short shot at taking Angie and the key back. Time-wise, that may be true. However, there's a really simple and obvious problem. What? The City of Books is a sacred realm under the supervision of the Senate. It's protected by a holy barrier. Only a witch of the Senate can enter it. Have they invited any non-senators to the party? They have. Looks like they're being given special invitations which allow them to enter the sacred realm for a limited time. Invitations? My. Now this could be interesting. That's what I thought. However, there's a strict policy on punctuality, so these invitations automatically become useless unless you present them before the party begins. I'm afraid to say that the party started a short while ago. In other words, it's too late to try stealing an invitation from a guest who's running late. That's right. So what do we do now? Could someone get me popcorn? Like some candy flavor this time. As an outsider, I hate to barge into this conversation, but we seem to have no options left. We're already done for, aren't we? Can't we do anything except sit here until they attack? There must be something we could do. That's right. There's this one thing we can do. What's that? We can keep on struggling for each second of survival and hope for a miracle. A miracle? So we're stuck defending the Alamo. Surrender isn't an option. We can only hold out as long as we can, waiting for a miracle. Who do you? What kind of miracle? There's a chance, maybe 1 in a million, that Angie will change her mind for some reason and come back. Huh. With a probability such as that, it truly would be a miracle. We are here to await Angie-sama's return. Angie-sama's. Yes. This right here is the only place Angie-san can call home. So, we must defend it to the last minute, waiting for her to come back. Awaiting the return of one's master is a servant's duty. Now that we are here, I, Goda, am prepared for whatever may come. Valor-sama, all of us are prepared. We of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guard will fulfill our oath and remain by the great Lady Beatrice's side until the bitter end. 45 here, no problems. I'll fight until the end. Finally, a fitting place to die. Nyeh. No problems from 410. Nyeh. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory will stay with Beatrice-sama and Battler-sama until it's all over. The 6 younger sisters also showed their resolve with their eyes. Eyes in their Jungfrau will serve until the end. The former SSVDs got your back too. And I ask that you lend us your power as well. Me? No way. Didn't I just give you some excellent intel? I think I've done more than my fair share, don't you? How do you know that Angie-chan is in the City of Books? I saw her with my own eyes, of course. Never trust anything unless I see it for myself. Which means you're qualified to enter this sacred realm called the City of Books, right? Indeed. The great Lady Lambda is the Witch of the Senate, after all. Lambda. What's with you guys? You aren't going to tell me to do more work, are you? My, what an unexpected development. Lady Lambda is the only one who can enter the City of Books. Could that possibly mean that this is Lady Lambda-Delta's time to shine? Enough kidding around, are you people crazy? You're telling me to go all by myself and sneak into there one more time, and then bring Angie back out here? Several dozen people surrounding Lambda-Delta all nodded in unison. How stupid can you be? If I save Angie, I'll be crashing the Great Aurora's party, get it? I have the whole world as my enemy. And what's in it for me? Nothing, obviously. There's nothing you could possibly offer me that'd be worth getting on the bad side of Aurora and her monster friends. You'll get to see a happy ending where Aurora and Burkestel's schemes are crushed. Angie comes back and everyone makes peace with one another. What do you say, Lady Lambda-Delta? There could be no greater thrill. If you pulled off such a marvelous feat, you would be able to forget your illness for 1,000 years, would you not? We're begging you, Lambda-Delta. Lend us your power. Please, please, we're begging you. Help us save Angie. Everyone surrounded Lambda-Delta, asking for her help. Please, Lady Lambda-Delta. Only you can do this. Give us your strength. I'll show you the greatest of tales. And you'll get to see it from the front row. So please, lend us your strength. Shut up! Shut the hell up! Lambda-Delta leapt to her feet and crushed the cup of popcorn in her hands. Sweet, candy-flavored popcorn flew all over the place, hitting everyone in the face. It might have looked funny. However, no one laughed. Lambda-Delta's face was filled with rage that none of them had seen before. Please, stop getting the wrong idea. I'm a spectator. A spectator. I'm just a guest who was invited by Beato to come and watch this game. So why should I risk my life for you people? You think you'll get a happy ending if Angie comes back? Are you really that stupid? Byrne and her forces will come sweeping through here, mad with rage, and wipe us all out. There's only one reason I'm here. That's because Leon over there said I'd get to see an interesting show. Yeah, and now I'm sure I'll get to see a sublimely interesting tale very soon. A sad, sad tragedy as you fight desperately against Byrne's forces and get wiped out one by one. I'm sure you'll each get one last time to shine as you're torn apart. If I just wait a little, I'll get to see all that, won't I? Pretty soon, all of you will be dead. But not me. I'm a spectator, a guest. There's absolutely no reason for me to die with you. No one was able to say a word. In the still silence, where there was no sound except that of the rain. Even Lambda-Delta finally hung her head in dismay. I'm sorry. I'm totally lame, aren't I? Sure, if I stood up right now and said, leave it to me, my popularity would surge and I'd probably make it into the top 3 in the next character ranking contest. But still, unlike the rest of you, I'm not a character who appears in the story. I can't die. It's like it's midnight and you're telling me that the climax of the show is coming up next. But tomorrow's Monday and I've got early cleaning duty at school. We live in completely different worlds. And so... Lambda-Delta staggered as though dizzy, and plopped down into a chair. Then she became expressionless like a doll, just staring at a single point in space, silently. Sorry. Atler softly apologized. However, Lambda-Delta remained expressionless. It's not fair for us to force you to risk something on your own. Not when we haven't exhausted yet. We haven't yet exhausted all our options. We'll fight here and defend this spot until the last moment. We'll believe in the miracle of Angie, choosing us over the single truth. If we weren't prepared to do that, we could hardly ask you to give up your life along with the rest of us. Battler rose from his seat and spun around. Battler. I'll switch places with the pair outside. When the enemy comes, I want it to be on the front lines. In the front lines. That's the fastest and most direct way I can show Lambda Delta my determination. I shall go as well. Teacher, please find Lady Lambda Delta some more popcorn. Beato. I know Angie will return. Without belief, even miracles that might have occurred will not. You can't win a lottery unless you buy a ticket. Beato also stood up and followed Battler. Everyone, let's do what we can to prepare for the fight. Yeah, it'd be stupid just to sit around here doing nothing. Good point. Let's at least give him a good show at the end. Gotta make sure there's a place Angie-chan can call home. You should hold a strategic conference, too. Yeah. We have furniture, weapons, demons, and inquisitors on our side. There's gotta be some way for these mismatched forces to cooperate. Let's go, little sisters. Break time is over. Chester troops, rise. The humans and illusions all rose to their feet and left the arbor. Afterwards, only Lambda Delta remained, still staring blankly at a point in empty space. That black tea smells nice. Is it instant, or from a tea bag? Oh, would you like some too, Comrade Ava? We're out of cups, so you have to use a funnel. Gold butterfly drifted onto the balcony and turned into Ava. How's Brimstone doing? Will it be a while longer before she breaks the seal in the Book of the Single Truth? That's what I came to talk about. She says the seal has been broken. Congratulations. So the time has finally come. Period to mark the end of your life. Take the key and go to Lady Burgerstel. The safe. Just in case. 10:17. Take the key and go to Lady Burgerstel. One of her cat familiars will guide you. 2 emerald sparkles flew in. They were the green, glinting eyes of a black cat. The cat flicked its tail elegantly, with the dignity of a high-class attendant. Got it. Then I'll be back in a bit. And she rose from her seat. She did it casually, as though she really was just heading out for a short trip. However, her lips would probably never touch her half-finished cup of tea again. We weren't together long, but I enjoyed it. Getting to learn what disgust for your own kind is, was an enlightening experience. Same here. Next time we meet, you'll have to teach me the trick to making tea that's terrible. Are you happy? Now, you'll finally get to learn that secret I've been hiding from you these past 12 years. I'm happy. Yeah, now I can understand how Erica feels. It's like I'm taking a shot back at you, exposing the secret that you kept until your death. And is it a good feeling? Well, it's better than nothing. Angie nodded towards the black cat to let it know that she was ready. The cat nodded back in a refined manner, indicated that it wanted Angie to follow, and leapt from the balcony. Without turning back, Angie followed it, jumping out into the air as though swimming. Ava watched her go. The expression of ridicule and scorn failed to cross her face. Good luck, Angie. This is the path you've chosen. You aren't 6 years old anymore. You're 18. Choose how to live your own life. What an overprotective aunt you are. I'm gonna watch the ceremony. What about you? It's almost time to begin the attack, so I'm heading for the ships. I have to go pick up Beato's corpse. Everyone at the party can have her guts. But I get to keep her skin, so let's stuff and mount it. So even Rakanjima's tale, which was wrapped in a veil of mysteries, is about to meet its end. Which means it's also the end for you. I mean, you are a piece from there, right? A piece is all I am. The role of a piece is to remain faithful to its role until the game ends. It's not a piece's place to worry about what happens after the game is over. True. And it's the same for me. Let's both enjoy this time while we have it. Well then, allow me to take my leave. Later. Good luck with your work. After exchanging elegant bows, the two witches vanished at the same time. Nothing remained except some half-finished teacups and the aroma of the tea itself. Oh? One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of a high-class hotel in the city, and guests began to step out of them. Hey, Professor Otsuki. Oh, what a surprise. I haven't seen you since the last convention. All the guests gathered here were very rich and cultured. A single hobby tied all of them together. They were witch hunters. Like-minded people who enjoyed exploring various interpretations of the Rakanjima mystery. Still, I wonder if it's really true. To think that this diary of Ushimiya Eva's actually exists. True, I've heard the rumors myself. This is that legendary secret diary which Ushimiya Eva hid away just before her death. It is said that she recorded the details of Rakanjima's truth in there. Just like that fable of the king with donkey's ears. Humans are tragic creatures, incapable of keeping truly silent regarding secrets only they could know. Wahahaha. From what I've heard, a collector from Dubai offered to buy it for $10 million. Incredible! More evidence of the fascination that the Rakanjima mystery is capable of stirring. Conversations like this were breaking out passionately all over the place. Furthermore, it wasn't just guests who were allowed to enter. The press was also there in force. The Rakanjima mystery was such a large movement that it became a social phenomenon at one point. Though it had died down slightly in recent years, it was still a topic of fiercely debated across the internet. It was hardly any surprise that the discovery and imminent release of Ushimiya Eva's diary, which contained the truth of that mystery, had caused an uproar. And on top of all that, the mysterious forger, Itoi Kukuro, was to appear publicly for the first time. In fact, it seemed that Itoi Kukuro and Hachijo Toya, the up-and-coming mystery novelists, were the same person. Of course, this meant that Hachijo Toya would also be appearing in public for the first time. Though she was thought to be a male author, the fact that she was actually a mysterious woman author alone was enough to cause a stir. Before the diary unveiling party, a press conference was held in one of the rooms of the hotel. Indeed, I am Hachijo Toya. Madame Hachijo, we now know that in your previous book signings, you were so determined not to show yourself that you even used a body double. So what has caused you to change your mind and appear before us this time? The legend of the Rakanjima witch has given birth to endless tales. Considering the weight of such a legend's demise, and being the mere writer that I am, I felt obligated to show myself as a sign of respect. As a forger, you announced on the web that you had reached the truth. Does that mean you've already read the contents of that diary? And very soon, those contents will be revealed to everyone. Pardon me for asking, but is there any guarantee that the contents of this diary are the truth? One might view it as nothing more than a personal account from a single deceased person. Not at all. I guarantee it. The truth is recorded in this diary. Oh. stir passed through the crowd, and the room was suddenly filled with camera flashes. This ends Madame Hachijo's interview. Allow us to express our deep gratitude towards all members of the press for coming on this day. And now, we would like to move on and allow you to take photos of Madame Ushirimiya Eva's diary. The hotel worker pushed forward a cart covered by a veil. Then after looking to Hachijo for approval, he removed the veil. There lay Ushirimiya Eva's diary. The book of the single truth sat there, waiting for its seal to be released. Hachijo held it to her chest and laughed enigmatically. Camera flashes came from everywhere, making the book of the single truth glint. And that is all for now. If you would all please move to the assembly hall. Still holding the diary, Hachijo left the press conference room, escorted by men from the hotel, until she went through a door that said, "Authorized personnel only." The journalists continued to surround her and ask questions, hoping to gather just one more comment. When the door slammed shut, the world twisted. The hotel employees became black cats wearing capes. Hachijo had turned into Featherine. Things are getting pretty crazy out there. Did you enjoy it? How tiring. Still, that went well. And yet this diary truly is heavy. Featherine tossed the diary, and Burkestel caught it. It will rest in one of the waiting rooms. You're going to be up again pretty soon. There's no time to rest. In that case, call it a short break so that I can properly enjoy this long-awaited excitement. I need to borrow that book. I promised Angie that I'd show her first. I see. In that case, do as you please. Featherine left, followed by her cat attendants. After watching her until she was out of sight, Burkestel disappeared as well. Oh boy. Like Erica's room, Burkestel's was a balcony without a handrail, dug out of a bookshelf cliff. Angie had been kept waiting for some time, but she had waited patiently, looking down at the world below her. I'm late, aren't I? Sorry about that. As Burkestel appeared, the black cats gave a bow and vanished. Here you go. I brought it with me. The Book of the Single Truth. Can I touch it? Do as you like. Just in case. Burkestel set it on the table and beckoned Angie forward. Slowly, Angie approached it. So, this is Aniva's diary. That's right. Inside it, you'll find the single truth that you wanted. You do have the key, right? Yes. Right here. Angie took the key out, looked at it there on her palm, then gripped it tightly. Even the heavy lock that held the diary so securely was fated to be swept aside easily as soon as Angie readied herself. I won't rush you. You don't have to open it until you're ready. This includes the truth of what happened at midnight on October 5th, 1986, right? Yes. It has everything that you wanted to know so much. You offered up your life. In that instant, two Angies appeared inside of her, taking control of her body at the same time. On the one hand, she knew that she had already paid a great price to learn the truth. This part of her gripped the key, wanting to avoid a second of hesitation that might lead her to refuse to learn the truth now. At the final moment, with the Book of the Single Truth right before her. On the other hand, a feeling as though she was betraying the brother and family who watched over her warmly, made her bite her lower lip. However, though she shook, she could do nothing but watch as her right hand slowly brought the key towards the lock. What am I hesitating for? Inside this diary is the final destination of my sad, painful, 12-year-long journey. Wasn't 12 years enough? Did I want to keep living that way? That brother is an illusion created by my heart, my naive hope that a miracle might still occur. If I put my two options on a scale, then the path I should choose is clear. Slowly, I pushed the key into the lock and twisted. The lock opened with a click, and at the same time I felt as though a crack ran through the key in my hands. Maybe a part of that intricate design had fallen off. Couldn't tell where it was broken just by glancing at it. However, for some reason its golden glint seemed dulled somehow. It's because you made your choice with that key. A bit of magic has disappeared. What kind of magic? Didn't Ballard tell you? He said you couldn't hand that over to anyone else. That magic, which left the decision to, has just fulfilled its role and disappeared. That key is just a key now. Can't do anything but lock and unlock that diary. I see. And I guess I have no more use for Oni-chan's key. Can I have it? Once you've read the diary, I'll lock it up again. Opening that lock will be a big part of tonight's ceremony, it seems. I see. Do whatever you want. I don't give a damn what happens after I find the truth. Christelle slid the key from where it lay on the table and put it into her pocket. Go ahead, then. Before the courage that led you here fades. Lifted up Aunt Ava's now unlocked diary. The lock was unset. Even the hinge had been released by now. Nothing stands in the way of me opening the pages within. I'd have taken a deep breath. However, I decided against it. I prepared myself for this long ago. It'd be so stupid to feel my reluctance further. I opened it. Violently, ruthlessly. I knew that this was the right way to open to the pages that held the truth. As soon as the cover was opened, violet light poured out and my mind went hazy. The truth was sent to my mind directly, without letters or words. Tell me what happened that day in Rakajima. Consciousness returned gradually. Nothing was written in the open book before me. Of course, this was my own blank and empty notebook. I was at school, just sitting idly with my notebook open. The world had stopped. The hands on the clock had stopped too. In that case, the auditorium should have been filled with silence. However, I could hear a small commotion. In this world of suspended time, I could see dark shapes sneaking about in the shadows of the unmoving students. They were students with goat heads. They were sneaking glances at me from behind the frozen students, whispering something to each other. I know. I can hear them. Everybody knows. One after another, the students with goat heads grew in the shadows all over the room. I slipped around, all the students stopped in time and gathered around me. Then they all jeered out something in unison. As if they knew I could hear, showered me with giggles and gossip and sneers. However, nothing that came from the goats' mouths reached my ears as words. This was a world without letters or words, so no words reached me. However, their emotions and meanings did reach me. So I knew what it was they were saying, and then I was able to visualize it. One after another, the goats opened their massive jaws, showing their fangs that dripped with saliva, and came forward to bite me. Time was stopped for me. I was aware, but I could not move. That wasn't literally true. However, I was pretending that I couldn't hear, so I couldn't move. The goats bit me all over my body, leaving their fang marks, licking me. Maybe they didn't like the taste of my clothes, taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't move. They chewed through my clothes one by one, over and over again. The goats stuck their tongues, their jaws, their fangs into my naked body. I was covered with drool and bitten all over. Bright red teeth marks were left behind as sharp fangs pierced my skin, leaving trails of blood. They licked up that blood like real goats, hurting and humiliating me. As I hung my head, one of the goats pulled on my hair, forcing me to look up and spoke. They didn't say it with concepts, but with words I could hear. However, they weren't words of the human world. They were a witch's words. The red truth, which signifies truth that is certain. This is the truth of the Rakanjima incident. I won't accept it. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. This is the truth. After all, I won't accept it. I won't accept the truth like that. Whether you accept it or not, that doesn't change the truth. After all, this is the single truth, proven in red. Giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. Who cares about the truth? So stupid, so pointless. I'm the one who gets to decide if that's the truth or not, right? Even if it's red truth, I won't acknowledge it, won't forgive it, definitely won't accept it. Red truth is absolute. Who for? It's absolute for you guys, right? Not for me. I won't let you contaminate my truth with yours. Angie, calm down. You're the one who wanted to know, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. My truth is that Aunt Ava is the culprit. Aunt Ava killed everyone. Everything's her fault. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan and all the others are just victims. It's no one's fault. No one's fault. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Your aunt will always be on your side, Angie-chan. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I get it now. I know what you meant. Hehehe. Ha 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 ha. That's right, Aunt Ava. You're the culprit. You're the culprit. It's the world that's messed up and broken for not realizing that. I'm the right one. I'll deny the red truth. Deny the whole world. I see. In that case, try writing a red truth only you can write. But how is it possible for a human to write the red truth with red truth? It is possible. There's a red ink that only humans can write with. Angie-san, please calm down. I'm the right one. The world's wrong. I'll write it. I'll record the truth with the real red truth. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. 20. Requesting the urgent support on the roof. Angie-san, hold on. Please think this over. Look out! Goodbye, Angie. Have a nice day. I'll write it out. This is my blood red truth. I'll never accept the truth of your world. Oh? Angie's body went past the edge of the balcony. The air, which she had once been able to swim through, was now completely merciless for some reason. Angie's body plunged straight into the darkness below. Margastel just watched the scene play out in silence. Behind her, men in black suits rushed up to the fence, clutching it and screaming. 20! Angie-san jumped off! Damn, can't see her from here. Quickly, investigate the ground area. It's no use. There's no way. Maybe she was caught by that safety net. Let's make sure. What fools. If you don't strike down from this height, do you really think such a flimsy safety net could possibly save you? As the Witch of Miracles, I, Barkastel, guarantee that such a miracle certainly won't occur. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. So, is that metaphorical or just actual? She actually died. Anji's body fell from the skyscraper-like bookshelf and slammed against the floor of the City of Books. Looking down from Barkastel's balcony, which was as high as the skyscraper's roof, did it look like a lovely red pressed flower? No, you couldn't see it at all. Just like how the death of a single lonely girl who rejected the world didn't matter to anyone in the world. She probably died instantly. It was only natural. She had fallen straight down from this height, after all. Is it even conceivable that she wouldn't die instantly after something like that? The index finger on the right hand of her corpse stuck out, as though it was tracing something. Could it be that, by some impossible miracle, she really had escaped an instant death? Could the red blood that had drained from her at the moment of her death, have been the ink that drew her own personal red truth? However, no one would ever be able to tell what she had written. After all, red blood pouring from her corpse had run over it all. Even this was one of your choices, Anji. Ava was looking down at the beautiful flower of blood radiating from Anji's corpse. I tried to keep you alive. However, you never tried to live in the future that began after the age of 6. And so, after 12 years, you finally returned to where you started. The eyes on Anji's corpse closed. However, there was no way of knowing if this was a peaceful thing. Eventually, the corpse began to melt away. At the end, it had become a messy lump of flesh, with only a few parts recognizable as a human. It was hardly surprising. How else would she look after falling from that height and slumming against the asphalt? Managed to die. However, this doesn't mean that everyone will be waiting for you in heaven. After all, you reached this place by rejecting all of those in heaven. See you in hell? No, that's probably where we are right now. So long, Anji. Ah, Ava. Perfect timing. Did you call for me, my master? Clean up this scrap meat for me, if you wouldn't mind. I'm gonna take this back. Barkastel's hands were the key, which had lost its magic when Anji made her decision, and the Book of the Single Truth, which had been locked up again. As you wish, my master. After looking down one more time, Barkastel vanished. Once she had gone, Ava summoned some cat familiars and ordered them to clean up. The black cats gathered Anji's flesh and scattered limbs and threw them into a tin bucket. Even in this miserable form, Anji's soul was still living. Perhaps living is a poor description. She was unable to die. From now on, forever. She would drift along the deepest depths of oblivion, covered by the dust of oblivion, until she finally disappeared. She continued to question herself. What did the truth mean to her? What was right, and where was the place she could call home? As her flesh began to cool, even the energy to ask these questions began to fade. Eventually, she would forget her everyday memories, and even the reason why she was suffering. However, there was one thing she would never forget. That was the anguish. From this point forth, she would suffer endlessly without even knowing why. By the time the cats finished flinging her corpse into the bucket and dumping it into the sea of nothingness, Anji had forgotten even her own name. I wonder how much we have left. Because, I mean, we're like 12 hours in, right? Very curious. What's the sound I keep hearing? Yes, it must be the sound of rain. In that case, What are those two bright lights coming towards me? See, I thought we would have gotten a choice there to prevent Angie from reading the book. But now I don't know. I don't know. However, they came at me with a screeching sound and stopped right in front of me. A blaring noise came at me over and over. Whatever's shining those bright lights is threatening me. It's probably telling me to get out of the way. However, I was incapable of moving even a finger. There was sound, and a car door opened. Car? Door. Apparently I was lying on asphalt under the pouring rain. What? Where is this? I saw a shadow, which was apparently the driver, open an umbrella and come towards me. Is this your backyard? The shadow questioned me. Of course, I couldn't answer it. If it is, then I must apologize. Yes, on a day with such fine weather, anyone would want to take a nap in such a lovely backyard as this. And yet, unless my memory fails me, the shadow crouched down and looked into my face. It was a woman. This is a public highway you're sleeping on. Do you want to become roadkill? Or maybe you already are roadkill. Well now, which one is it? I clenched my chest. I felt I needed to answer somehow and communicate my intentions. So finally, I managed to let a short groan escape my lips. I see. So you aren't roadkill yet. And that is how I met Ikuko. Kuko? Patient's body is in a very frail condition. Some sort of memory loss is very probable as well. Oh, this is Toya? Okay. We won't know for sure until the CT scan, but there may even be brain damage. It's lucky that damage is all we have to deal with. Any longer in a spot like that, and it would likely have been much worse. True. In any event, I recommend getting this checked at a large hospital. Thank you, doctor. Please, keep this off the record. May not be much, but here's some money for your troubles. I see no reason to speak of this needlessly, but... No, I couldn't possibly accept that much. In the end, the doctor took the money and swore to keep quiet about the matter. Eventually, Hachijo returned. Oh, you were awake. How do you feel? I nodded weakly, letting her know that it wasn't so bad for now. But where is this place? A room I have absolutely no memory of, in a house I don't remember at all. And first and foremost, here's a woman I've never seen. To start off, let me introduce myself. I'm Hachijo Ikuko. Feel free to casually call me Ikuko, or act more formal and call me Hachijo-san. Hachijo Ikuko. The Hachijo family owns a large amount of land and is fairly famous in these parts. Unlike my accomplished brothers, I'm what you might call a little eccentric. I got to a bit too much mischief, and my parents finally ran out of patience and kicked me out. I'm now confined to this house. As a hobby, I like to read detective novels and also to write them. My age is a single woman's secret. My heart is that of a girl, but I'm approaching the point where calling myself one becomes increasingly absurd. With the haze my mind was in, it was extremely hard to make out what she was talking about. However, I was able to pick up on the fact that she was trying to cheer me up. So, what's your name? My name? Logically, I know that, being a human, I must have a name. I do have that feeling that I did indeed have a name. However, no matter how hard I tried to remember what it was, it just made my head hurt. Can you remember anything besides your name? Who am I? My head. No. Even my heart was a mess of torn flesh. I couldn't remember a thing, not even who or what I was. I must remember. I had some kind of purpose. Maybe a mission? In order to remember that, I first have to remember who I am. Who am I? What is my name? Where was I born and what was my birthday? I need to remember something. Anything. Age. Age? Giggle. That's my little secret. 18. I look like I'm 18? I'm 18. Oh, so that was your age. Well now, I thought you were being a bit too flattering. Ha 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 ha. When I asked myself how old I was, the number 18 floated into my mind. To be honest, the number 18 felt a bit out of place. My mind felt much younger than that. My pathetic body felt much older. I see. So you're 18. And that's all you can remember. Nodded weakly. Never knew that knowing nothing about yourself could make you feel this powerless. In that case, until you remember your name, let's give you the name Toya, written with the characters for 18 until you remember. Hachijo Toya. What do you think? That sounds pretty cool. Yes, I must say I've impressed myself very much with that one. Hachijo Ikoku gave a satisfied laugh. From then on, I took the name Hachijo Toya. My inability to move my body was apparently due to a traffic accident. On that day, I'd been hit by a car and Ikuko had picked me up from where I lay on the street. If she hadn't hit the brakes, she probably would have driven straight onwards, thinking she'd run over a dead dog or something. Later on, perhaps rudely, I suspected that the one who hit me might have been Ikuko herself. But when I saw her completely undamaged front bumper, I gave up on that theory. So is this... I wonder. Hachijo Ikuko lived in a small but lovely mansion on the top of a small hill in a village with a view of the sea. She also owned the hill behind her and was more than capable of enjoying the four seasons in privacy. As time passed slowly, my rehabilitation continued, and my ability to move improved little by little. However, it seemed I really did suffer some form of brain damage. Finding out who I was looked like it would be a very difficult task. In the beginning, when I couldn't bear not knowing my identity, my head often hurt so much that it felt as though it would explode. However, as I slowly accepted the fact that I was a new person, with the new name of Hachijo Toya, the headaches became less frequent. That whole time, no memories returned to me except the fact that I had been 18. However, I was unable to remember anymore, unable even to be sure that 18 was my true age. And eventually, I stopped trying to remember my former self. Good morning, Toya. That was quite the storm last night. Were you able to sleep well? I had some trouble falling asleep, so I decided to read your manuscript. My, how far did you manage to get? I finished it. Now there's a surprise. You managed to read through all that in a single night. I was surprised too. Once I got into it, I finished before I knew it. It was like I was just skimming it. Maybe like I was taking in each page with just a glance. Sounds like you have some talent at speed reading. So, how was it? What did you think of it? I liked it a lot. Still, if you don't explain that part about the ocean currents a bit more clearly, it might be a little unfair for a detective novel. Oh, but I thought it was great that you had the foreshadowing with the ring right there at the beginning. After I finished, I had to go back to the beginning and slap myself for being so easily tricked. I think giving people that feeling is what detective novels do best. Did I say something to offend you? If I did, you have my apologies. Of course not. Why are you apologizing? Just shocked, that's all. Your detailed opinions are worthy of praise, I believe. It seems you have some talent as a critic, or a detective novel writer too. Detective novel writer? Critic? From across the fog of oblivion, I seem to remember myself fighting and arguing about mysteries or something like that. That way of fighting, which I must have learned in the past, sent a surge of excitement through me. Mystery. Fighting. My head hurt. I took a painkiller and swallowed it with fresh water brought up from the well. Who am I, really? But no matter how much I thought, I couldn't remember. From what I've been told, the frequency of the headaches might be lessened by brain surgery, but there was no guarantee that it would do my memory any good. Ikuko said that she would let me have surgery if I wanted it. However, I refused. Even if I can't remember it, the real me is still there, sleeping inside my head. I was scared that the surgery might harm that me somehow. By now, I've gotten used to dealing with headaches. As long as I don't force myself to remember the past, the headaches don't torment me every day. So bit by bit, I became free of the headaches and got used to my new life as Hachijo Toya. Gradually, my interest shifted from myself to Ikuko. Hachijo Ikuko, a very strange woman. First off, she was apparently the daughter of a very well-off family, just as she had said. However, she was considerably eccentric. The various mischievous incidents she spoke of had apparently gotten her within an inch of being disowned. As a result, she had been given this house and had been ordered to live here quietly and alone. She had never been a particularly social person, so she happily accepted this new state of affairs, living however she pleased with servants to take care of her. She had no friends, no one ever came to visit. When I wasn't around, she only ever talked to an old black cat she kept as a pet named Bern. I don't know her real age. She doesn't seem to be too old to marry yet. But with an isolated life like this, she isn't likely to meet people. She sometimes says that she just hasn't met anyone worth the trouble, but I think she's already given up on marriage. Her everyday life was very simple. She would either read through the many detective novels that were brought to her, or else write detective novels herself. At first I thought she was some novelist at a private retreat, plugging away at a new book. However, the manuscript she finished just ended up clipped together in a pile, with me as the sole exception. Didn't look like she ever let anyone read them. Novelist is someone who writes novels for people to read. So I figured you could hardly call her a novelist when she kept writing novels no one would ever see. Ikuko-san, why don't you ever show these to anyone? I show them to you. Only the better ones, of course. Haven't you ever thought of sending one to some publishing company? It's a waste otherwise when your works are so interesting. My works can't stand up against the prose. I sent one in once, but it was absolutely no good. I understand my position. This is just an amateur's pastime. I don't think amateur is a fitting word for someone who's so well versed in detective novels, from all times and all across the world. Being a big eater doesn't mean you'll make a good cook. Reading every detective novel you can get your hands on is no guarantee that you're a good detective novelist. That's how it is. That's why this is nothing more than a pastime. Is it really fun to write novels that you won't show to anyone? It used to be. Once. What about now? I like getting to hear your opinions. At any rate, I finished writing the chapter. I'll go make some tea, so would you mind reading it again and sharing your thoughts with me? Saying this with a smile, Ikuko thrusts a pile of manuscript paper at me. I'm convinced that, whether you read detective novels or write them, they're boring if you're all on your own. You can only find something really precious when you share that world with someone else. Headache. Toya? Are you okay? I'll go get some headache medicine. I'm fine. I'm more interested in this manuscript. Can't wait for the new chapter. The seasons passed. Together with Ikuko, in this town whose name I didn't even know. We spent our days debating detective novels and talking about ideas for new plots. plots. At a glance, they may have appeared to be stale on unproductive days. However, Hachiro Toya found satisfaction with his new life. And so, the curtain closes on the strange tale of Kuro Kubi Island. The end. With a dramatic flourish of her pen, Mikuko signified that her manuscript was now complete. What do you think? Tried using your plot to make Tsuchiko's tragic love scene at the end a bit more moving. I think it's very good. I'd say the last farewell is sad enough to make it moving as a story, not just a reasoning puzzle. That's all thanks to your plot. Compared to this work, everything I've written before now is worth little more than scrap paper. Even as I was writing it, I was excited to be the first person in the world who got to read it. Never felt that before. I just mentioned some ideas. You're the one who turned them into such a fascinating story, Kuko-san. At some point, she wrote me in as well, and I too started my journey in the world of writing detective novels. Apparently, the old me had some talent for mysteries and detective novels and the like. My talent seemed to be of a fairly unorthodox kind. I tried turning famous mysteries from across the world on their head, twisting those ideas into something new. However, a few ideas aren't enough to make a book. No meal is complete if all you can do is chop up vegetables. Thanks to Akuko's writing, a skill she had built up over many years, my ideas were transformed into a work of fiction. In this work, A Strange Tale of Kuro Kibi Island, two of us merged the best of our respective personalities. And though I hate to brag, it had turned into a masterpiece that we could show to anyone without shame. Hello? Please, bring us some champagne. Bring a glass for yourself as well. This is the best job we've done so far. So let's celebrate. Ikuko called for some champagne over the internal phone line. Joined by the servant who happened to be working that day, and the cat Burn, who raised their glasses high and toasted our accomplishment. Ikuko-san, I have an idea if you don't mind. Let's hear it. Love hearing your ideas, as long as I'm not in the shower or on the can. Why don't we try submitting our book? Never read anything this interesting before. I'm sure lots of other people will want to read it. You think so? I tried once in the past thinking the same thing, but the result was... I believe in your talent, Ikuko-san. What about you? Of course, I believe in your talent. Then it's decided. To Ikuko-san's big debut. To Toya's big debut. Clinked our glasses once more, and on it went. I must have had way too much to drink. Before I knew it, I must have passed out on the sofa. There was a blanket covering me. Kuko-san must have put it there. The lights are out in the study, but it wasn't dark. The computer's monitor was glowing. Outside, it had started to rain. It reminded me of the day Kuko-san found me and took me in. Because of that, whenever it rains, I find myself wondering who I was, and I usually get headaches. So I wasn't sure whether the pain was because of the rain or because I drank too much. Kuko-san, turn on the lights. Using a computer in the dark is bad for your eyes. Oh, did I wake you up? No, I slept well. I feel refreshed now. Turned on the light and looked out through a gap in the curtains. As I thought, it's the sort of pouring rain that always reminded me of that day. It's raining pretty hard out there. The wind looks pretty strong too. Hope the rain gutters don't get clogged with leaves again. I just cleared them the other day, so they should be fine for a while. Her answer sounded a little abstracted. Apparently her attention was absorbed by the computer. been pretty hooked by that computer lately, Ikuko-san. Did you find an interesting article or something? Maybe a bit juvenile, but it's still pretty interesting. It's about that Rakanjima incident. Rakanjima? I told you about the Rakanjima mystery a few days ago, remember? It's been really huge on the net lately. The discussions, theories, and even the forgeries have been quite entertaining. Forgeries are stories, all based on the premise that yet another message bottle signed by Ushiromia Maria existed and drifted to one of the nearby islands. Kuko kept showing off her knowledge of the subject. However, a huge bell was clanging inside my head. The noise was so great that I thought my head would split open. Unable to tell what was the floor and what was the ceiling, I crumpled and clutched at my head. Toya, are you okay? My head hurts. The Rakanjima explosion accident. The many disquieting rumors surrounding it. The scheming of the relatives who were after Ushiromia Kinzo's vast wealth and the hidden gold. And the truth? Ushiromia Eva, the sole survivor, said nothing. Eventually, everything would be inherited by the granddaughter, Ushiromia Angie, who escaped harm because she was absent on that day. Angie. Ushiromia Angie. I am Ushiromia. Yeah! No good. My head's getting split open. Incomprehensible scenes pierced my eyelids from the inside like blades of light. Just what am I looking at? Who are these people calling to me, but not by the name Toya? Who am I? Who are these people? What is this memory? Help me, Ikuko. Someone else's memory is hurting me. My head's splitting. So Battler lived. I could hear the sorrowful sound of wind, and that must be rain. Who was I again? I am Ushiromia. Angie. Please say something. Voices calling to me. Dad and Mom. It can't be. In 1986 on Rakanjima, Mom and Dad. Angie, hang in there. Can you hear Daddy's voice? Please, say something. Angie. Dad. Mom. I'll say it out loud. Dad. Mom. Angie. Angie, thank goodness. I feel my body being lifted up firmly and hugged roughly. Mom and Dad were hugging me. My eyelids have been open for a while now. I could feel the light slowly returning to my eyes. Just like your eyes get used to the dark, my eyes got used to the light, and bit by bit, the scene around me came into view. However, it was an unusual sight, which seemed to be very far away. My body was being hugged by Dad and Mom. Dad was sniffling, his face covered with tears. There were tears in Mom's eyes too as she held me tight. It was so strong that it hurt a bit. They held me with all their strength. Me, the bad kid who wasn't obedient, who always had an excuse and who always tried to do the opposite of what her parents said. They held me tight to make sure I didn't head down the wrong path. As my eyes adjusted, I could see other people besides my parents. Everyone was there. George and Ichan, Jessica and Achan, Mario and Achan, my uncles and aunts, even Sakataro. And there was the witch Virgilia and Renove and... You were fortunate. By chance, we found you drifting in the waves of the Sea of Emptiness. You were in a terrible state. It took quite some time to make you remember your true form. Beatrice. So this is... the Golden Land. Your whole family has been waiting here for you to return. We knew you would come home. Did I come home because I was supposed to? I've gone back to how I'm supposed to be, and now... No, you did come home. That's right. You made it back here because you wanted to come home to us. Dad, Mom, You don't need to say anything. You've been on a great and terrible journey, haven't you? A journey where you were all alone. You understand now, don't you? You won't forget again? I understand, Dad. This is a place you can always call home. I know. When I gave that answer, Dad and Mom hugged me again. Hot tears fell into my face. They were Dad's and Mom's tears. I can tell by looking that you're far from all right. But I'm so glad you came home. Aunt Ava. Feel free to hate me as much as you want. Give your dad and mom a million kisses. Give a kiss to everyone who cared about you so much. Aunt Ava. And say I'm home to your other mother. Mom gave me a push from behind and I stumbled forwards. Towards my other mother. Ava. Mom. Angie-chan. If only I'd called you Mom on that day. Might never have messed up. Might have been able to create a new world together. That's enough. You've come home. You don't need to say anything else. Mom. Mom. Welcome home, Angie-chan. You're my adorable daughter. Mom. Always. Until the end. You're my closest friend. Wait, what? What? The two of them hugged each other quietly, burying their faces in the other's shoulders and sobbing. Because Ava... What do you mean, other mom? Because Ava raised Angie, since Ava was the survivor of the incident in Angie's world. So that's why. The truth wasn't worth anything at all. In the first place, the truth is always in the past. The point of the future isn't to learn what happened in the past. What really matters is whether I can truly live and prosper in the truth that is the now. If I truly live and prosper, that is the truth. Back when I only ever tried to see the truth of the past, I was nothing more than a ghost trapped in that past. Since that time, I haven't lived a single day. Now, I truly understand. This is what the real truth is. I will live. Never remembered how much everyone loved me. Because I was young and selfish, I didn't even remember until now. The kind grandpa who always spoiled me. The entertaining aunts and uncles. All the kind and gentle servants. I was always mourned. And yet, because I was young and cruel, I never tried to remember any of that. Everyone got distorted by my irresponsible imagination, and I completely forgot the truth. Now, I can remember clearly, and I understand. That Halloween quiz party certainly was an illusion. It never happened. However, didn't we do all kinds of fun things when the relatives gathered? Things that were no more or less fun than that party. Is this the end? I don't think so. We're close, though, I feel. And for the first time since the start of the game, I went up to each and every one of them to greet them, thank them, and apologize. To thank Grandpa for always pampering me. To thank my aunts and uncles. To thank the cousins for always playing with me, even though I was so selfish. And I thanked and apologized to the illusions. I think I said something horrible to Sakutara once in the past. And to Mirio Nechan too. Because we still have the Toya stuff. I guess, do we still need closure with Burnkistan and Lima Delta? Probably. Mirio Nechan, you really were a witch, weren't you? You've always been a witch. You approached that level yourself once, didn't you? No. I never really understood. Pitiful Mirio Nechan with her pitiful magic. That's all I thought of. So, I couldn't pick up a fragment of happiness, couldn't even find one. You told me that yourself once, Nechan. It can't be helped. It takes two to create a universe. I had Beato, but you were all alone. No. If I'd called Aunt Ava Mom, there would have been two of us. I'm sure I would have been able to create a new world with the same magic you used, Mirio Nechan. All of it is my fault. The message bottles I threw away half-jokingly distorted your future and wore you down. I bear responsibility for that. Yeah, seriously. It's all because of your message bottles. Because of that, people started copying you and making forgeries, growing the story into something crazy. However, the message bottles thrown away by Beato did not name a specific person as the culprit. One of the forgers wrote a plausible forgery that had Ushimiya Ava as the culprit, and it spread like wildfire. Even though I should have known better than anyone else that it was impossible, I accepted it until the end. In the end. It isn't your fault, Beato. No matter how many people around me had baseless suspicions, there should have been only one truth inside me. And yet, so easily, I abandoned my warm memories of you all, and surrendered my heart to them. No. If I had not thrown away the message bottles, the future of Rockinjima would never have become the center of such bizarre misconceptions. I bear responsibility for it all. True. That's right, it really is your fault after all. Moo. Put that way, it's a little irritating. You do have your share of the blame as well. Yeah, you're right. You were at fault, so was I. Still, it'd be stupid for us to attack each other. After all, I'm a witch of the future. You're a witch of the past. I should be using that magic to build my future. We both bear responsibility in some way, but neither of us has the right to blame the other. I knew you'd be able to understand Mariage Sorcier's teachings, Angie. That's right. As the final member of Mariage Sorcier, it's my responsibility to pass on Nechan's magic. My magic can make everyone happy. Indeed, you have both pure magic and wicked magic at your fingertips. That's true. Magic can change completely depending on your heart. If you aren't properly guided, you can't use magic properly. And proper magic can bring people happiness. It is a wonderful thing. Bringing people happiness is the sole reason that witches wield magic. I'm very pleased to know that those teachings have been passed down through the endless witches, all the way to the final witch. Sorry for failing to pass it down myself at all. Witch of the Future, Angie Beatrice. I will now retract your expulsion from Mariage Sorcier. Who do you? I knew Angie would come back. Congratulations, Angie-sama. I thought I knew what the time we spent traveling together meant, and yet Sorry. So sorry. Witches cannot create a universe unless there are two. In the future, you'll be alone. Will you really be okay? Yeah, I'll be okay. I'm not alone anymore. I'll live. With everyone. And I'll live in the future. I swear to keep living, so that I can pass on the magic of Mariage Sorcier. Mario Nachan's magic has saved me too. There are a lot of people out there who need magic. As the final witch of Mariage Saucier, it's my duty to teach it the right way and save as many people as I can. Will you truly be able to do so? Of course, I have the power to do it. There is the golden magic that my predecessor Ava Beatrice spent so much time building. I've inherited all of that, right? Giggle. Well, if only my health had held out a little longer, I was planning to spend all of it on myself. Giggle. Ha 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 ha. As Angie laughed, tears poured from her eyes again. Everyone surrounded Angie with their kind, warm smiles. Battler stood alone in the rose garden maze, letting the rain quietly fall on him. After searching for some time, Angie found him. Oni-chan. Angie, who was feeling guilty, sensed anger in her brother's expression. So she thought he was going to hit her. She shut her eyes. However, her brother touched her softly, patted her head gently. Hey. The truth wasn't anything important, was it? No, it wasn't. Even though you were here, waiting for me to come home in such a warm world, I had my back turned the whole time. You learned the truth. Yeah. I'm gonna save. So any hopes you had of someone miraculously surviving and coming back have been crushed. However, you now have a new mission, the hope for living in the future. You kept that precious hope safe from me. I was the one who opened the box and let it get away. It turned out worse than Pandora's box. Truth I didn't need to know flew out of the box along with all my hopes, leaving nothing inside but empty space. That's okay. It's open now, and that's that. If it's empty inside, that means it won't fester. After all, false hopes can sometimes bring you pain. Barry laughed heartily. Then, with that same smile on his face, he told her, "We're already dead." Yeah. You've lived 12 years on the hope that we might still be alive. Not anymore. That's over and done with. Yeah. I know. Starting now, I'll step forward into a new life. Beato put Rakanjima in the cat box. The next witch, on Ava, guarded the lid of that cat box her whole life. You, the witch after her, opened that lid, but so what? Why does the truth of the past matter? Yeah. From now on, I'll truly live. And I'll make my own personal truth prosper. Good luck, final witch of Mariage Saucier. I've read Maria's Grimoire. It's a great book with some really good stuff written in it. Even the Bible needs a translator, so Maria's Grimoire probably needs one too. You'll be that translator. Gotta teach kids who are in the position you once were. That's your mission as the new witch of the future. Yeah. I'm gone. I'll always be behind you, watching over you. I know. Not just you. Everyone else too. All of us will love you forever. Don't forget that. I won't forget. Not ever, that's for certain. Angie leapt into Battler's chest and sobbed. Humans are sad creatures who can learn but not unlearn. She had already learned. It may have been a cruel, terrifying, merciless thing, capable of destroying even the miracle called hope. However, there was still one tiny fragment left gripped in her hand. Her family's love. If she could just remember that and hold it tight, then surely Angie will live on. She'll be able to stop before taking that single step into nothingness. Also, The Wakajima cat box hasn't been opened completely. You've just taken a peek at what's inside, so you must be the lid yourself. And this time, you'll protect everyone inside the cat box. Me and Dad and Kirie-san, the cousins and the uncles and the aunts, grandfather and the servants, and all of the illusions. Yeah, this time, I have to protect everyone. Then shouldn't you hurry up a bit? The sound of popcorn being eaten rang out from beyond a rose bush. It was Lima Delta. I think you know this already, but Byrne is just about to hold a big party for the Book of the Single Truth. She's gathered beings from heaven and from hell, from the spirit world and from parallel worlds. If she announces what's in that book in a place like that, it'll all be too late, won't it? I'm going. I gave Brinkastal that key. It's my responsibility. I'll go and take it back. City of Books, huh? There's no way for us to get in. There's a barrier around that place. She gave me this. With it I can come and go as I please. What an idiot. She forgot to collect it when she threw me away. Angie fished through her pocket, and there was a jingling sound. It was a bell with a blue ribbon tied to it. That's it. One of those temporary entry passes that you get when you turn in your invitation. As long as you have that, at least one of you will be able to get into the City of Books. Well, as long as someone takes you across the Sea of Fragments first. I'm a Delta. Take me to the City of Books. Angie. This is my way of taking responsibility. I'll see to it that the Book of the Single Truth isn't made public. Are you serious? That place is a den of monsters among monsters. Now that you've lost Byrne's protection, you'll be weaker than a fly. Squish. The end. Ah! Bell was snatched from Angie's hands. I'm a Delta. I'll go. I just need you to get me in there. After all, I'm an empty creature, unable to exist outside the cat box. Angie, on the other hand, must live on into the future. You're a person with the future too, so I'll go. I have nothing to lose. No, this is my responsibility, my way of making up for what I did. If I don't do it myself, the future won't change at all, and I won't be able to save any future cat boxes. Angie tried to snatch the key from Battler's hand, but Battler had no intention of giving it up. The two of them were grimly serious, but from the sidelines, it looked like an ordinary squabble between two close siblings. Mama Delta watched this conversation and shrugged. If she just took one of them to the City of Books, she wouldn't have to make any enemies. There was no risk to her. All she cared about was which one would make the story more interesting. Nothing else. But then, she finally noticed. Hold on. Hold on a sec, you two. Hold on. What's your problem? Save it for later. We're having an important sibling discussion here. Okay, first off, let go of each other's hands. Battler's holding the bell now, right? Jump, Battler. Jump? Like this? Jingle, jingle. You next, Angie. Try jumping. Why the hell should I? Jingle, jingle. Huh? Why? Battler was holding the bell. Where did that sound come from? Angie hurriedly searched through her pockets. When she did, another blue ribbon bell came out of a different pocket than the first one. These are the same, aren't they? No way. Why are there two? I was only given one of them. I don't know why. At any rate, you've got two bells that'll get you into the City of Books. Now I don't have to sit here and watch the two of you play around with each other anymore. The pair of them gripped their bells and looked at each other. From the very beginning, this game has belonged to the two of you. There's just been a slight change in who the opponent is. This isn't a competition between you two. It's a fight between Battler and Angie, who want to close the lid on the cat box, and Byrne, who wants it open. Angie has moved from Byrne's team to Battler's team. That's all there is to it. I'm a Delta. Take us to the City of Books. Okay, I'm just taking you there. Got it? After that, I'm done being anything but a spectator. Just want to have the best seats to see exactly how you fight, what you do, and how Burn makes mincemeat out of you all. Lambda Delta, thanks. Oh man. Well, you know that's a good stopping point. I mean, we could finish it, but I feel like it'd be more appropriate to finish it tomorrow. So, we should stop it there. Oh. There's the boat. Boat's coming. Get a nice scene with Shannon and Cannon, I guess. So yeah, let's save. Do we save over this? Yes. Okay. This is the one that we stopped at yesterday, right? This is the quiz. This is the cake. Right. I guess we're good. Yeah, we'll finish this tomorrow. Listen, I might have taken a peek at the end at the achievements, and it might have said that there's paths. I was hoping to finish one of those paths today, but I guess we'll do both of them tomorrow. And then we'll go back for the quizzes, and then get back for the solving the culprit thing. And then I think that's it, right? Then we got the tea party, and then the other tea party. Well, I wonder how long those are. Because I can't imagine they'll wrap up everything, right? It seems like they want you to just use your... They want you to think about it. They want you to theorize. Doesn't seem like they're explicitly saying anything. But yeah, this is fun. So we'll definitely finish tomorrow. 8 hours today. Damn. But yeah, I'll catch you all later. I don't think we're gonna raid anybody, but I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe later today, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's happening. That'll be a stream. So, thanks for tuning in. Catch you all later. Have a good one. Oh wait, thanks again to Supa for the subscription. I think that's it. Yeah. That'll be it. Okay. Bye.